From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, whatever the case may be, wherever you are. Welcome to Midnight in the Desert. What a cool name for a program, Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell. Good evening, or whatever. We have two rules for the show, and they're simple. No bad language, and only one call per show, and that's it. I would like to do my thank you list very quickly. Telos, of course, for the great sound. Keith Rowland, my webmaster. Heather Wade, my producers. Stream guys. LV.net. Sales. Pete Eberhard, of course. TuneIn Radio. They carry us. Leo Ashcraft, Dark Matter News. And, again, my wife and my daughter for allowing me the time to, to play. So, I want to note, even though they're a competitor, that something bad has happened. Tom Danheiser, the producer over at Coast, I understand, has had a pulmonary embolism, and that is very, very serious stuff. So I want to wish him prayers and get well soon, and I hope it's okay. That is very serious. I want to feel free to groan, please. I know people groan when I do this, but it's working. That's what I want to tell everybody. It's working. You can call us with your smartphone for free, no matter where in the world you are. So I urge you, if you've got a smartphone, and if you don't, what are you waiting for? Then put us in. And I'm going to tell you right now how to do it. Download Skype. It is free. Skype is free. Go to your little candy store, your app store, whatever, and download Skype. When you get it, you'll learn about it pretty quickly. And as you do, if you want to call us and you want to sound really, really good, and believe me, when you come in by Skype with a decent internet behind you, you sound like $1 million. You sound virtually like you're right here in the studio with me. And that gives what you say more authority. And you may have noticed lately that people have begun to listen to my never-ending lectures about Skype, and we're starting to get really good-sounding callers. So anyway, when you get Skype on your smartphone, it's so simple. You go to add a contact, little plus sign, I think it is, in Apple anyway, probably in all of them, little plus sign, and you put in us, MITD 51. If you're in North America, America or Canada, just put in MITD, uppercase, lowercase, doesn't matter, MITD 51. And that will add it to your contact list. And lo and behold, when you want to call us, you can just hit that, and even though we have not connected, it will call us, and you will get through, and you will sound great. If you're outside of North America, anywhere else in the world, yes, we have a special Skype setup just for you, and that is MITD 55. MITD, as in Midnight in the Desert, 55. Add us as a contact. Then we'll be in your list. You can just hit it when you feel like calling, and you'll come zooming through, and you will sound great. All right, I've got that out of my system, and now one other thing to get out of my system. Since I have returned to this seat and this genre, I have noticed that things have changed, and not for the better. I was talking to Peter few minutes before the show, and he said, you coined or at least the modern version of the term quickening, and it's going on. There is so much infighting going on in ufology right now that it's sickening. I had Peter Robbins on, a week ago, whatever, and he kind of went after Colonel Halt, right? Well, I guess Colonel Halt has gone after Peter Robbins, and so they have a battle going on. And much as I know that debates are not a good idea, I want to say here and now the truth. I did invite Colonel Halt on to have a debate with Peter Robbins, but he declined. And had that occurred, I would have moderated that debate so that it came out right. But Colonel Holt doesn't want to do it. You may recall I shut down Peter Robbins pretty hard with the wormhole, death by wormhole, right? And I would have done the same with Colonel Holt. So here's what I think. Number one, having these gentlemen on, when they have such a disagreement, and God knows ufology is full of disagreements right now. And I think I know why. We'll get to that. But having these guys on individually to go after each other is a really bad idea. And if I am the modern godfather of this, then I want to urge all my fellow, and there are many fellow talk show hosts out there now, don't have these guys on to tear into each other. Don't do it. It's bad for ufology. Ultimately, it's bad for you. So Rendlesham is an incredible affair to talk about, but it's not an incredible affair to have an argument about. God knows we have few enough of them. We'll be talking about that. So ufology has got to close ranks a little bit, in my opinion. Stop all the fighting. It's even going on between the hosts. I've had my share of it. It's got to stop. So let it stop. And if, as a listener, you hear this crap going on, call them out on it and get it stopped. It's not going to serve anything. I suppose somebody might have fun listening to somebody tearing into somebody else. You know, if you're going to do it, have both on, at least, right? And moderate it, have it fair, and let them go at each other, and you might learn something. But having them on individually to tear into each other is simply an idea that is so full of you-know-what that it doesn't deserve addressing. So if everybody would please... Now, if I do that, I'll sound like Rodney, and I don't want to sound like Rodney King. But for God's sakes, get along. All right, coming up in a moment, another godfather in this business, Peter Davenport, who's been director of the National UFO Reporting Center since 1994. Peter has served as the director of investigations for the Washington chapter of the Mutual UFO Network. Peter has had an active interest in the UFO phenomenon since early in his boyhood. He experienced his own first UFO sighting over St. Louis Municipal Airport in the summer of '54. Well, I would have only been 11. He investigated his first UFO case during the summer of 1965 in Exeter, New Hampshire. Peter has been witness to several anomalous events, possibly UFO-related, including a very dramatic sighting over Baja, California, back in February of 1990, and several nighttime sightings over Washington State during 1992. Peter received his undergraduate education at Stanford University in California. So, let's take a break. Then we'll talk with Peter Davenport. Up next, this is Midnight in the Desert.
The devil went down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal. He was in a bind because he was way behind and he was willing to make a deal. When he came across this young man sewing on a fiddle and playing it hot.
Tonight we're gonna make it happen. Tonight we'll put all other things aside.
The clock strikes 12, and Midnight in the Desert is pounding packets your way on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, please direct your finger tickets to dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call ART.
That is our terrestrial telephone number. I have many lines here, so not to worry. Many lines, actually. So you'll get through, but not yet. Don't call yet. Because here comes Peter Davenport from way up in Washington, I believe. Hi, Peter.
Good evening, Art.
Good
Boy, how nice to hear your voice again, and what high honor to be invited onto this program. I'm delighted to be here tonight.
Thank you, my friend. It's a little different animal than, the old... Well, I don't want to say broadcast radio, 'cause we are on broadcast radio on several stations. But it is a different animal that we put together here. You'll sort of hear that as the night wears on. But, man, it's great to hear your voice, too. It's been a long time.
It has. It's been, I think, over a decade since we've done a program together, and I'm going to only estimate. That's all I can do, but I think we probably did hundreds of programs.
Oh, yes.
Over the course of a decade or so, maybe a little bit less. But we did some really, really interesting programs by my measure. The one that stands out in my mind is the night of the Phoenix Lights. I was on Coast to Coast with you. You were getting calls. I was getting calls. We had no idea what had happened.
Starting to compare notes, and we're going, holy mackerel, something big's going on here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was really big. It took us months and years, really, to put the pieces together. It was so big and so complex. But, boy, that was an interesting night to be talking about what had taken place over Phoenix that night. We knew something had happened.
When you've done as much radio as I have, so many nights, thousands and thousands of shows, then yes, when something like that happens, you're just part of it. And I'm sure it may happen again. I want to read you something real quick and get your reaction to. Well, you know what? Before I read you this, I want to get your reaction to what I said about the infighting that's going on. You're an old hand, so maybe you can help out here.
Yep, you're spot on, Art. There's a great deal of infighting going on. I've been the target of some of it. I don't understand what is happening, but I agree with you. It has to stop. We've got to start cooperating instead of chewing on one another. It doesn't happen with every entity that I deal with. For example, I work very comfortably with MUFON. Its international director is now Jan Harzan. He and I get along fine, but there are some people in the field for whom the important thing appears to be to chew on their fellow UFO investigators.
Right.
And I took the brunt of it, probably 6 or 8 years ago when I started talking about a phenomenon we'll talk about later in the program, probably the most important development in all of ufology over the last 4 to 8 years, these clusters of red, orange, yellow, amber, and gold lights that are being reported in great numbers. When I first started bringing this to the attention of some of the internet-based forums, boy, I was ridiculed roundly. And it's part of the reason that although working alone can be lonely and it constitutes a lot of work, I prefer to do it rather than getting involved in an imbroglio or a kerfuffle with other UFO investigators.
Yes. Good. All right. Let me read you this, see what you think of it. Seth Shost, this comes from a website that I frequently go to, which I'll come up with in a second. Seth Shostak of SETI joins the growing ranks of those disenchanted with the stagnant evidence pool of UFOs and alien visitation, stating that his own research has turned up the surprising conclusion that the bulk of important UFO cases occurred in the first half of the past 76 years, since the dawn of the modern UFO era in the 1940s. Shostak thinks it's possible our alien visitors are simply done with us and have packed up their probes and left the galaxy. What the world needs is another, he says, huge UFO event like Roswell or the Phoenix Lights, or even another wow signal to revive the whole shebang. And that comes from theanomalist.com. Thank you. So, reaction, Peter, what do you think?
Yeah, I just learned of that blog today from Roger Marsh, who's the editor of MUFON's The UFO Journal. And I had not heard about Seth's comments, but I think he's way, way off base. He obviously has not spent much time on my website, where we now have between 100 and 102,000 reports posted, written reports. Of course, I've taken many more of that over the last 21 years during my tenure here at the National UFO Reporting Center, but if he would really like to know the truth, I invite him to send me an email and I'll direct him to some of the better reports and recent reports. For example, be curious to know whether Dr. Shostak has read the report from the former U.S. astronaut 2 years ago, 5th of July, make that, 2013. Former astronaut who resides in Athens, Texas, about 70 miles southeast of Dallas, was standing outside with his wife and their adult daughter. He was facing west. His wife was facing east. And his wife said, "Honey, what's this?" He wheeled around. Bear in mind, Art, that this guy started out his adult life as a fighter pilot. He transitioned to an airline pilot. As an airline pilot, he applied for the astronaut corps. He was accepted, had 2 flights on the space shuttle. So this guy knows which end of the airplane is supposed to point forward. He wheeled around and was confronted with a view of a red object that just streaked right over his head, directly overhead. And he followed it to the west. He was so intrigued by it. As he was looking to the west, his wife said, "Here comes another one."
Oh.
He wheeled around. Here's a second. All told, they watched 6 objects follow the same flight path across their heads. I'm curious to I mention this case because I'm curious to know whether Dr. Shostak has read that case or not. And there are a lot of other
more than likely,
really good ones.
More than likely not, Peter. I know the way he feels about ufology and all of that, and, it is what it is, and being in his position, I guess I kind of understand to some degree, but even he's got his own dearth of new stuff. I mean, they had this wow signal and nothing since, and, whenever he comes on, I hit him pretty hard with that. So, what he said, though, I guess bears examination. We haven't had big cases lately. By the way, that story you just told, did they give the relative size of the objects?
About the size of a bright planet and bright red, the red of a traffic signal.
Huh. Boy, this new age of drones, Peter, is going to make it hard.
No, I don't think so, Art, because even drones have to have conventional lighting when they fly at night, as agreed to by ICAO, the International Committee on Aerial
something or another. But listen,
organization, the International Civil Aviation Organization. That's what it is.
Right.
And even drones have to have conventional lights on them. If they didn't, and somebody bumped into one at high speed, then they've got real trouble on
Well, I'm talking about the toys. I've got a drone. I should admit it. I've got a drone. And I have played with it. I've had it up higher than I should have. I've done things I shouldn't have. And listen, Peter, trust me when I tell you this is the truth. They are selling kits that you can put together to make your drone. It'll light it up like a Christmas tree with LEDs. You can make your drone look just like a UFO.
Sure.
So there's trouble a-coming. The FAA already knows there's trouble coming with drones. I'm referring to the smaller ones, and it's going to begin to be hard to separate some of these reports. And it's going to also get hard for aircraft, I might add, that are getting interfered with.
Yeah. Well, that's a possibility. I've handled a number of cases related to model airplanes, most of all, rather than drones or quadcopters. And my experience, Art, has been that they're really not that difficult to sort out, to weed out, separate the wheat from the chaff in those cases, because with a few poignant directed questions to the witnesses, you can usually get to the bottom of it, I've found. Now, I may be deluding myself, but I haven't been challenged, I feel, by the drone phenomenon yet.
Well, it's coming. I'm telling you, it's coming. The FAA is going to regulate them. I'm not sure how they're going to regulate them. Every time I see a story of another almost drone airliner collision, I cringe because I know that means the FAA is making more regulation, and they're going to come down hard on us. It's a shame. Anyway, I guess that'll be a problem. We'll have to wait and see. So you've been in ufology since you were Really young.
Yeah.
Yeah. How many reports this last year, I'm going to specify this last year, have you received? And how does that compare to previous years, Peter?
Yeah. Well, a decade ago, a typical number of reports on our website, and any of our listeners can go to our website and just see with his own eyes what I'm talking about. A typical number of reports a decade ago was maybe 180 to 250. I'm guessing, I'm going on memory. And we are now dealing with between 500 and 1,100. So many, say roughly double the reports we were getting a decade ago.
Wow.
Now, that can be the result of many things. Can be the result of becoming more accepted by the public, both our organization as well as the phenomenon of UFOs. It can be the result of big programs. It can be the result of making appearances on programs like this, so that people discover that there's a place where they can report a sighting. So there could be a lot of reasons for the increase in the volume of reports. The part of the story that I'm most interested in is the quality of the reports.
Yes.
And a lot of things have been taking place in recent years. One is the phenomenon I alluded to earlier about all these clusters of red, orange, and yellow, and amber, and gold fireballs. In fact, I just updated our website tonight. Our trusty webmaster, I think, has gotten all the material up. And we have a classic photo that was captured just 2 nights ago, I believe it was, by a woman who had the presence of mind when she saw a really bizarre display of these lights to grab her camera and get a good high-quality photo. But we'll be talking about some of those cases later in the program. It is the most unnerving part of ufology to me at this stage is what these objects may be up to. What are they doing here? And until we have a long-handled butterfly net that allows us to reach up and snag one of these things, I don't think we're going to know what they are. We have a number of really high-quality photos, not just from tonight's posting, but from prior postings.
All right, if you have cool pictures up, Peter, please give out your website.
Yeah, it's simply UFOcenter.com, UFOcenter.com.
Okay.
9 letters, 1 word, and they can go right there. And we've got, as I mentioned earlier, about 102,000 reports posted there now.
Wow. How does your organization interact with MUFON, which is sort of the official? I don't know. MUFON is. You tell me what MUFON is compared to what you do.
Yeah. Well, MUFON is a much larger organization. They're a membership-based organization. They send out about 3,000 of their journals every month. They have more members than that who do not take the journal, or they're in households that already receive the journal. And they're more involved in research and investigation than I am. The National UFO Reporting Center, on the other hand, is principally a conduit of information. People who see something need somebody to talk to immediately,
right?
And we offer them a place where they can preserve the information surrounding their sighting, and where their sighting report will be posted publicly, albeit, of course, anonymously. We never give out personal information or contact information for people who contact us, but that's the principal difference between MUFON and the National UFO Reporting Center. MUFON, to its credit, and I tend to agree with them to a degree, has proposed that it might be a good idea to combine our efforts. But I'm so independent a cuss, and moreover, I see some advantage to having competition between our two organizations that, to date, I have resisted that attempt to combine efforts.
Well, if you get a gigantic sighting, Peter, do you then refer people over to at least register it with MUFON?
Absolutely, and I've done that in the recent past, Art, to try to get a case investigated while the evidence is still available. Evidence dries up very quickly.
It does.
You've got to get people on the ground who are capable, who are experienced and dedicated. And so I often give really dramatic cases to MUFON investigators to have them go out and see what they can find.
All right. Peter Davenport, hold tight. Peter Davenport of the National UFO Reporting Center, closely akin, actually, to MUFON. I didn't know there was a merger suggestion. This is Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell.
Dressed in ribbons fair, when I was cold, the breathless moon in the blue veil of the night.
While midnight sweeps across America, you found an oasis for the mind. To call Midnight in the Desert, please dial 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
My guest is Peter Davenport, and since he was very, very young, he has been incredible. He has been taking UFO reports, cataloging them, working along with MUFON, actually, in many cases, I guess, and it's a hell of a job. I know Peter likes it best when you report these things between 2 and 5 in the morning. Right, Peter?
Thanks a lot for that, Art. They can report it to the answering service during those hours.
Yes. Yes, do you have any device, just as a curiosity, Peter, that, if something did happen, let's say at 3 o'clock in the morning Pacific time, and you started getting 300 calls, your phone was just ringing off the hook, do you have any way for your phone to alert you, big one?
No, I'm not that sophisticated. I'm not wired for sound very extensively up here, Art. It's a pretty simple operation. It's one telephone, one computer, one tape recorder, one very dedicated operator and director, and a webmaster, and that's it.
I see. All right. Well, then you could conceivably miss the big one until you woke up.
I could indeed. They'd just have to wait for me to get back to him.
On the other hand, you do answer the phone a lot when they come in at reasonable times, and I guess you have even been known to investigate a little bit, right?
I have indeed. In fact, you have posted on your website an article from the Derry News. Derry is in New Hampshire. That's where I lived 50 years ago. I graduated from high school in 1965, and part of the reason I included that, I didn't share this with Heather when I sent her that file, but part of the reason I elected to share that is tonight's program marks the 50th anniversary of the great incident at Exeter case. Very celebrated case. There have been books written about it, but it was 50 years ago, right about now, that some of the first reports of a very peculiar disc were flowing into the Exeter Police Department in Exeter, New Hampshire. So that's part of the reason I included that. I figured people would look at that and say, wait a minute, that's 50 years ago tonight. And that, in fact, is the case.
Okay, excellent. And we're going to talk about a bunch of cases here in a moment. But one more time, back to Mr. Shostak. He is suggesting, and you can't rule out the possibility, that aliens have certainly been observing us. And maybe, Peter, they watched us, and they watched us, and they watched us. Especially beginning as we exploded an atomic weapon. That certainly would make sense to me. But as they watched us, they grew to, not like us.
Yeah. I think they've been watching us for a long, long time, Art. In my PowerPoint presentation, a couple of the slides that I include are slides of cave paintings. Cave paintings that go back
That's a good point.
Thousands of years, 8,000 years in France and Italy, 12 or 13,000 years in North Africa.
Good point.
The question is, and we have to fight our way through all these cases and all this detritus that we collect as UFO investigators, but it's important from time to time to step back from it all and say, what does all of this mean? What is the relationship between mankind and generally speaking, life on the planet Earth and these UFOs. And I disagree with Seth Shostak. My position is diametrically opposed to his.
Mm-hmm.
And we are being visited, according to the data available to me, with which I'm intimately familiar. It looks to me as though we are being visited daily by UFOs.
All right, well, understand that if you were to convince Seth of what you're saying, he would have to go turn off his radio receiver and silence all those satellite dishes, and he'd be out of work.
Yeah.
So I guess it pays off to be doing both at the same time. Certainly you wouldn't suggest we would stop listening for them, right?
No, I agree. I think the SETI project is very good science, and I would support it too. But one thing occurs to me, and you just touched on it. They get a lot of their money from the government, or they have in the past. A lot of it's from the Paul G. Allen Foundation up in Seattle. But a lot of their money comes from the government. The government's position is people like me are just crazy. There's no such thing as a UFO, and they want the American people to not be thinking about the UFO phenomenon. That seems apparent to me. And I think Seth and his other staff members at SETI probably recognize that. If they start babbling about UFOs, they risk the chance of being unfunded by the U.S. government if, in fact, they're still receiving money from them at all.
Or unfunded from wherever their money comes from.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
They might think they would risk being labeled kooks or something like that. And later in the program, I'm building up my courage. Later in the program, when we start talking about passive radar and my proposal to detect UFOs directly.
God, I remember you talking about that years ago.
Years ago.
Passive
20
radar.
and a half years ago.
Yeah.
I came up with the idea in late January of 1995. I've written articles about it. I've approached 4 billionaires.
Okay, let me stop you. Radar, folks, sends out a signal, and that signal hits something and bounces back. And we go, oh, that's a plane, or that's something, whatever. That's the way it works. It sends out a signal, bounces back from the metal on the craft, and we see it on the screen. So, Peter, explain. When you say passive radar, how can that possibly be?
Yeah. What the passive means is that the radar I'm discussing does not generate its own transmitted signal. It does not have a transmitter.
Okay.
What it does is you lay out a pattern, an XY pattern of 4 antennas, separated by 100 meters or so.
Okay.
And you connect all 4 of those antennas to a receiver. Doesn't have to be any more sophisticated than the FM receiver in your car.
Okay.
From that receiver, you run the 4 signals coming into those antennas to a computer. It has to be a relatively sophisticated computer. And what I'm proposing would not have been possible in the hands of the average citizen until the last 10 years or so.
Okay, I still don't get how it works. I get that the signals from those 4 receiving antennas go to a computer which does what?
It analyzes the signals, and let me describe. I live in eastern Washington. If I set up a passive radar system and tuned that receiver to a radio station or TV station over in Seattle on the west side of the Cascade Mountains, or the Cascades, under ordinary circumstances, my receiver could not hear that broadcast signal out of Seattle.
Right.
However, if a disc flew down the crest of those Cascade Mountains,
okay,
it would provide a reflection.
It sure would. It sure would. I've got it.
And we would listen for that reflected signal. It would be very weak, but you as a ham probably understand this perfectly. Yeah, and in fact, there are some ham operators in Nevada or Eastern California who are bouncing gigahertz signals off the skin of commercial airliners, and they're bouncing their signal over the mountains to other ham radio operators on the west side of those mountains. I've been talking about this until I'm blue in the face, Art, but it represents the end of ufology. When we can use a passive radar system, and my estimate and the estimate of my engineering team is we could cover the entire North American continent, including Mexico, with as few as maybe 6 to 8 listening stations tuned to various different radio or television frequencies, and just sit there and wait for anomalous targets. Now, people are saying, well, how would you distinguish an airliner hit from a UFO, from a Canadian goose? Well, there are usually 2 stages in radar analysis. There's the detection stage, and when you actually detect the object sitting there, and then there is the discrimination phase. And it's in the discrimination phase, which can be programmed into the computer to eliminate all those airliners that are at 35,000 feet doing 550 miles an hour. You just program them out. You don't even look at them. Or birds that are, say, 2,000 feet in the air and they're traveling at 45 miles an hour, you ignore them. But if you get a hit and track an object that is doing, say, 10,000 miles an hour, and it does a right angle turn instantaneously, you know that's not an airliner. You know that's not a Canadian goose. Suddenly, you have very, very unambiguous and convincing data in lieu of uncertain eyewitness reports and fuzzy photographs. It will change the complexion of ufology dramatically.
Do you think that you could differentiate sufficiently? I've got a story for you here in a moment, but I'm just wondering if you can do that, if you can differentiate what kind of object you're seeing. The reason I say this is because, and you had no idea, we have a unique system here in Pahrump. I live on one side of a very, very large mountain, and then there's Las Vegas on the other side. And we have a regular operation, as a ham, we have a regular operation that does something that there used to be no communication between Las Vegas and Pahrump, Peter, by ham radio, except and unless you had an active radio on top of the mountain, because radio signals go until they hit something and then that's it. Well, it turns out there is a very unique way to propagate a radio signal over a mountain. You hit it very hard at the peak, and the angle at which it goes up is the angle at which it goes down. And so, using enough power and high-gain antennas, we have a reliable system to talk between Pahrump and Las Vegas, and you don't have to go up on top of a mountain to fix the repeater when it breaks. It works very, very reliably. However, and this is where what you said comes into play, when a plane takes off at McCarran Airport, we hear...
Of course.
We're horizontally polarized, and the wings are horizontally polarized, and so we can virtually almost tell you exactly what kind of airplane is taking off from McCarran.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is the truth.
Yeah. Well, there's part of the story that I didn't touch on that is crucially important for people to understand. The reason you need multiple antennas, what I'm talking about is a multi-static passive radar system. Multi-static means multi-antennas that are all sitting still. And what you can do with that array, now that we have a very, very accurate time constant in the GPS system, is you can measure very, very accurately the precise instant that that reflected signal strikes each of those 4 or more antennas. And you can use that data to triangulate, calculate very rapidly with a good calculator where that signal must have emanated from. And if you do that 10 times a second, then you can the object, and that's why I say you can calculate the velocity of the object that is reflecting that signal. Moreover, given your skill with radios and your experience in that field, you understand what Doppler shift is all about.
I do.
You can also, with the reflected signal, you can, if you have the original signal that was broadcast, you can compare the original signal with the reflected signal, and you can calculate Doppler shift, and that will confirm the velocity and the direction that your target is moving.
Have you proven this in the real world yet?
Well, I have not, but the first invention for passive radar was by a British citizen in 1927, and the British Air Traffic Control System just in June of this year published an article suggesting that they build a passive radar system to track airliners over the UK to supplement their active radar system.
Okay. Well, what we're doing over mountains here is called knife edge refraction. It's a very interesting phenomena, but it exhibits in its use not only reliability, but exactly what I just told you. So we can actually tell you virtually what kind of aircraft is taking off from McCarran. So it does work, folks. I would love to see a practical application set up of what you're talking about, Peter, and see if it really works.
Yeah. Well, we've put together an engineering team, and I guess I'm going to share on this program something I've not shared ever before on a broadcast program. But
I like that.
A year and a half ago, February 2nd of 2014, I sent a letter to Dr. Jill Tarter at SETI.
Oh, yes.
I didn't realize it at the time, but she had been retired just before my email had arrived there. And I proposed to her. I thought she was in charge of the technical side of the SETI project, the antennas and so on and so forth, essentially listening for intelligent signals from space.
Mm-hmm.
What I proposed to SETI is a collaboration between our team at Newfork, and I have a four-man team, engineering team put together that says, yep, that will work. These are people who have designed most of the electronics on every commercial airliner you've ever ridden. These are people with tremendous know-how in electronics. They know how to control electrons. I sent her an email suggesting collaboration between SETI and Newfork. Mm-hmm. And I proposed that we could bet a bottle or a case of our favorite beverage as to who would unambiguously detect alien activity, namely UFOs. SETI with their listening posts or the passive radar system. And unfortunately, she had retired. She sent me back a very short note. I don't know whether it was curt and frosty by intent, but that was my interpretation. She said, I've passed your email along to the director of SETI, and he will be in touch with you. Well, despite 2 or 3 reminder notes to that gentleman, I've not heard back from SETI since. Very unfortunate, and I will share with your audience, Art, and with you, the fact that I'm considering going to Seth Shostak to make this proposal again, because this is an area of ufology where he should agree with us ufologists wholeheartedly, namely getting rid of eyewitness accounts, getting rid of those fuzzy photographs that we always get every day that mean nothing to anyone.
Unless since Photoshop.
Yeah, exactly. And set up a system of passive radar to see what we can detect.
All right. You're really onto it, buddy. Hold on. We're at a break. We'll be back. Think of it, folks. I think I know the answer of how to get this going. This is Midnight in the Desert. We'll be right back.
Coming to you at the speed of light in the darkness. This is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Now, here's Art.
Yeah, speed of light with a glitch. All right, Peter Davenport is my guest from the National UFO Reporting Center, and very interesting stuff. He's talking about passive radar. Really a good idea, actually. We're going to get into cases here in a moment, so everybody hold tight. And I know it's a little bit technical what we're talking about, but it really does bear on what we're talking about. And every time we attack a country, right or wrong, what's the first thing we destroy? Radar. We destroy radar. We send in missiles that look for radar signals, home in on them, and blow the hell out of them. So when we invade a country like Iraq, we went and killed the radar first so they can't kill us. So you know who ought to be interested in passive radar? The military. That's who. What about that idea, Peter?
I agree with you entirely. In fact, it brings to mind a good friend of mine over in Seattle, James Klotz, who runs CUFON.org, CUFON.org, one of the better websites for factual content. And when he saw my article in the MUFON UFO Journal, he sent me some material that he had obtained through Freedom of Information Act, material from the U.S. Navy and U.S. Air Force dating from 1971. And in 1971, the concept of passive radar was stamped top secret. They didn't want people to realize that they were 45 years ago addressing the advantage of passive radar. But it will work. It is powerful, and people are beginning to awaken to what it can do for us.
Okay. Well, I think your idea is really sound. Thank you for presenting it. Let's move on. For example, in 21 years, what would you say is probably the best, most dramatic, well-documented case that you've handled?
Yeah. There's no question in my mind what the answer to that question is, Art, and it is the Phoenix Lights. The Phoenix Lights, people refer to it often, but very few people understand the full dimension of just how dramatic that event was that you and I covered the night of it. We had witnesses on about an hour after the event had ended. It ended at about 10 p.m. Phoenix time on Thursday night, right, the 13th of March, 1997. And it took another 12 weeks for the national press to awaken to that case. It was June 18th, Wednesday, June 18th, 1997, before any national newspaper covered that incident.
And that in itself was interesting. It was like somebody flipped a switch, and we all wondered, where the hell's the press? This is gigantic. And then this time went by, and like somebody threw a switch, they all went berserk at the same time.
Yeah, and they were criticizing the UFO for not having gotten them the information that would allow them to do articles. Yeah. Absolute nonsense.
Yes.
And I know that for a fact because one of the slides I use in my PowerPoint presentation is my telephone bill for that night and the next day. This is now the 14th of March.
Right.
I called the UPI office in Seattle. I didn't realize it at the time, but that was just a telephone front, and it shunted calls down to their Los Angeles office. I talked to a gentleman whose name was Joe Fossbinder, and I knew him. He and I had talked about UFOs a time or two prior to this, and I called him and said, Joe, are you aware of what's happened in Phoenix? There appears to have been a very, very dramatic event occur there, and I had no idea what had really taken place. Even at that time, it took me many weeks to put the pieces together. And he said, no, what's going on, Peter? He said, we have breaking news here, and we are not going to have time to deal with that case. And I said, what's the breaking news, Joe? And he said, well, the most recent polygraph test for Mark Furman has just been released, and that's our leading story today. This is after O.J. Simpson had been acquitted.
Right.
So that was the breaking news on the 14th of March, 1997. But To give our listeners some idea of some of the things they may not be aware of, at about 8:35 p.m., and they can see the slide on your website, I shared it with Heather, and I think she's posted it.
Okay.
It shows an artist's rendition of what that chevron-shaped object looked like that passed over Camelback Mountain at about 8:35 p.m. To give people some idea of how dramatic the Phoenix Lights event was, that object is not less than 7.4 statute miles from tip to tip.
Wow.
And if people who are familiar with trigonometry would like to calculate it, it was not less than 8,000 feet above ground level, and it subtended an arc of 135 degrees estimated.
All right, well, here is what a critic might say, that these were separated objects that were viewed as a single object. I understand a lot of eyewitnesses would go nuts when they hear that, but that would be the criticism they'd level at this.
Oh, I'm sure there are many skeptics that would like to have a lot of Americans believe that. But when that object was being intercepted by two F-15Cs from the north, they'd taken off from Luke Air Force Base. They hooked around to the north, and they came at that object from the north. It suddenly jumped from Camelback Mountain down to a hover state over Sky Harbor Airport,
Right.
And it jumped so fast, Sue Watson, who's been a guest on your programs, said her eyes could not track it as fast as it was moving. It went from a dead stop to a dead stop. I don't know what the distance is between Camelback Mountain and Sky Harbor, but I'm going to guess on the order of 5 to 8 miles. It traveled that distance in the bat of an eye. It was not from this planet, Art, and it was not multiple objects, although if multiple objects can all accelerate in formation and jump 5 to 8 miles in less than a second, I am impressed.
Well, my recollection is the military said something or another about a few flares for some operation they were doing at the time, right? Am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly
Flares.
correct.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
All right, so that brings us to the U.S. military. I mean, obviously what happened in Phoenix, was, as you point out, not of this earth. So is that still the explanation that we would get from any official source, that it was flares?
I don't think any official source, aside from former Governor Fife Symington, has even talked about it. I once actually called the command headquarters for the U.S. Air Force in the Pentagon, and I requested information, and they just laughed at me. I wanted to know whether a Defense Condition 3 had been declared. Normally, we're on DEFCON 5.
Good question.
Lowest level of preparedness that our military is on. And we have credible reports to the effect that U.S. military forces were elevated. They skipped DEFCON 4 altogether. They went from DEFCON 5 to DEFCON 3 in one step. Luke Air Force Base, and I've played...
You've got credible sources on that?
Absolutely. I have played on your program before that audio clip of my conversation with that U.S. Air Force airman who was involved in the intercept. He was involved in the launch of the F-15s out of Luke Air Force Base. And he asserted that the reason that the F-15s were launched, because Luke Air Force Base in 1997 was exclusively an F-16 training base. They didn't even have F-15s. And I debated or was on a radio program based in Phoenix at the time with a public affairs officer, a young woman from the U.S. Air Force, and she made that point. And I said, well, that is true. I accept your point. However, I said, are you familiar with the Air Force One and Air Force Two protection group that had aircraft on your base that night, the night of the Phoenix Lights, at which point she could hear her mother's voice calling her away from the phone. I'm speaking facetiously, of course, but she refused to continue in that conversation on a live radio program because it was an issue that she couldn't talk about. When the president or vice president or any dignitary flies, they are protected as aggressively when they're in the air as they are when they're on the ground. And the way they're protected is with not just one or two aircraft, but with a fleet of aircraft that includes an AWACS to be able to reach out 500 or 1,000 miles to look for any bogeys or bad guys. And in addition, it doesn't do any good to have AWACS if you don't have fighter jets that are heavily armed, prepared to bring something down if it gets anywhere close to the president's aircraft.
That's correct. And we rarely launch F-15s or 16s to go see about flares, right? I mean, it is one military.
Exactly. And I have my read of the events is the reason Luke Air Force Base scrambled the F-15s is because they were on hot pads, fueled, armed, ready to go, because they were part of the president's Air Force One protection group. And they have to be ready 24 hours a day to launch. If the president gets a sudden hankering for a Big Mac, they have to be in the air within minutes, prepared to rendezvous with Air Force One when it takes off.
What about freedom of information requests regarding this event and the response to it, Peter?
Well, I think Leslie Kean has been the leader in that. At least she is the one, almost an act of heroism. She did some excellent investigation. But she is the one who, in the spring of 2007, got former Governor Fife Symington to admit that he had seen some of those objects over Phoenix the night of the event, and he had voluntarily elected not to talk about it for a decade. Now that fact, suspicion is Governor Symington, was prevailed upon that night not to say anything about that event. And indeed, that's what he did. It was he who had one of his staff members march out. This was Friday the 20th of June.
Right.
He had one of his staff members in a rubber ducky alien suit walk out on stage.
That's right.
And the journalists were, I'm told, furious at him.
Well, they weren't the only ones.
Yeah. Boy, I was seeing red for days after that. Here we had the most dramatic case that any one of us knew about. And by June 20th, after the March 13th event, we knew pretty well that something of tremendous consequence
had happened,
occurred.
Yes. I agree with you. And what accounts for the press silence for so long, and then as a switch was thrown, all of them, all of the big networks, all of the magazines suddenly went, oh my God, this was gigantic, and there was such a delay, and then suddenly we had all this coverage.
Yeah.
Any idea what accounts for that?
I have no idea. And I think the American press owes an apology to the American people.
Unlikely.
Because they have dropped the ball on the UFO phenomenon. And if they are listening to you and me talk here tonight, and they disagree with my statement, I invite them to go to my website and start reading cases. And they will quickly see that not all of the people who submit those reports, in fact, relatively few of them are less than serious-minded. Most of the reports are ones that I have filtered personally, and they're from good, solid sources of information. Police officers, state patrol officers, military in general. Doesn't matter what their rank is, they are almost universally reliable, I find.
Mm-hmm.
And pilots, commercial pilots, and the astronaut that I alluded to earlier.
Pilots are a little shy. If the U.S. government knows about all of this, and how can they not, then why are they handling it the way they are? Does this mean to you that not only do they know what it is, but they've had interaction with it, and either they're not concerned or they view this as a national security threat about which they can do nothing? and don't want to look weak in front of the American people with this big, mighty military of ours.
Yeah. It could be any or all of those, Art, but it leads us to what I consider to be the darkest side of ufology. And that is the possibility that there is some kind of collusion between our government or major governments and one or more alien species. Now, before people pick themselves up off the floor, let me explain a little bit. I look at what the U.S. government is doing now, in my opinion, to the American people instead of for the American people in many respects. And I am concerned. They seem to be making no effort, for example, to rein in the debt. $18 trillion in debt. On top of that, they're making serious inroads into civil liberties. On the 31st of December 2011, President Obama signed a bill that had been passed by a Republican majority that suspended the posse comitatus laws that prevent you and me from being arrested by American military. Now, what I'm concerned about, everybody's talking about disclosure and the landing, and they always refer to something in the future. I sit up here not just collecting reports, but spending 2 shifts a day, 7 days a week, trying to figure out what these creatures are doing here. And what worries me is that the landing did take place. It was done very quietly, unbeknownst to most people, and they are now somehow, some way, in a fashion that I cannot see, manipulating events on this planet.
All right, hold it right there. It doesn't get very much more dramatic than that, does it? They have landed. Contact has been made. They are now manipulating events on our planet. My goodness. Peter Davenport and Midnight in the Desert. Don't move.
My head, wrapped up in silence, all stuck as the dead. Cannot be cold. My whole life spins into a breath.
Want to take a ride? From the high desert and the great American Southwest, this is Midnight in the Desert, exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, dial 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Consider. Peter said they've already landed, and they're manipulating events on our planet. Well, if they're doing that, they're damn disorganized, is what I would say. Our planet is a mess right now. And certainly our American political system is a mess. I don't want to get into all of that, but maybe they are. Maybe they're manipulating the mess toward an end. Who knows? But you really think that could be the case, Peter?
I don't know, Art. And in closing on this point, I would like to emphasize, lest I be mistaken for some kind of madman, I emphasize that I have no proof of what I just said. I don't even have evidence.
Right.
What I'm basing that statement on is instinct. I spend every day of the week trying to figure out what these aliens are doing here, and I'm convinced they're here on a regular basis, as I've already revealed in this program. But I look at, for example, some of these ghastly acts of violence.
Yes.
They've increased frequently. What better way could there be of influencing public attitude towards these events than by doing just a few of them and getting people scared? People know megalomaniacs like Stalin realized what you can do to people if you can scare them.
Oh, sure.
You can do anything with them. I think our government and the disinformation units that no doubt exist there realize the same thing. I'm talking about a very small influence which could magnify its effect on the American public or the entire world's population, for that matter, just by manipulating a few events here and there.
Mm-hmm.
In theory, it is possible.
In theory, Peter, we already know that the American people, for the most part, are more than willing to trade their privacy for perceived safety.
Yeah.
I mean, that's already a done deal.
Yeah, I'm afraid it is. And I've written my member of Congress on this point, a long epistle on urging her to initiate an effort to stop funding of the NSA facility in Utah that's sweeping up every electronic emission in the country.
Mm-hmm.
The government, if you read the 10th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, you quickly realize that the U.S. government does not have the authority to do that.
No, of course not. It's mind control, Peter.
Absolutely.
And it's been applied very carefully over a very long period of time, because when you and I were young, Peter, we people would have taken up arms based on what's going on right now. Today, we accept it. We look at pictures of guys dressed in black cutting off heads, and we go, oh, yeah, okay. I mean, that's kind of what it comes down to.
And some of them actually are apologetic for those bad guys.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand it. The American people, in my opinion, are going to have to wake up. They're going to have to get smart. They're going to have to read the Constitution and discuss it so they understand what it says, what it does, what our government is supposed to do. There are only 14 things our constitutional specialists argue, only 14 things that the federal government is permitted to do. The rest of it is left up to the states or the people. That's what the Constitution says.
Mm-hmm.
But it appears to me that our government has completely ignored those strictures on what the U.S. government is allowed to do.
And we've allowed them to do it.
Yeah, we have.
Well, now, there is one little, you might consider it a ray of hope. God forbid I mention politics, but if you look at this amazing thing going on with Trump, I think that what it says, and I really thought hard about this before I said it, is that the American people are so angry, they're so fed up, that they're ready to virtually burn it all down politically.
Yep.
And that's what I think accounts for even if it doesn't last, you never know, it may or may not, but the interest in Trump, who is so plain-spoken, so non-political in a sense, that people are just grasping it, Peter, and I think that's what we're looking at. I could be wrong.
Yeah. They're desperate the way the German people were desperate for a leader in the early 1930s.
Hell of a
Just
comparison,
anybody
boy, I'll tell you.
to put things back on track.
Yeah.
And I know you probably try to avoid politics, but the way we got into this is because ufology is cheek by jowl with politics.
Sure.
These people in Washington are lying to the American people. Here's an example, Art. President Bill Clinton. Were you aware, I think I probably revealed this on one of your earlier programs a decade or more than that ago. Bill Clinton, on the night of the Phoenix Lights event, was staying at the home of Greg Norman, the Australian professional golfer. He has a home down in Florida. I think it's in, I think it might be in Miami, but I'm not sure. That night of the Phoenix Lights event, and within seconds or minutes of the U.S. Air Force intercepting that object over Camelback Mountain, over the home of Sue Watson.
We're short on time.
The president injured his knee, allegedly, and was spirited back to Washington, D.C. very quickly to undergo surgery. I suspect he was injured as a direct or indirect result of the Phoenix Lights.
Wow. All right, hold tight, Peter. Peter Davenport is my guest, and we are rocking tonight.
Don't ride by the wind.
down in a sky.
Take a walk on the wild side of midnight. From the kingdom of Nye, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Please call the show at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
Well, Peter has made some incredible statements on the show this night. Some really, really incredible statements. Not the least of which is that they may have already landed and may be controlling events on the planet now. I mean, that's a pretty wild statement. Peter, I know we've got some recordings to get through, and so why don't we turn to that? Why don't we turn to some of the recent things that you've caught?
Yeah. Boy, I scroll through all of the interesting cases that have come into the National UFO Reporting Center since you and I last did a program, and I think it numbers in the hundreds, the really good cases from seemingly reliable sources of information. But I sent you a few audio clips that I understand we have available. I'd like to set it up. I thought towards the end of this program, people might get a little tired of listening to me just blather on endlessly.
No, this is not blathering, but not even close. I mean, what we're talking about, our what we've traded for our perceived safety, and I use that word very heavily, perceived. We're not any safer because everything's being listened to. Anyway, it'll just get me angry if I get into it. I know it is so unconstitutional it reeks. Anyway, let's move on to some of what you did capture.
Yeah, this is an interesting case, and when I make a public presentation, this case I invariably include because it was so dramatic, and not just dramatic, but multiple seemingly credible witnesses and first-class video taken by a television news team up near Hamilton, Canada. It's the most dramatic UFO video I've ever seen. I play it, I think, every time I make a public presentation, but this is what happened. At 40 minutes past midnight on a Friday morning, this is the 25th of August, 1995, so just over 20 years ago, but really doesn't matter. It's as dramatic today as it was 20 years ago when it occurred. An object slashed down across Ontario, Canada. Apparently it crossed Lake Erie. It passed into northwestern Pennsylvania near the city of Erie. And within 5 minutes of that event, people were calling the National UFO Reporting Center. The first audio clip I would like to play is from a young woman in Adamsville, Pennsylvania. She called about 5 minutes after this object had passed her head, or over her mother's head. She had just pulled in her mother's driveway to drop her off. Again, 40 minutes past midnight on a Friday. Let's just play that audio clip, and then I'll set up the second one, Art.
All right, here we go. This is entitled Adamsville.
And the entire sky turned really light-colored blue, and all of a sudden this big white, a big ball of white light, and behind it was like this orange flame stuff. And it just shot across the sky like really fast, and then all of a sudden it disappeared.
Okay.
Like it kind of like bing, like that, up the entire sky. What just happened like 5 minutes ago?
Oh.
So it was like 12:40 our time. About mom says about 10 seconds. It seemed to go really fast, but yet it was going from north to south.
All right, there you go. Wow.
North to south. That was the first call I received. While I was talking to this young woman in Adamsville, a second call came in. And I asked the gentleman if he would hold for a moment, and he said he would, but he'd just seen something very dramatic. He's about, I estimate, approximately, Art, 100 miles to the west of the ground track of that object that this young woman just described to us. He was looking to the east across Cleveland, Ohio, and what he saw streak from his left to right, north to south, was so bright, and it was flickering so brightly that he thought the nuclear power plant on the east side of Cleveland had gone critical and blown up. And I invite our audience to listen to the tremulo in his voice. He was emotionally upset by what he had just seen about 7 minutes earlier. Let's go to the second clip from Cleveland, Ohio.
All right, so we're clear. The first clip described is now seen by the second witness in Cleveland. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right,
he was watching it while this the first reporter...
5 minutes ago, I saw what looked like a nuclear explosion in the sky.
Oh, rip.
I mean, it lit up the whole neighborhood. More than one flash.
Okay.
Like 3, maybe 4. But the size of it, the mass of it was so great that it was, you know, it was blinding, and it was, I thought for sure that it was a nuclear bomb explosion.
Yes.
Wow. So, sorry, I cut you off at the beginning there by starting that,
That's
but
right.
there it was. So that quick, a second call from Cleveland, and there you go.
Yeah. So he was looking at it in the eastern sky from his vantage point. It was 100 miles away from him, Art, and he still thought it was so bright that he thought it was a nuclear explosion had just gone off. At the same time, and this is just an aside, this doesn't involve our next audio clip, but there were two couples returning from dinner very near the so-called tri-states area, Connecticut, New York, and New Jersey. They were driving home. They were driving to the west. The man who was driving was a PhD in physics, majoring in astronomy. So he's a pretty good observer of the night sky, and they all saw that object going from their right to left, descending at about a 10-degree angle, he estimated. I include his report in my slide presentation on this case. But the next audio clip I would like to have played is from Niles, Ohio. That's up near Cleveland. Mm-hmm. And this recording was made about 3 years after the event. A woman called me, and she said, have you had any dramatic reports from the northwestern Pennsylvania area? I knew immediately, I thought, what she was talking about. I asked her for the exact date, and she came very close to August 25th, 1995. Let's go and listen to what she has to say about what she and her husband saw that very night and at the same time of the other events.
Okay. All right. Here we go. Listen carefully, everybody. It's coming.
Okay, I saw this bright lights coming towards our home, and everything started to turn blue in our bedroom, and all the area, all our backyard, and all the neighborhood was all blue. And I jumped up and I thought, oh, I don't know what to do. I was afraid that it was going to crash into us, but it had a cabin. Like in the front, it was 4 or 5 windows and very bright lights, and I thought probably someone was looking out the windows, and it was a blue, green, and like a great big round spaceship. Great big, just shaped like a hamburger, you know, but it was blue and green, and I think there was some orange on the back of it.
Uh-huh. And how long did you watch it, do you estimate?
I probably watched that for about maybe 5 minutes. Then I jumped up and I went to the window and I said to my husband, oh, something's happened. All the backyard is blue. The treetops are blue. The drapes are blue. He was blue. Everything was blue. A beautiful blue-green. You know, they were talking about a meteorite, but it definitely was not a meteorite. Because I moved away because I was kind of frightened.
There you go, Peter. Wow.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of a meteor that hovered over your backyard for 5 minutes?
No. Never.
And the reason I'm inclined to believe this woman's report is that object continued down south. It stopped, allegedly, reportedly, near a town called Breezewood, Pennsylvania. It's right on the Pennsylvania Turnpike that runs east and west across the southern tier of Pennsylvania. And something very similar to what this woman just described was seen and reported by a professional race car driver. He was on his way from the Washington, D.C. area out to Ohio for a weekend auto rally. And as he was driving to the west on the Pennsylvania Turnpike, suddenly the valley he was in lit up like it was high noon in Needles, California on the 4th of July. He could see 10 or 20 miles, and it was a blue, pulsing, flickering light. It pulsed, he believed, 6 times, and then it changed to a green color and pulsed twice, and then it simply disappeared. So he, in my opinion, he tended to corroborate the third of the 3 audio clips we just said, because he reported something distinctly similar to what that woman reported, and the object was hovering off to his left to the south side of the Pennsylvania Turnpike. It was hovering. It was like a blue ball of light, and it had a black band around its equator, and it had a black circle at what we would call the south end or the bottom of that blue craft. It was a tremendously dramatic event, seen by many. Here's where it gets very interesting, Art. That race car driver called me. This is on Monday or Tuesday after the Friday event. And he told me what he had experienced. I tape recorded the whole conversation, so I am in a position to be able to support my claims here.
Okay.
After that first conversation that lasted maybe 10 or 15 minutes, he called me back a few minutes later, and he said, "By the way, Peter, there's something very strange about this event." He said, "For the last several days, I have been having flashes in my mind of alien heads with almond-shaped eyes."
Wow.
Now, let me explain the significance of that, if I may. I asked this gentleman, his name was Monty, I asked this gentleman how fast he was going on the interstate, and he said 87 miles an hour. And I said, "How in heaven's name did you go that fast with your race car in a trailer behind your vehicle and not get a ticket?" And he said, "Well, that's interesting, Peter, because just down the highway from where I saw this object, there was a major barn fire in progress." And he said all of the emergency vehicles were responding to that fire, so they were off the turnpike.
Right.
And we have other reports that as that object streaked over Ontario, fires just broke out spontaneously in the wheat fields beneath it. I cannot confirm that fact. Unfortunately, I was not able to investigate this to the degree that I would like to investigate a dramatic event like this, but it was profoundly interesting and profoundly dramatic. And again, this object was captured by a Canadian television news team, and I got, thanks to Amy Hebert, who's a UFO investigator down in Texas, I will remain indebted to this young woman for the remainder of my life. She called me in 1998, and she asked me the same question that this woman in the third audio clip asked me. Have you ever had a report from northeastern Pennsylvania? And I said, well, yeah, Amy, I think I know exactly the one you're talking about. And she said, what do you think of the video? Now, again, this is October of 98. I almost jumped out of my seat.
Sure.
And I said, what video? And she said it was played on Texas television at about 2 o'clock in the morning. They built it up big. And I managed to get a copy of it off the television broadcast. And I said, Amy, what do I have to do to get a copy of that video? She said, Peter, I'll send it to you. She express mailed it to me, and I played it at the 1999 UFO Symposium in Laughlin, Nevada.
Peter, what do we need to do to see the video?
To do what again?
What do we need to do to see that video?
Oh, just come to any of my presentations. I've played it, I'm sure, dozens and dozens of times.
Okay, but you don't have it on a website.
I don't have it on a website. At one time I did, but the problem is that I do not have the copyright to this video.
Ah.
That is a problem.
Oh, that's right.
It was Channel 4 in Windsor, Ontario, And here's an interesting codicil to what I've just described about this incident, Art. Peter Jennings from ABC News did a special. They started it in May of 2004. I met with them that month out here in Seattle. And
I was in that special.
Yeah, I remember. And I worked with them from May of 2004 to February of 2005, just before it was aired. I think it was aired on February 25th, 2005. And I showed them that video, and I said, here is the best video I can offer you.
Right.
It's the best I believe I've ever seen. I recommend you incorporate it in your broadcast, in your 2-hour special. And for some reason, they did not. I don't know exactly why not. My impression is that they said they had tried to get a copy of it, and it was impossible to do because the television station whose news team had captured it had been taken over, had been purchased by another news station. And they were not going to allow that video to be released. That is very odd.
It is odd.
I've played that video as recently as May of this year down at the McMinnville, Oregon UFO Festival.
That was the last special that Peter Jennings did before he passed.
That's right. Contracted lung cancer and was gone within months.
Quite quickly, yes, indeed.
Yep.
Yes, I was certainly in that. They're fairly, in fact, at the beginning, I think, if I recall correctly. So that's really something to see. I guess if you get to go to a conference and Peter is there, you've got a chance of seeing it. I'm sorry we can't see it on the web. And I wish that those people at that TV station could be talked into releasing it. Eventually, I suppose it'll become public domain someday.
I presume. I don't know what the laws dictate on that, but it is really dramatic, exciting material. And the interesting thing about the video is that as that object passes over Ontario, Canada, you can see a very subtle object that streaks from ground level up and appears to merge with the object.
Merge.
This is in the video.
Merge. All right. In these 21 years that you've been doing all this, have you ever been contacted by the U.S. government in any form? And if so, what did they say?
Yeah. An emphatic yes to your question.
Really?
A good question.
Really?
We are contacted most frequently by the Federal Aviation Administration, and they direct citizens and direct pilots to our center who believe that they've seen something or encountered something very unusual. And I am deeply, deeply indebted to the Federal Aviation Administration for their doing this, because some of the best reports we can get, in theory, are from commercial pilots who see these things. And a commercial pilot who sees one of these objects and is willing to report it, as you suggested earlier in the program, is a rare pilot indeed,
yes,
but they're becoming much more frequent. So we are contacted by them. We're contacted by the National Weather Service. We're contacted by military facilities. And I've been contacted by both the FBI and the CIA, who had interest in some of my work. And in fact, just about 3 years ago, there was a newspaper article published in Seattle, the Seattle Weekly.
Yes.
And for that article, I contacted the special agents with whom I had met on the East Coast, who had contacted me on April 22nd, 1997.
All right, I'm sorry to break you off, but I'm going to have to do it. We'll come back and we'll talk about contacts from the FBI and the CIA. Really? The CIA contacted Peter Davenport. Rocking through the night. This is Midnight in the Desert.
It's a second more my work gets done. 'Cause I live and breathe Philadelphia freedom.
It's not radio, but it is what's next, exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network, Midnight in the Desert, with Art Bell. Now, here's Art.
Here I am. Peter Davenport is here. He was saying he's been visited by both the FBI and CIA. And I'm really curious about CIA. Why would they come to the National UFO Reporting Center? Peter?
Yeah, that's an interesting story, and the direct answer is because I had been invited to speak for the first time, to speak at the MUFON Symposium, the annual MUFON Symposium in July of 2004, held in Denver that year. John Schuessler was the international director of MUFON at the time. In December of 2003, John had called me up. He said, Peter, we've never had you at a MUFON Symposium. I'd like to extend an invitation. I was thrilled. So I ruminated on this for a bit and considered what I wanted to talk about, whether I just wanted to talk about cases or if I wanted to talk about something of greater consequence than that. Mm-hmm. And I settled on passive radar. I said, I'm going to break ufology wide open with my proposal to build a system that would allow us to detect UFOs directly without intervening eyewitnesses. Well, I wrote that paper, a 16-page paper. It's available on the homepage of our website, ufocenter.com. It's been there since July of 2004, so what's that make it, 11 years? Mm-hmm. And I hardly ever get a comment about it, but I sent my paper to John Schuessler, and MUFON posted that paper on their website on the 6th of July, 2004.
Good for them.
Yep. They do some very, very good work, in my opinion. Before that day was over, Art, I had received a call from a senior officer at the CIA. He said, Peter, my name is such and such. He said, I'm a PhD in physics. He said, a retired colleague of mine from the CIA just sent me a synopsis, the abstract of your paper, a one-paragraph summary of my proposal for building a passive radar system. He said, I am calling you for two reasons. Number one, to congratulate you on your proposal. He said, number two, to tell you that if you build the system that you describe in your paper, you will be successful in answering the question of whether UFOs are real or not.
Holy mackerel.
And he did not say, and this is a fine point, this guy is a very, very capable guy. He's very well known to the UFO community. He's now retired from the CIA. Early on, when he was introducing himself, he said, to give you some idea of how senior I am, Peter, he said, I am the person who gives President, at that time, in 2004, President Bush, his 6:30 morning summary report every morning.
Ooh.
So he's a pretty trusted official in the CIA, again, PhD in physics and astronomy. And he said, your system will work. He did not say that you will detect UFOs, because I suspect that would have had him violating a secrecy agreement.
No doubt.
He said, you will answer the question of whether UFOs are real or not. He didn't say they exist. He said the system would do the job for me. So that was my experience with the CIA. My meeting with the FBI took place on, I think it was May 9th, 1997. They were very interested in the Phoenix Lights event. And you may remember, about a week after the Phoenix Lights event, a U.S. Air Force pilot went missing. His name was Captain Craig Button. He flew A-10s out of Davis-Monthan Air Force Base near Tucson. And about the 3rd or 4th of April, I've forgotten the exact date, he took off. He was an instructor pilot. He had two students flying with him in a formation of 3, I believe it was, 3 A-10 Warthogs. They took off, and allegedly, Captain Button's airplane, as they were flying to the west, to a bombing run at the Gila Bend firing range, the Berrien Goldwater Gila Bend firing range. Captain Button's plane peeled off and disappeared, flying to the north, they believe. But I'm not sure we have any idea for sure what direction that plane was going. Did you realize, Art, that they have never found that plane? They've never found the bombs, full bomb load, live bombs on that plane, and they've never found the pilot. Just disappeared. This is about, sounds like it's about 2 to 3 weeks after the Phoenix Lights event. Very close. In fact, in about the same airspace where those objects during the Phoenix Lights event were seen to fly.
I recall the incident. I recall the time. I recall everything about it, including the search that brought up nothing. And I think there was some loose talk about suicide, right?
Yeah, there were a lot of rumors, a lot of partial information circulating. Right. I frankly have no idea what happened there.
All right. I'm going to jump subjects. Joy in Santa Cruz is right. She, I get these computer messages through the wormhole. She says, wait, what? Clinton's injured knee was caused by the Phoenix Lights while he was in Florida? Please ask Peter to explain this. I'm totally confused. No. I remember we broke off at that point, never explained it. Yes.
I left our audience hanging at the break, and I apologize for that, but let me put the pieces together in the order in which I see them.
Sure.
The Phoenix Lights event occurred. It was an immense event. At about 8:20 p.m., just about 20 minutes after the event had begun, Luke Air Force Base allegedly launched 2 F-15s. They circled around to the west and to the north. They intercepted that object hovering over Camelback Mountain. The object suddenly streaked away from them. The F-15s returned to Luke Air Force Base. The lead pilot, he's a lieutenant colonel in the Maryland Air National Guard, now retired. When he returned to Luke Air Force Base, he was physically unable to get out of his aircraft. He could not get out of his cockpit, possibly unable to even raise the canopy. His ground crew had to do that for him. How that man managed to get that aircraft back on the ground safely, I don't know. But at about that time, during the intercept, at 8:35 p.m. was the approximate time, is almost exactly the same time that allegedly U.S. military forces were raised to DEFCON 3 from DEFCON 5. Right. That's one step short of global warfare.
Right.
And it was almost exactly to the minute, if not the second, that President Clinton allegedly injured his knee while he was overnighting at the home of Greg Norman. The question, that's a lot of coincidence for me to accept, all occurring within seconds or minutes. My suspicion is that a DEFCON 3 was declared, and I have that, in my opinion, confirmed from a general officer who contacted me through an attorney as a cutout for him to protect his career. A general officer confirmed that a DEFCON 3 had been declared during the Phoenix Lights, and he knew fully well the dramatic nature of the Phoenix Lights. I presume when a DEFCON 3 is declared that somebody has the presence of mind to pick up a telephone and let the commander-in-chief know about it.
But of course, yes.
And my suspicion is either President Clinton was injured, and it was because he was being raced through a darkened house where he'd never been before, and he tripped on a stair, or he caught his knee on a newel post, or something like that, if in fact he was injured. Alternatively, he may not have been injured at all. This was all a ruse created by the White House in order to keep the journalists off putting 2 and 2 together, trying to link the sudden movement of the President of the United States at exactly the same time that the U.S. Air Force had declared a DEFCON 3 in response to the Phoenix Lights event. And if anybody would like to see evidence, I was born in Missouri, Art, 67 years ago, the show me state. I like evidence as a result of my birthright.
Sure.
If people would like evidence as to what I've just said, I direct them to the Saturday, March 15th, 1997 issue of the New York Times. There's a nice big photograph of President Clinton lying in a hospital bed with his wife sitting next to his bed, and he was hospitalized, allegedly, unless that, too, is part of the ruse, part of the deception. But I don't think the government wants us to even be thinking about the fact that President Clinton clearly, unambiguously, I would argue, knew about that intercept that had occurred just minutes before he was moved from Greg Norman's house.
Well, as you know, President Clinton has been diagnosed now with cancer of the brain. It's moved to his brain, and Carter, I'm sorry. Yeah. Carter, of course. Yeah. Clinton. So you think that he stumbled over something or was dragged somewhere and injured himself that way at the notification point or so of that incident?
Yeah. Let me give our audience a little tidbit that they can do on their own to try to confirm or repudiate what I've just said. The issue of Newsweek that was published after Vice President Cheney injured his hunting partner, I think down in Texas.
Oh, yes, I remember that.
Injured him with a 28 gauge, shot him in the face. Well, in the article in Newsweek that addresses that, they talk about how President Bush and Vice President Cheney were moved by the Secret Service on the day of the 9/11 attacks. And both of them protested, according to that article, how they had been handled on the day of those attacks. Apparently, Vice President Cheney had been picked up like a telephone pole by 2 or more Secret Service agents and had been raced to a waiting vehicle. And he didn't like being handled that way. And I presume they did something similar to President Bush. And that tells us that in times of crisis, the Secret Service goes to extreme measures to race a commander-in-chief to a waiting vehicle to get him moved to a military safe area. So I think we have some evidence, maybe not proof, but some evidence as to how President Clinton might have been handled and why he might have been injured as a result of his evacuation to a military safe area.
Yeah, I've got President Carter on the mind because of that. Anyway, Clinton. Well, I remember the report of that injury, and it was odd at the time. Everybody thought it was odd at the time. And now the next question I'm going to ask you, a lot of younger listeners don't know about this, but there is no way, in my mind, that the United States government cannot be more than fully aware of the threat or potential threat to national security by these objects. And there was a time, and this is a true story, you're about to hear Peter tell it, of objects hovering over missile silos here in the West, and then those missile silos beginning to shut down. Now that really happened, right, Peter?
Yeah, the evidence is very good. It's been thoroughly and carefully investigated by Robert Salas. I commend him for excellent work, by Jim Klotz and by others. Robert Hastings has investigated this and written about it in his book, UFOs and Nukes. There's no doubt in my mind, but I think it was the spring of 1967, a whole wing of aircraft was incapacitated in a fashion that to this day nobody understands. And Boeing investigated it. I'm sure they sent a high-level team of investigators to figure out why some of their missiles or the missile launching facilities that they had had a hand in designing and building had just gone dark. All of them, all at once.
That's right.
In an instant.
Right.
It would be very, very unsettling. And so I'm satisfied that that was a real event, and it's been investigated quite capably by the people who've looked into it. I have not. I only know of it, and I've attended lectures where they presented their material, but in my opinion, the material looks very good. I
have never seen a resolution. I believe that all I ever heard, Peter, was that they tore everything apart. They never found a thing wrong. Now, maybe that's wrong, but that's what I heard.
They left everything in place, is my understanding, too, Art. You're exactly correct, based on the information available to me. I've talked to Jim Klotz in Seattle about this often. Very, very capable UFO researcher. And he is satisfied that their investigation of it, their collection of documents through Freedom of Information Act is solid, and I tend to agree with him. If Jim Klotz says it, and Robert Salas says it, and Robert Hastings says it, I'm satisfied that it's true.
So, at that point, it seems to me, Peter, there is no way, unless, as you have pointed out earlier, they have made a landing, there is some sort of understanding or agreement going on, or they're manipulating things as they go, that could not be regarded as a severe threat to national security. I mean, really severe. And the fact that they haven't, or that we don't know about it, I guess that could be it. They have, and we don't know about it. Or you're right. I
have at least tacitly accused or suggested that our government could be complicit in all of this, but there's an alternative that I recognize, Art, that somewhat takes them off the hook, and that is the possibility that they could be being blackmailed by one or more species of aliens. Now, what I'm talking about is they would like things done on this planet the way they want them done. Excuse me.
All right.
And they would go to a government and say, we would like such and such done, and if it isn't done, let us show you what we're prepared to do, essentially blackmailing the government. We could, for example, make an airplane disappear mysteriously, or cause an earthquake at a pre-selected time, or something along those lines. My imagination is running wild here, but when I look at, for example, MH370 and its disappearance a year and a half ago, March of 2014, this has appeared on my radar. That plane simply disappeared, and this recent flaperon that they found in the Indian Ocean.
Can I just stop you right there? I mean, they found the flaperon, right? It went to, I believe, France. Now, it was not reported by CNN directly, but if you're one of those people who watch the crawl down below where some of the real news is reported while they talk about other stuff, it was reported, Peter, that they are unable to identify that flaperon as coming from MH370. Had you heard that?
Yeah, I have, and I don't know what the correct answer to that is, Art. I just don't know. I don't have the information available to me.
It just can't be, Peter. How could they not identify it? For one thing, a 777 has never crashed into the ocean before, so it almost has to be that. Have they not opened it and looked at the numbers? I mean, even when it was still on land, they were looking at, there were cameras zooming in on the numbers.
Yeah. And then there's an alternative explanation, Art, and that is the possibility that flaperon was planted by disinformation agents. And I have no evidence. It's just something I allow for. I think our governments are lying to us, lying through their teeth to us in many respects. With respect to the economy, with respect to the Federal Reserve, with respect to the financial markets, they're just lying to us. They're trying to keep a very bad situation from worsening dramatically. And when it comes apart, it's going to be like it's spring-loaded, I suspect. This is my bias. This is my interpretation of future events as they could happen. So they probably are willing to go to that extent to build or obtain a flaperon, even go so far as to put the proper numbers on it, so people will say, well, yes, it crashed in the ocean, and that's that, and have people forget about it.
Well, of course, Malaysia has, I don't know how many times now, come out at the first sign of, well, it went into the ocean, and they announced that's the official end of it. And every time there's an opportunity, they announce the official end of it, and it's never the official end of it, of course. You would think they'd be tired of being embarrassed by now.
One would think. But if you no longer trust government, and I don't anymore.
I can clearly tell that.
Then you look at things a little bit differently, and you start asking yourself, what could an alternative explanation for this be? And this habit of mine may be the result of having worked with the Soviets for so many years. I've been a Russian translator for the last 45 years or so. Spent a lot of time in the Soviet Union on Soviet ships and so on. And what is happening in our government, I'm horrified to see, is very, very similar to what we used to ridicule the Soviet government for doing 3 and 4 decades ago.
How the worm turns. Since you are so familiar with the Russians, I guess I would like to ask you, we had the Great Cold War, lived through that one. We had the ending of the Cold War. We had Russia go into financial ruin. We had the USSR virtually disassembled. And so I would like to get your view on present-day leadership and Russia. What do you see happening?
Yeah. Well, the one thing I see immediately is the leader in the Soviet Union, the de facto leader, Putin, is a former KGB agent. And those people were selected because they were smart. They were capable of being very crafty. They're highly, highly trained. I would like to know the true story behind what Putin did in the KGB. And I think he's considerably younger than I am. I'd like to know whether he was in East Germany or even West Germany while I was there working with the Army Security Agency. I used to be a Russian translator on the border of East Germany. But there are books written about KGB training and what those people go through. And I see this man, he's a very capable guy, very smart, very calculating. I mean, one doesn't become the head of Russia by accident. You have to step on people and to get where you're going. That may be the case everywhere, but most of all in Russia. And I'm concerned about Russia. They're sending their bombers very close to our coastlines now, our borders, and they're clearly acting so as to flex their muscles. And it's times like that that I worry about, when people can easily panic. Even an F-15 pilot with his finger on the button can cause a major incident that can lead to war. And you combine that with the financial difficulties that all countries are now experiencing, you can't help but be alarmed.
So, is it your view that we're headed right back into a Cold War?
I don't know. Unlike so many UFO investigators, I'm unable to read future events clearly. I can't see, I don't know. But when I look at the economic situation that the world finds itself in and the markets find themselves in, and you stop to consider history, I'm not a serious student of history, but know enough to know that oftentimes military wars are preceded by economic wars or conflicts, and God only knows we have enough of those economic conflicts now You look at Greece.
Oh, yes.
Almost anywhere you look in the world, there are economic strains, to use a more neutral tone. And I look at what the Federal Reserve must be doing behind the scenes, unbeknownst to the American people, and I do get very alarmed.
Well, they're busy printing money.
Exactly. And I argue that it's an illegal, almost criminal enterprise, and Dr. Ron Paul made a point of this in 2008, again in 2012. I will share with you, I was a delegate for Dr. Paul. I liked what he was saying about, civil liberties and what we have to do with the Fed. Even just audit them would be a good first step.
I believe he's called for auditing the Fed, right?
He has indeed, and it hasn't been done yet. And his son, Senator Rand Paul, has called for the same.
Okay. Listen, I know that you don't often take calls, but I would like to take a couple. And I want to avoid UFO sightings, if I can do it, because, people, of course, want to tell you about UFO sightings, Peter.
Yeah.
It's better reported to the UFO Center as it should be normally. But if they have questions that concern the bigger picture, some of the incredible stuff, I've heard you over the years, as you mentioned, we probably did 100 interviews, 200 interviews, lots of interviews. And
yeah.
I have never, ever heard you make the kind of profound statements, and you've made some big, profound statements tonight. What's up?
Yeah. Well, I'm feeling desperation. I've been doing this job, and probably 15 years ago you made the observation, and I've heard you do it several times, that how many of these cases, these eyewitness sighting reports, do we have to collect? It's becoming monotonous. We've got to break out of that mold. It's part of the reason I proposed using passive radar. That passive radar, in my opinion, ends the subject of ufology. They either are there or are not, and passive radar will detect them if they are. That's the end of it. But what worries me more than the UFOs is the response of the U.S. government to them, to the phenomenon.
And that's led you to the conclusion that they know, or the deal's been made, or the landing has been made. That's what led you to that sort of...
Well, it could have. What bothers me is a U.S. government that is lying to its people. Now, if our U.S. government were a totalitarian, dictatorial state, we would expect that kind of behavior. But at least in principle, the U.S. government is supposed to be still representative of the interests of its citizens. They work for us. The instant we lose that relationship, recognition, we're in deep, deep trouble.
I'm not sure that it's not already lost.
I share your concern, Art.
And today's politics reflects exactly that. All right, well, hold tight. When we come back, we will do that. We'll take a few calls. Please, generally, on some of the amazing things that Peter's had to say tonight, keep your questions there as opposed to individual UFO sightings. This is Midnight in the Desert.
Did you see the light as they fell all around you? Did you hear the music
into mine? I'm tired of fast moves, I'm tired of slow grooves on my mind.
Midnight in the Desert spans the world. To call us from outside the U.S. and Canada only, use Skype with a headset mic if on a computer, and call MITD 55. That's MITD 55.
By the way, for the person on the wormhole, yes, Hawaii and Alaska can call MITD 51. We lump them in with North America, so no problem. MITD 51. In fact, let me give out the numbers generally. We are going to, it's very unusual for Peter to take questions or comments. So if you would like to say something, it's area code 952-225-5278. We're not taking sighting reports tonight. Once again, unless there's something obviously really going nuts out there. This is more of a... Peter said some amazingly profound things tonight. In fact, probably the most profound, in my opinion, of his career. So again, the public number, 952-225-5278. Here is Peter. It's been an amazing night, Peter, with you. It really has. Here comes a caller from, I think, Atlanta. Atlanta, hello.
Yes. Good evening, Art. Good evening, Peter.
Hi.
Good evening.
I have 30 years of radar system design. I've read your paper. I think that there are several ways that you could approach your passive radar system. And in fact, the paper that you cite out in Washington State was actually delivered at an IEEE conference on passive radar in Boston that I attended, so I am familiar with that particular system.
Oh, yes.
And I was wondering, how does one get in touch with you? I don't want to bore Art's listeners with all the details, but...
it's not boring.
I could give you a call tomorrow or whatever.
You can call me on the hotline. We've had the same hotline number for 41 years almost, 41 years next month. It's 206-722-3000. That number again is 206-722-3000. And you can always reach me by email. Email is sometimes more convenient for me, which is just director@ufocenter.com. Director@ufocenter.com.
Okay, I've got it.
Before you go, caller, you know something about passive radar, eh?
Yes. Quite a few emitter sources have been used, FM radio stations.
He pointed that out, yes.
The pilot carrier for DTV broadcast. The actual waveform of the DTV broadcast. And basically, what's done is you have one antenna pointing at the source, which gives you the reference signal.
Yep.
And then you have another antenna pointing in the direction that you would like to observe. And then you digitize both of those waveforms. You eliminate you cancel the waveform on the observing antenna, the very strong local signal. And then that leaves the targets that you're interested in.
That's right.
You do the mathematical process of cross-correlation, and it gives you a lag, that is how much time occurs between the reference signal and the signal that you've just picked up, and then, of course, that corresponds to range. That's how your passive radar normally operates. And what I was going to propose to Peter was, I think there are several ways. I believe in your paper you estimated it would take $8 million to get a system going. Wasn't that right, Peter?
No. The outside expense of the prototype would be $750,000, and it could be as little as a third of that, $250,000, to build a prototype if we could partner with somebody who has access to good programmers.
Yeah, well, programming with passive radar is extremely important. No two ways about it.
Yep.
One of the problems you're going to have, and I have a very simple system operating on for $1,000.
Oh, you're actually doing it?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Listen, I'm totally buying into what you say, caller. Thank you very, very much for the call. Get a hold of Peter. Proceed. Peter, obviously, this man knew what he was talking about.
Yeah, he sure does. I'll talk to him tomorrow. I'll share with you, Art, what I learned from him. But what I've proposed vis-a-vis passive radar is now understood around the world. I proposed it 20 years ago when it was a bit of a novelty and people didn't understand what passive radar is. All I'm doing is thinking clearly, Art, and proposing that we could use an existing technology to solve the UFO phenomenon. And in fact, part of the reason I think the government is lying to the American people is because what is known as the U.S. Naval Space Surveillance System, otherwise known as the fence. We've all heard about what we used to call the DEW line, or now the BMUS line,
right,
which protects our northern border, but few people have asked what protects our southern border, and that was the U.S. Navy Space Surveillance System. They were assigned that duty, and they had a passive radar system that stretched from San Diego to Fort Stewart, Georgia, and every time a satellite passed over United States territory, that system would detect it, or a bolt, or an astronaut's glove, or a helmet, or anything. And if they were detecting all of that, I ask rhetorically, is there any reason that they would not be detecting other anomalous targets?
That's right.
Call them UFOs. And I argue that the U.S. government, that space surveillance system was started in the late 50s after Sputnik went up in, what was it, October 57, I believe, October 4th, and we realized that we're going to have to protect our airspace. So they built the U.S. Navy Space Surveillance System, and they operated it until October of 2013. They're now building a much more sophisticated replacement out in the Pacific. And why there, I don't know. Why they didn't just upgrade the system here in the United States is a mystery to me.
Well, it's heartening to me that callers can follow what you're saying. Winter Haven, Florida. Hi, Peter Davenport.
Hey, Art, this is Tom from Florida.
Yes.
Mr. Davenport, first I want to applaud you in all the work you've done in this important subject. You've been a great representative of mankind.
Well, thank you very much.
And I wanted to ask you what your opinion is of possibly all this activity that has occurred over missile silos is possibly, maybe it's not a threat. Maybe it's them telling us that they're not going to let a war of that type occur. They're just not going to let it happen. You know, it's almost like they're protecting a future outcome of that type of war.
You know, I had a guest who said that, caller, not very long ago, and then I was quickly reminded by somebody by email. They said, well, okay, if that's true, how come they didn't stop the bombs at Hiroshima and Nagasaki?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I've been a strong. I've always thought possibly they are possibly us in the future visiting, and that they knew that was an outcome that needed to happen to progress mankind.
Okay, it's a reasonable, I guess, conclusion. It could be. I can't rule anything out, right, Peter? It could be that one day time travel is going to be practical and is being used.
Yeah. Very, very good question from our caller tonight, and it's a question that I have anguished with, struggled over, and I think all serious UFO investigators are having similar thoughts. What are they doing here? What's their objective? What's the relationship between us and them?
Mm-hmm.
If they're here, why don't they show themselves overtly? Although that has been happening more and more, Art. I mentioned at the beginning of this program that I'm interested in the quality of the reports. These overt displays of orbs or fireballs, I can almost date it to the day. It was the 3rd or 4th week of May 2012, and since that first report, I have posted to our website, I'm going to have to estimate because I don't know the exact number, but somewhere between 10,000 and 15,000 reports of displays of fireballs or orbs, usually red, orange, or yellow. We have no idea what they are, and I'm hoping, like our caller, I'm hoping that they have a positive influence, a beneficial influence on our planet, because the alternative could be pretty ugly and doesn't bode well for the future of mankind's existence in this galaxy.
Well, I've always kind of been partial to Dr. Jacobs' point of view, and, you know, I just don't necessarily think they're our friends. I would love to believe they are, and that if some idiot pushed the button, some Putin-like person, or maybe the idiot in Korea pushed the button, they would step in and they would stop it, and then we would know. but I also have the feeling they may well not care for us a bit. So, I don't know.
They may look upon a species that builds nuclear weapons to destroy itself. They look on us fairly dimly and wonder why they should preserve something like us.
Larry on Skype. Hello.
Hello, guys.
Hi.
Hi, Larry.
Hey, I'd like to know if you ever considered or got any evidence regarding these events that they are possibly interdimensional or spiritual.
Okay, well that comes up every time, Peter. People bring that up and deal with it. Are they? Is that an equal possibility, or do you think these are visitations that have traversed light years, hundreds or thousands of light years, and they're here?
I think the latter, Art. I think they're physical beings like us. They build tools and they build craft and ships the way we do, and they are spacefarers. They're distributed throughout the galaxy that we live in, and we would stand out because of the electromagnetic radiation that we've been radiating for, 150 years or so, starting with Morse code. I suspect we would be like a beacon in the night. And if they were interested in other species, they would come here just to observe and find out who we are, what we're up to, and they may have a hand in future events. As I described earlier in this program, I'm very suspicious about what they may be doing here. I'm equally quick to emphasize that I don't have any proof, and I don't even have evidence aside from those sighting reports that we have posted to our website. So I don't know, but I have some Christian friends who assure me that I'm dealing with diabolism. The point I make to them is that they may be both demons and angels. There's no reason to rule out one or the other.
Okay. Hello there. You're on the air with Peter Davenport.
Hi, Art. Thank you for taking my call. And hi, Peter. Thank you for a very riveting episode today. I just have one quick question, and I'm wondering if you've looked into any possible connection through the growth spread in technology during the space race with a possible contact event, because it just seems suspicious that humanity could progress so quickly within such a short period of time.
Actually, very, very, very good question in view of what Peter's said already. How about it, Peter?
Yeah, Phil Corso addressed that very nicely in his book, what was it? Not the day after, but the day after Roswell.
He did, and you know, there have been others, speaking of attacks, circling way back to the beginning of the show, who have come after Colonel Corso and everything he said.
Yeah. I'm not a fair judge of what he had to say. He seemed like a fair and decent guy. People have looked into his background. He did, in fact, have a very distinguished career in the military. I tend to accept what he had to say, so I don't know. I don't have access to the type of information I would need to be able to answer the caller's question adequately, accurately, but it's a very interesting point, and it's one I watch for all the time.
Okay. Let's go, I don't know, outside the country perhaps on Skype and say hello. You're on the air with Peter Davenport. Hello there. No, I guess you're not, or you're not at station or whatever. So we'll go here to Stockton, California. Hi, you're on with Peter Davenport.
Hi, this is Ben from California.
Howdy.
Hey, I just had a question for your caller. Your guest.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. Sorry. I wanted to know your perspective on Project Bluebeam, if you happen to know. I mean, obviously, I'm sure you do know about that.
I'm afraid I don't. I've heard the term, but can you describe it briefly, and I'll try to make a comment if I can.
Absolutely. It's a 4-step process. It's because of overpopulation and natural resources fading out. Supposedly, the top richest white males in 1954 congregated Bilderberg. And eventually, it's supposed to be the first step is to emit low-frequency electromagnetic pulse waves to, like lower people's, minds and stuff. And number 2 is supposed to be the hologram show. And, the United States would see Jesus, over the Middle East would see Muhammad. Step 3.
Yeah, okay. I think we get
invasion.
Right, we get the picture. You never know, Peter. The way things are going, you never know. So, I guess it could be. You know what he's talking about now, right?
Yeah, I guess I do. I've heard the term, but I haven't really focused on it, and I just don't have the information to be able to answer that question sufficiently clearly or accurately or cogently, I should say.
All right, look, I want to thank you for being here tonight. We're coming toward the end of the show, and give out your website again, please.
Yeah, the website for the National UFO Reporting Center is ufocenter.com, UFOCENTER.com, and the telephone hotline is area code 206 for Seattle, 206-722-3000, 206-722-3000.
All right. Well, again, Peter, I'm going to leave you with this. In all the years I've interviewed you, and all the intervening years that I haven't, tonight marks some of the most profound statements of belief, I guess, that you've made, I think, in your entire career.
Yeah, I think you're right, Art, and I'm very concerned about what's going on. We have to get to the bottom of this UFO phenomenon, and most of all, we have to get to the bottom of why the government is lying to us. That troubles me, as you've heard me say tonight.
Many times. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you very much. It's been a great pleasure, Art. I really appreciate it.
I do, too. Good night, Peter.
Good night.
Wow. What a night from Peter Davenport. Well, you all have a great night wherever you are, and up and do this once again tomorrow. From the high desert, good night. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon around the world, in all the world's time zones covered by this program, Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell, and it's Friday. Now, 18 to 20 years ago, respectively, I interviewed a young man named Mike Markham, who I affectionately dubbed Madman Markham. And that is affectionate, too. I called him Madman because the things he was proposing to do I thought would get him cooked like a French fry, and it may yet do that. I have, thanks to my producer, Heather Wade, located Madman. We've got him secreted away to a very special location where he can do an interview. That's right, Madman Markham. Mike Markham is here. Thank God. Frankly, I thought he had toasted himself, and of course you can't ever rule that out with this young man. So that's where we're going tonight. We're going to interview Madman Markham. What an incredible, incredible find. Just a couple of things. My usual Skype lecture. No, you don't get away from that. I'll try and make it short. One great way to call us, whether you're in North America or the world, is by Skype. If you have a smartphone, and most do now, download Skype. It's free. Go to your toy store or your update center or whatever and download Skype. When you do that, don't go to the place where you dial the phone. Go to add a contact. That's usually a little plus symbol that you want to find. Add a contact. And then you add us. If you're in North America, Canada, or America, you add MITD 51. Midnight in the Desert 51, MITD 51. And then we will appear in your list of contacts. Simple as that. You can press the button in your contacts and call us. And it'll sound really good. Same deal outside of North America, anywhere else in the rest of the world, only you put in MITD 55. Midnight in the Desert, MITD, just the initials, upper or lowercase, doesn't matter, 55. All right. That said, let's see. What else? Is there anything else critical? I want to thank everybody. I usually thank Telos, Keith Rowland, Heather, especially Heather Wade tonight. Stream Guys, LV.net, Sales, Pete Everhart, TuneIn Radio, Leo Ashcraft for Dark Matter News. Of course, my wife and my daughter who put up with my being gone and working a lot of the day. That said, in a moment, coming up is a man that you probably haven't heard, maybe on tape. A lot of people have reviewed the interview of Madman years ago, but certainly you have not heard him in years. So coming up...
The clock strikes 12, and Midnight in the Desert is pounding packets your way on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, please direct your finger digits to dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call Art.
Relax. Don't listen to that. Don't call yet. We will get to a portion of the program, I hope, where Mike will take questions, but that won't be now, so don't waste your time. Let's go to a secret location somewhere in the country and say, Mike, welcome to Midnight in the Desert.
Yeah, it's been a long time, Art.
Been a long time. 20 years ago, right? The first interview, and then 18 years ago?
Yep, something like that.
Something like that. All right. Gee, Mike, it's hard to know where to begin with you. Even back then it was hard. You connected, I think, with us. Probably we were doing an open lines thing on time travel. Is that how we got together?
It's been so long I hardly remember.
That was probably it.
If I remember right, somebody faxed you a newspaper article about me, and then you basically hunted me down. So
that's right. I hunted you down like a dog. Okay. So at that moment when I found you, Mike, and I do, I use the term madman affectionately, right?
Yeah. It doesn't bother me any. So
it's kind of stuck though, huh?
Yep.
Yeah. So. Anyway, well earned, really. When I found you at that moment, you were experimenting, the beginnings of experimental time travel, and you sort of laid it out for me. So if you can remember how you began, tell us.
Way back when, basically, I just set out to make a fancy Jacob's ladder. So basically, two metal rods, spark going up high voltage spark going up the middle. That's basically like the old Frankenstein movies or whatever.
Right. That was the first step, and if I recall correctly, you then modified it with lasers.
Yeah. Basically, I wanted to do something a little bit different, so I decided to basically take a laser and have the laser ignite the arc. So.
Okay, so if I remember correctly, the original one was about how tall? Not that tall.
Oh, yeah, it wasn't all that powerful. I mean, it was. I used clothes hanger wires, so I think it was something like a couple kilowatts.
Couple of kilowatts, okay.
Yeah, and I had no way to measure the laser power, but it was hot enough. I mean, it was hot enough to where it lowered the resistance of the air to get an arc started. So.
And that arc was about how big?
It's 20,000 volts at about 100 milliamps. So, probably at the longest at the top before it extinguished, probably 7 or 8 inches long.
All right. So, now, with that early experiment, Mike, was there that little thing appearing above the Jacob's ladder?
Yeah, it didn't exactly work as I expected it would. Basically, what happened was when I fired the laser, the spark stuck where the laser was, and right above it there was like a little shimmering mirage effect, like anything like a road in the desert, I guess you could say.
Sure.
But this was like a small circular spherical looking. So I ended up, it's like, whoa, this looks strange. So basically I was wondering, what am I looking at here? So,
what have I done?
Yeah, so I decided to test it because I still had some parts lying around. I decided to toss a screw into it and see what if anything happened.
Toss a screw into
the little circular shimmering thing
that was above the ladder.
Yeah, I mean, I almost didn't notice it. I mean, basically, it was almost invisible. So, but anyhow, I tossed it in there, and the screw disappeared. And then roughly half a second later or so, it reappeared where it would normally be landing. So obviously, being a scientist, you thought, I'm sure, I'm probably nuts, and I missed it, and so you tried it again, I'm sure, right away. Oh, yeah, I tried it several times, and I had the same thing. It did the same thing every time. And I'm like, whoa, I got to get a video. I got to get a camcorder and record this thing, and it's about not even 10 seconds within that thought, my laser overheated and basically caught fire, so...
Where did you get the laser? I mean, at this early stage, you had no, money, really. Where do you even get the laser?
That's doing things on the cheap like this. Things tend not to last very long, and that's basically what happened. The laser overheated. I more or less salvaged. It was a diode laser out of a CD player. So
okay. At this point, you had not yet had your run-in with the law, right?
Yeah. So, but yeah, long story short, basically, I ended up, it's like, well, if I got to rebuild this thing, let's go ahead and make it bigger.
Right. So what you had was blown up, sort of. I guess there were some salvageable parts, but the laser was all gone.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, I can probably just use a CO2 laser. I mean, those tend to be high power to begin with, expensive, but at least it would last longer.
I do have this question. Did you come to a conclusion, after throwing that screw through a few times, about what was happening to it?
Well, I mean, at first I'm thinking, okay, maybe. Did I just see what I think I saw? I mean, at first I couldn't. Basically, it's like, am I going nuts?
Of course.
Did I just hallucinate? Yeah. I mean, at first I'm thinking, okay, maybe I'm making it invisible or whatever. But then basically I didn't hear it hit the table. So if it's like cloaking it or whatever, it was cloaking the sound too.
Right. So at this point, Mike, were you endeavoring to produce some kind of time travel? Is that what you thought you were doing, or did you not know what you were doing?
Well, I mean, basically, like I said, when I first discovered this, I was just making a fancy Jacob's Ladder / light show. So
okay,
I didn't set out to actually go out and build a time. It's like, I want to build a time machine. Let's try this.
Right.
That's not the way it happens. So
this is the way great experiments are formed. It starts off like this. So here you are, a burned up laser. You need more parts. You need more power.
Yeah.
Obviously, the screw had to have gone somewhere. I mean, did you even begin to theorize and think, well, where in the hell did that thing go?
Yeah, I mean, at first I think maybe I just made it invisible, but then I thought, well, if it was just invisible, I'd still hear it hit the table. See, this whole contraption was basically sitting on a makeshift table, 4x8 sheet of plywood.
Right.
So
even invisible is cool, right?
Yeah, I mean, they can actually do that these days with metamaterials, but not in 1995. So that had been a major discovery anyway. So
sure. So either way, it's cool. Time travel. Disappearing, becoming invisible, going to a different spot, all of it is cool, and you can't account for it with any known science that I'm aware of. So anyway, you decided you needed bigger and stronger and more powerful everything.
Yep. And, well, long story short, the transformer I used for this, I wound myself. I'm surprised that didn't catch fire, too, because only at the time, back then in 1995, I didn't have internet access. So basically, if I wanted to learn how to do something, I had to learn trial and error. I mean, if I built something, it blew up, I knew not to build it that way no more.
Yeah, winding yourself is problematic at the very least.
Well, these days I have internet access. See, I mean, the basic formulas to build a transformer have been around since the 1840s, but in 1995, with no internet access, I didn't know about the universal EMF equation. So that's basically where you start.
Right.
So. And if I was calling, and well, before I had internet access, I was trying to call around and ask, how do I build this thing? Call around and ask the transformer factories, I want to build this transformer. How do I do it? What formulas do I use? They didn't want to tell me that, but they wanted to sell me a transformer. So.
Of course. So you ended up just winding your own.
Yep, through trial and error.
Okay, well, obviously you needed more oomph. You needed more power. And I guess that's when, and bear in mind, folks, at that, how old were you then, Mike?
21.
21 years old. And I think, were you working then? I don't think you were.
Actually, I was working at the local, I don't even remember the name of the, Industrial Lumber Sales, I think was the name of the place was.
That's right. But not rich.
No, not by a long shot.
Okay. So at some point, your 21-year-old brain said, transformer, where can I get a transformer or two? And that's I guess when you came up with the idea of looking around for a spare power company transformer.
Yeah, I mean, basically, it's like, well, I need more KVAs. It's like, a pole transformer. Those are powerful enough.
They certainly are.
So, anyhow, there's in King City. At the time, I was living in Stanbury, Missouri, and King City, about maybe 10 or 12 miles south of there. There was like half a dozen of them just standing outside the fence in the substation that powers all of King City. It was just outside the substation, so it's like...
Obviously not in use at the time.
No, I've heard of people actually attempting to take them off poles, and I've never heard of a successful attempt from that.
Not a good idea at all.
No.
And these were just, sitting on the ground?
I'm sitting on like a little makeshift bench outside the fence. Obviously, I guess they were used for spares. Some of them were just taken out of service due to their age. So. Sure.
And you saw them sitting there, and they were saying to you, come here, Mike, get me.
I mean, it's like, well, if the local utility aren't going to use them, I can. So,
so you loaded up, what did you do, take a truck over there?
I paid basically a friend / coworker of mine, and he had a pickup truck, so I basically paid him basically $100 to drive down there and help me pick these things up, because these things aren't light. I mean, when the utility picks them up on the pole, they got a crane to do it.
Oh yeah.
So they weigh like 250 and 350 pounds each, so they're not light.
How did you even get them up on the truck? I guess it took how many of you?
3 of us. Basically, it was him, him and a friend of his, and me. So.
Well.
And it was still basically a struggle to get him in there. So, but we managed. So.
You know, Mike, the police would usually call those people co-conspirators or something else.
Yeah. I mean, I more or less. Basically told them, hey, I'm the mastermind. Don't basically. Of course, they're not going. They'll take that into consideration, but they're not going to say, oh, you're the main guy that did it. They're not just going to let everybody else go.
Anyway, you got away with them, right?
Obviously, I ended up doing the most time, but they didn't get off scot-free. So.
I see. Yeah, you did do some time. There's no question about that. So you got these transformers, and you got them back to your, apartment?
I was living in a house.
In a house, okay. Yeah. And how long did you have the transformers before, on the door?
Probably, I'm going from rough memory here. I want to say like anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks, maybe.
Oh, 4 to 6 weeks. Okay, so that's...
I remember taking him in January, then getting arrested, like at early, maybe in February, I think. No, I got arrested January 29th. Actually, it may have been December when I took those.
Well,
it was now long ago. I don't know the exact date.
Sure, that's fine. I'm now interested in the time between when you got them to your house and you got arrested. Were you able to actually fire one of them up?
Yeah, I mean, Kind of, sort of. Basically, one of them I couldn't use with the rest of them because eventually I was going to basically wire them all together. Well, I couldn't use. I didn't see there was like half a dozen of them, so it's like I was only going to take a couple, and I figured same. Basically, this is if I get busted, this is going to be about the same amount of time, no matter what, anyway. So I might as well take the rest. Basically, I got greedy. So.
Well, tell people a transformer of this sort that goes on a pole typically converts. I don't know, 14,000, 15,000 volts. It depends on what kind of pole it is.
Yeah, well, that's why. Yeah, I mean that's the reason I couldn't use one of them, so I ended up converting it into a piggy bank. So, because it was an old one. I mean, it was only rated at 2,400 volts. Then I had 2,400 volt lines in forever.
Yeah,
like 50 years.
So the one that you actually used was what?
Well, a bunch of them were 7200/12470Y. So
you're basically using them backwards and then putting them in series.
Yeah, what they do is step power line voltage down to 120, 240 for your house. Well, I was basically feeding it backwards, putting 240 in it and getting 12,000 out of it.
That's right. And then going, I guess, so you used only one, or did you actually have them in? Eventually,
I was going to wire them. Basically, the other, I was then eventually going to use four of them and basically make them parallel the primaries and series the secondaries. So and get like 50,000 volts out of it that way.
You never did that.
No, I ended up getting busted.
Before that, okay. But you did do, I guess you got to do some experiments with one transformer wired up?
Yep, and well, basically these days I know to use some sort of ballast or whatever, because if you short it out without a ballast, it'll draw about 20 times what it's rated for.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, and it was a 25 kVA oh, wait a minute. I mean, no, that one was sitting in the living room. I was only using I think a 10 kVA was on the back porch at the time.
Uh-huh.
So, but without a ballast, 10 kVA times, that's 200,000 watts. So.
Right. That's right.
Anyhow, when you draw that kind of power, you end up crashing a good-sized chunk of the grid. I didn't crash it all together, but I was browning out a good-sized chunk of the town. So,
yeah, which they didn't pop you for, right?
Believe it or not, that is not exactly what caught basically, I mean, they knew something, what the heck's going on with the power grid. That's what the local utility supervisor was wondering what the heck was happening, so.
I know. But you didn't do jail time for that.
No. Well, it was, I mean, it was for the theft. It wasn't because I was basically making the power grid go nuts. So.
Okay, well, tell me, let's see, where to go? Slow down, Art. You obviously had to feed all that voltage and current to a new Jacob's ladder that you had put together, right?
Yeah, and I couldn't use clothes hanger wire for that because it would simply melt the wire because it was
too much.
Yeah, I mean, it was at 12,000 volts at several amps. So.
Okay, so what are you using now for the ladder?
I think it was like half-inch metal rod. So.
Good idea.
Aluminum. So yeah.
Yeah, good idea. Okay. And what about laser? Did you still fire it with a laser?
Well, that's another thing too. Basically, what I ended up doing is I ended up rebuilding the CD laser, I guess you could say. Actually, what I did is I ended up starting another one. Just got another CD player. So.
Yeah, they're cheap.
And what I was going to do, it's like, oh, here's a CO2 laser tube that this guy had, and I was like, I was going to end up eventually save my money and buy that, but they were like $1,000, so I was going to take a while. So
yeah. So, all right, you fire this one up, and that's the point where you sort of denigrated the grid of the town.
Yeah. Basically, it was browning
out the town.
Yeah, well, not the whole town. At first, I thought it was the whole town, but as many complaints I was hearing at work, it's like, hey, you got it, because I was basically all my coworkers were saying, hey, basically, you got to be careful about that. My lights were going out, and basically, those guys lived like several blocks from me, so it wasn't like a local area. So
yeah, those kind of power outages are really bad. The brownouts kind of can damage stuff.
Yeah, it was like, well, the 120 volt outlets was dropping down to 80 or 90, so that wasn't good. And they were asked, basically the utility supervisor was going around town asking all the industrial people
what they were doing.
Yeah, if they were doing any heavy welding or whatever, so.
The power company would know sort of the general area from which this problem was emanating.
Yeah, well, I mean, Stanbury's a small town at the time. If I remember right, it only had like 12, maybe 1,000, not even 1,000 people in it. So it's I don't even think they had a stoplight. So
certainly not after that experiment, anyway. All right, so Mike, what happened with this bigger ladder?
Well, I mean, as far as making things disappear with it, I'm not sure. I mean, I didn't really have to basically get a chance to do a lot with it before I ended up getting busted.
Oh, my.
So, but I did make a couch disappear, but that's the weird part is basically a couch disappeared, but I didn't see anybody. I didn't toss in the couch, and the thing wasn't on at the time when it disappeared, so...
Well, what else could you possibly attribute a missing couch to?
Well, I mean, at the time it disappeared, I did have a few friends over, and basically, I mean, we had like a little
party.
Yeah, I mean, basically, it's like, at first I thought they were playing a prank on me because they knew about it at the time before the media caught wind of what I was doing. I only told like four or five of my closest friends about it, so.
All right, so how did you get busted? Did they knock on the door suddenly? I mean, how did this happen? Did somebody else get you up?
What happened was basically a relative of a friend of mine. He's not exactly basically a genius. He decided to take a BB gun. A friend of mine said, basically loaned me his BB gun or whatever.
Yeah.
And, well, this other friend, basically a relative of a friend of mine, basically I had him over. I can't remember what the heck he was there for. But anyhow, long story short, he finds a BB gun and decides to shoot birds with it. Thing is, though, when he was doing that, he wasn't thinking of what was behind the birds, and he ended up shooting a couple holes there across and my neighbor's sliding glass door across the street. So I got them calling in a vandalism. So I got the cops calling in vandalism, and that got them snooping around. So.
Well, did you call the cops?
No, it wasn't me.
It wasn't you. All right, Mike.
The neighbor that basically ended up with a few BB holes in her glass door.
Yeah, I can imagine they would call the cops. All right, hold tight, Mike. Stay right where you are. We've got a break. We'll be back.
She's got something that moves my soul, and she knows I'd love to love her, but she left.
12 midnight sweeps across America. You found an oasis for the mind. To call Midnight in the Desert, please dial 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Do not call yet. Repeat, do not call yet. Just rest and listen. My guest is Mike Madman Markham, addressing the legend properly. Mike, welcome back.
Thanks for having me, Art.
All right, so here we are, somebody with a BB gun committing vandalism. Somebody calls the cops come, look at the vandalism, and then how do they get you?
Well, these transformers, they're pretty big. They're about the size of a trash can, so.
Oh, yeah.
They're kind of, I guess, I don't know if the local utility already reported the transformer stolen or whatever, but not just everybody has a transformer, like a utility pole transformer sitting in their living room, so they're probably wondering what the heck is going on here.
So they were able to look into, what did they do, knock on your door?
They came in with a search warrant searching for a BB gun, and I guess they were. Well, that was actually. I think if I remember right, the transformers were on the search warrant too. So what they were looking for, and they made no effort to hide them. So
I don't know where you'd put them. I don't know where you'd put them anyway. They're too big.
Yeah, so long story short, I basically got busted red-handed. So
okay, all right. So in you go. They sweat you, I'm sure, for your buddies' names and all that kind of stuff, and then eventually you have a court date, right?
Yep. Ended up doing 60 days in jail and 5 years probation. So.
Oh God, 5 years probation, and that brings another thing to mind.
Well, I mean, it was a Class C felony with just because of the value of them. So.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I remember your parole officer actually called my show.
Yeah, it was actually the arresting officer, Tom. What is his name? I can't remember.
He's actually a good guy.
So yeah. I mean, it's a small town. Everybody knew everybody long before all this went down. So.
Okay, well, so he's part of the legend now.
Yeah, and I didn't. Yeah, it's like I didn't make basically a resist arrest, and basically we don't hold. He was just doing his job, so I don't hold a grudge against him.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So the power company gets their transformers back. You go away for 60 days. That must have screwed up your life, but good, because by then, I don't know, you probably don't have a job anymore.
Yeah, my former employer thought I contaminated his plant with PCBs, so I don't think he wanted me to come back after that. So.
All right, so that's the early Madman story, and I thought, and I called you Madman because I was convinced you were going to absolutely fry yourself alive and turn into a French fry. There are other people who have been involved in time travel, Mike, that I've had on the show, and honest to God, Mike, they're gone. I don't know where they are, whether it's Teeter or Anderson, others that we've had on the show, they're gone. I mean, they're gone. You can't find them. Anyway, so we need to come up to date from the story back then. I know that after I did the show with you, you gave out your phone number and address and stuff on the air, right?
Yeah.
By the way, that was you. You volunteered to do that, remember?
Yeah.
I didn't make you do that.
No.
I want that on the record.
Yeah, I figured out what bad could happen.
Now you know.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And good. I mean, it was good and bad.
Learns through experience.
Yeah, and so at this point, you're out of jail. You want to build something even bigger and better. And there was a good aspect of your being on the show. I mean, you got donations, you got money from people, and help from people. You got some, I believe you got some transformers, right?
Yeah. Transformer laminations, so I could build my own. So.
Right. That's a lot of help, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I got some money out of it, but most of it was actually equipment. So.
And I believe somehow you also came up with a warehouse.
Yeah, that was the beauty of it. Basically, this guy said, "Well, you pay the young electric bill, but you can basically right now it's empty. You can do what you want here for a few months." So it's like, okay, cool, thanks.
Were you yet re-employed at that point, or?
Yeah, I can't remember the name of the place, but yes, I did have a job. That's when I got out of jail. I ended up, I was kind of a pariah in Stanbury, so.
Why were you a pariah?
I mean, it's a small town. There's not that many jobs there to begin with, so I ended up moving to St. Joseph when I got out of jail. So.
Well, I would think after the show you would have been almost a hero in town. But you say pariah.
Not everybody is like, he's the nutcase that built the time machine, so.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. All right, so we're now at a new location, and now you've got a warehouse, and you've got enough money to be dangerous. So you, at this point, start building what?
Long story short, I realized that actually I did a lot of thinking in jail. When I was in jail, what could have caused this? I mean, 60 days in jail, that gives me a lot of time to think.
It does.
So I ended up basically, long story short, I realized that it would be more efficient if I used magnetic. Because I was thinking maybe it's rotating plasma that causes this.
Right.
So I figured, okay, maybe it'll be more efficient if I use, instead of using basically heat from a laser in a cold room, the differential, the temperature difference between those two to stir the plasma, maybe even more efficient if I use the magnetic field to stir it. So that's what I ended up doing.
use the magnetic field to do what?
Basically, it's, in simple terms, this thing looks like basically a plasma tornado. So.
How do you form a plasma tornado?
Basically, this thing looks like I think on when I told you about this during the second interview, like back in late 96, early 97, I can't remember when it was. Basically, it looks like you called it a Stargate. It's not really, it doesn't exactly look like Stargate SG-1, but because for one, it's vertical instead of horizontal. So.
Okay, but again, what formed it?
What it ended up using was a bunch of cascaded transformers.
Cascaded transformers. So how much, at that point, how much voltage were you producing?
3 million volts at 1 amp, but there was 24 phases, so.
3 million volts at an amp?
Yep.
Good God. That's enough?
Yeah, that was basically big spark, so.
And you were pulling this from the power company. This time, I presume...
Well, not all over from the power company. Basically, I had generators, too. Basically, I was trying to avoid raising the stink with the utility, so I learned from that, too. So.
Yes. Okay, so you built a large Jacob's ladder. I mean, this time, how big?
Well, at this point, it wasn't really it wasn't really a purpose Jacob's ladder. Basically, it was what it was basically concentric, like two cylinders, one cylinder inside the other.
Right.
With another, basically a circle of magnetic electromagnets around it, stirring it. Basically, you got a bunch of plasma inside of it with a magnetic field rotating it.
You know, what you are describing, I'm sure you've heard stories of the Philadelphia experiment, right?
Yeah.
Well, they described a similar electronic setup with regard to the rotating magnetic fields. Is this where, did you get any of that story? I mean, is that where some of your idea came from?
Not directly. I mean, I've heard of it basically, but I didn't know. I knew they used RF. Well,
right.
I was at the other side of the spectrum. I was using low frequencies. So, and the plasma wasn't just like from my original Jacob's ladder. It was just plain old 60 hertz sine wave AC that you get from any outlet. Well, this was I was using square waves where I could actually. It was easy. Controlling the duty cycle is easy to control the voltage that way.
Right.
So, because you can't really find. It's hard to find variacs rated at megawatts. So.
Man, I'll tell you, if you were using square waves, I bet the ham operators heard you for miles.
Well, that was the beauty of the warehouse. It was metal, so it acted as a Faraday cage.
Okay. Did you wind all these electromagnets yourself?
Yep.
So you must have been like in that warehouse every day working.
Oh, yeah. I mean, basically, I lived in St. Joseph, Missouri, but the warehouse itself, if I remember right, was in Overland Park, Kansas, which is basically a suburb of Kansas City. So.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, and that was a long commute. So most of the time I just hung out. I just hung out at the warehouse. Most of the time I just ate and slept at the warehouse. So.
Right, got it. 3 million volts at an amp. So. You've got these rotating magnetic fields, and then you said a cylinder inside a cylinder.
Yeah, instead of just two metal rods,
right.
The spark in between. Basically, at any one time, there's actually 23 sparks because it's actually each one of those 3 million volts.
Right.
There are 15 degrees out. There's 24 phases, 15 degrees out of phase. It's like 3-phase industrial power, 120 degrees out of phase for that.
Right.
Well, this was like 24 phases, 15 degrees.
Wow.
Each other. So.
Okay, so two of these separated in a Jacob's-like ladder configuration, right?
Yeah.
And then these rotating magnetic fields. By now, you're using a lot of power.
Yeah, I mean, basically, I couldn't. I mean, the warehouse had, if I remember right, the warehouse had 400 amp three-phase 480 available, but even that couldn't do it all by itself. So,
didn't you at some point think, look, what I'm working with here is not just a little dangerous; it's kill me dead dangerous.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it only takes
one mistake.
50 to 100 milliamps to kill you, and this is an amp, so...
Yeah, that's right.
And it only takes, and with that kind of current, it only takes maybe a couple of thousand volts to get that kind of current flowing through you, and this is 3 million. So.
Oh, yeah, I think in the electric chair it's like 2,500 volts, something like that.
Yeah.
This is 3 million volts at an amp. Oh, God. All right, so it took you how long to build this thing to the point where you were ready to test?
Oh, geez. I would say probably 18 months, I guess.
18 months.
Yeah. But basically, the guy that owned the warehouse, the deal was like maybe 3 months or so, and it ended up he kept like, well, this is pretty cool. Okay, I'll go ahead and let you stay a little longer. So go ahead and stay a little longer.
So he actually came and checked out your act?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I figured, well, he's nice enough to let me live in the warehouse. I'd let him out, basically let him watch too. So
Sure. Did he want to see the big test?
Well, yeah. I mean, him and basically everybody that donated stuff, I more or less let them in on the project. So
okay. Wow. All right. So I remember talking to you.
Altogether, I think there was like 25, maybe 30 people. So
for the big test.
Yeah.
I really wanted to come out there myself. And I've got to be honest with you, Mike. I thought you were dead for a long time.
You know what? I bet the people that donated too. Once I ended up disappearing, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. I think
we are a little bit, but honestly, I thought you were dead. I thought you were gone. I was pretty sure you'd fried yourself, or that you had been. And I thought about this too, Mike. That you might have been successful. And you might be in a different time. And anyway, let's continue. So the big test comes. All these people are watching. You fire the generators up. You've got the incoming power. And what was your test going to be?
Well, at first I was tossing basically hamsters and guinea pigs in it. So
really.
Yeah,
living things.
With small things before. I'm not just going to. I mean, at the time, I had basically a more or less almost infinite risk tolerance. I guess you could put it.
Infinite risk tolerance. Well, anyway, okay. So hamsters and guinea pigs. How did they fare? I mean, what happened to them?
Well, basically, instead of basically like the original experiment where I made a screw disappear for half a second. Well, these guinea pigs, they were disappearing for anywhere from 1 to 2 minutes, and they were basically either 50 and 150 yards east or west of where they disappeared.
East or west of the point of disappearance, but not north or south?
Nope. And basically, as far as why, I'm thinking it has something to do with the Earth's magnetic field. That's the only thing I can think of. So,
well, that's interesting. And they would show up how far away from the test point?
Between 50 and 150 yards.
So people had to go out and hunt for these things.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like, okay, this disappeared. Let's see where it showed up at. I mean, at first it was just what I did is I did some low power tests and basically made it disappear farther and farther away.
Right.
So. And yeah, but all that.
So you had witnesses.
As it expect, basically, the further away it was, the harder it was to find them.
Sure, but I mean, you had witnesses at that point, or not? Yes, you did. Okay.
Yeah,
so,
and I was actually getting video of all this stuff.
So you have that video.
Well, that's what sucks. We'll get to that part eventually, but.
All right, anyway, you were getting video of it, and you were tossing these animals through. How big was this thing at this point?
Oh, it was basically, going from memory, I would say about the outer diameter of it was about 17 feet, maybe 15 feet tall.
Really?
It was 35 feet off the ground. Basically, 3 million volts is difficult to insulate. Now, basically having that was actually part of the reason for the 24 phase stuff, because basically adjacent phases are a lot less voltage than 3 million.
Sure.
But in reference to ground, it's still 3 million volts. So, and 3 million volts will jump 27 feet. So.
Oh my God! So 35 feet, you say, above?
Yeah, it was raised. The whole contraption, the hot part of it was 35 feet off the ground, off the floor. So. And the thing itself was 15, basically from the bottom of it to the top of it was about 15 feet. So
these people and you could observe these animals disappearing and then find them. And when you found them, were they intact?
Yeah, I mean, they were perfectly fine as far as I could tell. I mean, obviously they can't talk and report me and tell me how they feel or anything, but not. Yeah. But as far as like physical condition, they were fine. So
what? At that point, Mike, I'm sure you began to think, we're in another realm here. I mean, what we're doing with these animals at this point is what? They disappear, they reappear elsewhere. So did they travel in time? They certainly traveled in space, and they certainly disappeared. So at this point, what are we talking about?
Well, I don't know. At first, I didn't know if it was see, that's the problem. Basically, sometimes it took hours to find these things, and I don't know if that was because they were gone for hours and we just happened to now find them, or we just found them. They were like gone that whole. Basically, they were gone that whole time.
I understand, right?
So I mean, the smaller scale stuff. What was happening? Basically, they were disappeared and then they reappear again. So.
Right, so it's hard to tell if they ran from where they appeared.
Yeah.
Outside, I
mean, with the inanimate objects, basically, I mean, at first I was trying basically things like baseballs, fruit, stuff like that. So. And
the same thing happened to the inanimate objects. They showed up.
Obviously, that stuff's not going to run. So.
No, but where did it show up?
Same place. I mean, the small scale, the low power test, basically anywhere from a few feet to a few yards from where they disappeared.
So the higher the voltage and power, the further away they would go.
Yeah. Well, I mean, keep in mind. Plus, that's another thing I was trying to figure out is what exactly controls where this stuff shows up at. Was it the voltage or the power, or was it the speed of the rotating magnetic field, or what? So.
All right, and that's where we're going to leave it. Wow. I'm beginning to learn new things now. I was sort of caught up to a point, but there's much more to come. Mike Madman Markham is my guest. I believe he's achieved time travel.
Some velvet morning when I'm straight, I'm gonna remember the days when you first came my way. I said no one could take your place.
To initiate a dialogue sequence with Art Bell, please coordinate your phalanges and call 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
Hold your calls. Hold your calls. Everybody, Mike Madman Markham is my guest. And we have now covered the the early years, I guess is really the way to put it. So, Mike, welcome back. Somebody asks a question. It goes back. Otis wanting to know, how do BB gunshots warrant a search warrant? Well, remember, on that search warrant also were the transformers, which means either they knew ahead of time. Did you ever find out, Mike, did they know ahead of time, or did they go over there and say, ooh, look at that, let's go get a search warrant?
Well, yeah, I mean, this is just a guess, but I'm guessing. My guess is that the guy that got busted for the BB thing, he more or less spilled the beans on me to give him so he could get a lighter sentence or something. I don't know. That's what my guess is. I never have figured out exactly what happened, though.
All right, do me a favor and back about an inch away from the phone. It's really a good connection, actually.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can. I hear you fine. It just eliminates the popping. Okay. All right, so now here we are. You're experimenting with animals. They're turning up elsewhere. They're disappearing and then turning up elsewhere. So you've got to sit down and start. I'm sure you were asking yourself, okay, so what the hell's happening here? What am I doing to these creatures? Obviously they're okay, but is it time travel? Is it just shifting? Is it disappearance and shifting of location? Or, I mean, you had to begin to wonder about the theory of what was going on.
I mean, the low power tests, they were actually, well, they weren't just stopping once, like disappear in the center of the tornado and reappear like nearby right away. Sometimes they would disappear for a minute, sometimes 2 minutes. So,
well, when did you begin considering? I remember interviewing you, and you were considering yourself. You were considering trying this thing yourself, and that's kind of what I last remember, and that's why I thought you were dead.
I got pretty confident. I got pretty bold and confident after so many successful tests. There was one test where I tried a grapefruit or an orange. I can't remember what it was. It was something similar to that, some citrus fruit, and that was never retrieved. So I don't know if it ended up in space, disintegrated, or what, but. So, but I tossed, if I remember right, I tossed in like 200 objects, animals, altogether. There was like 200 some odd tests. So,
boy, that warehouse must have
unretrieved objects. So,
okay, that warehouse must have smelled like ozone.
Oh my God! Basically, I had to. There's in the roof, if I remember right, or near the top of the roof, there was like ventilation. Fans, and we had to keep those running to keep from poisoning everybody with nitrous oxide. So,
all right. So now take me forward as you will, because I kind of don't know what happened next. I thought you were going to jump into this thing, and I thought you were going to fry alive, and that's like the last thing I remember.
Eventually, I ended up testing it on myself because, like I said earlier, basically hamsters and guinea pigs can't talk.
No.
So.
No, you had to give an awful lot of thought before trying it yourself. I mean, for one thing, a hamster or a guinea pig is really small compared to a human being.
The inside that's a concern because the inside diameter of this thing is only like 5 feet across. So and keep in mind the top of this thing is like 50 feet off the ground. So, and if it doesn't work, if I jump in and it doesn't work, I'll probably break my legs or my neck. So,
absolutely. So there's so many points of failure. You could jump through and keep going, and as you point out, hit the floor and break probably your neck and be dead. Or you could jump through, part of you would touch the wrong thing, and what would have happened to you if you'd done that?
That's the most of the, as far as the electricity goes, most of it, I wasn't about to test the theory and find out, but the inner electrode, I guess you could say, was grounded, so. But usually if you touch a grounded object with that kind of voltage, you're going to get a piece. You won't necessarily get the whole 3 million basically 3 megawatts, but you'll still get a piece of them, probably enough to kill you. So.
Sure. So you climbed up, and I can't even imagine. I mean, you had everything turned on, humming like crazy, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
And you probably, what were you on, a ladder?
Cherry picker.
A cherry picker. So here you are on a cherry picker, and you got to figure out how to jump out of the cherry picker and through.
Yep, I ended up just crawling on top of the bucket. So.
Yeah, and how long did you sit there and think about it before you jumped?
Well, that's the thing. I figured if I had to think about it too long, I'm going to check it out here. I mean, normally, like at the time, like I said, I had almost infinite risk tolerance at the time. I mean, somebody dared me to do something, no matter what it was, I'd probably do it. So, I mean, a lot of 20-year-olds are like that. So
they are, and a lot of them never make 30.
Yeah, but ended up. I don't know. I guess I thought of it about a minute or two. Basically, I made sure the camera was right. Because, like I said, if I would have thought about it too much, I would have said, "Okay, this is dumb. I'm not doing it."
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, why not? I mean, this is an obvious question to me. I would have some kind of cushioning, like they do with stuntmen, where they have cardboard boxes and other stuff, so that if you did hit the floor, you might live.
Well, keep in mind the only thing insulating the bottom of this was air. If I stuck anything below, there's between the bottom of that thing and the floor is basically 3 million volts trying to get the ground. It basically burned anything you set under. Basically, you put it underneath it.
Oh, that's right.
So I mean, even with 35 feet of distance, you get a lot of corona. So
absolutely. Well, 35 feet is definitely enough to kill you if you land the wrong way, and probably kill you no matter what.
Yeah.
All right, so you climb up on the bucket, and you jump. And then what?
Well, long story short, it feels like I got hit with a flashbang, and I wake up, and I'm 800 miles east of there, and 2 years later. So that's basically, there ain't no other way to put it.
800 miles east, and 2 years gone.
Yeah, well, basically what I did, I more or less, well, it's not very scientific in hindsight, but what I did is cranked everything basically to the max. So, because I wanted to make sure that I actually leaped rather than hit the floor.
So, when you woke up, did you have memory of what you had done? I mean, what condition were you in when?
Well, when I came through the other side, so to speak, I had total amnesia. That EMF and all that magnetism basically messed with my brain. So
I'm sure it would. I believe, like other mammals, we have magnetite, don't we, in our brains?
Well, I mean, it's basically your brain's electrochemical. So
right.
Basically, magnets will mess with electric fields. So.
Right. So how could you possibly have gone 200 miles? And it was east, you say?
Yeah, well, this was in Overland Park, Kansas, and I ended up, the nearest town I landed near was like Fairfield, Ohio. You can Google map that. That's basically roughly 800 miles east. So
800 miles.
But it took me quite a while to figure out to remember what the heck I did, and then I figure out, okay, where the heck am I? So.
And where were you? I mean, when you woke up, what were you on the ground? Were you in the middle of a shopping center?
Basically in the middle of a field. So.
Oh, that's actually at least lucky, I guess. Middle of a field.
I guess it rides the Earth's gravitational field, so I don't end up in space. So, which was basically one of my other concerns if I tried to leap too far. So.
Of course. Oh my goodness. So, here you are coming. Your clothes were okay. You were okay. You were stunned.
I was saying, okay. Basically, I wasn't on fire. Other than basically my nervous system all screwed up. It was basically the equivalent of getting hit with a flashbang for, I'd say, anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour. I mean, I couldn't for a minute. I couldn't even remember my own name. So.
For a minute, I get that. Okay, that's shock. You were in shock, clearly. How quickly did your memory begin to come back?
I would say probably an hour. It took me probably an hour or so to get my bearings, and it's like, okay. I mean, in 1995, I don't remember if they had GPS or not. I know, well, actually, this is well, okay, that's another thing, too. Basically, I did this in 1998, and on the other side, when I landed in Ohio, that was 2000. So.
2000?
Yeah, so basically not only did I jump 800 miles, but it was skipped over 2 years too. So actually a little over 2 years.
This is all the time I thought you were dead.
Well, from everybody else's point of view, for 2 years I didn't exist. I mean, if you basically do a Social Security search on me, for 2 years there won't be a peep.
Oh, I believe it. Trust me, I believe it. I searched for you. I looked for you, and you did not exist. It's true. So where to pick up on the story? All right, so now you're slowly beginning to remember, but at this point you don't have a home. You're 800 miles away from where you ought to be, or where you started. And as your memory slowly comes back, I mean, what do? Do you go up to somebody's door, knock on the door, or wander into a town, or what?
Yeah, eventually. Well, it's like okay. Well, it's in the middle of a field. I figured, okay, just maintain one direction. Eventually, you'll hit a road. Well, at least if I get a road, I'll have some idea where I am. Basically, long story short, I ended up meandering my way to Fairfield, which is it's not exactly a small town. It's just north of Cincinnati. So
okay.
I ended up going basically from Fairfield. It's like, okay, I know where I am now. So, long story short, I ended up going from Fairfield to a homeless shelter because keep in mind, after a few hours, it's like, okay, I remember my name now. So,
Madman, did your ID, did you have your wallet with you? I presume you probably removed any metallic objects before you jumped, I would hope.
Yeah, which included my ID, my credit cards, and all that. So, because with these magnetic fields, they would have been erased anyway. So
you didn't even have ID on you?
Nope, I had to go to the DM. Basically, eventually, once I remember my name, after a couple of days, I remember my Social Security number, so I had to go to the DMV and get another one.
Holy smokes. So here you are, utterly homeless, without ID. You slowly begin to get ID again. You're staying in a homeless shelter, and you have no memories of those years.
No, basically, it's weird. Basically, it erased. I could still remember like old memories, but basically the newer stuff, like from the previous 5 years or whatever, I couldn't remember squat. So, other than like I said, for a while I couldn't even remember my name, but eventually I got that back. So, and actually, that was the first thing I got back, and then I remembered. Okay, it started coming back to me. So,
so weird. All right, hold tight. Mike, short break. Mike Madman Markham is my guest. This man has traveled in time.
You get a shiver in the dark, it's raining in the park, but meantime. Sound of the river, you stop and you hold everything. To love you, all I got to be happy. All it's got to take is some warmth to make it blow away, blow away, blow away.
Want to take a ride? From the high desert and the great American Southwest, this is Midnight in the Desert, exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, dial 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Respectively, 18 to 20 years later, this is Mike Madman Markham. All right, Mike, this is such an incredible story. And I really do, again, I want to add myself that I searched so hard for you, and you were just gone.
Basically, that's another weird thing, too. Sometimes, I'm sure everybody's Googled their own name before, but yeah, I guess there was hundreds of other people looking for me, too, so.
Yes. When you were picking yourself up off the ground, Dale, I get these computer messages and they're helpful, wants to know, did you need a shave?
No, it was, from my point of view, it only took, I was only gone a couple of seconds, I think. I got hit. The closest approximation I can think of is, as far as experiencing this myself, it felt like I got hit with a flashbang. That's the closest approximation of it.
Yeah, fair enough. But You know, a lot would have changed if your body had actually spent a linear 2 years. You'd be shaggy, you'd have a long beard, you'd have long fingernails.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. From my point of view, it only took a couple seconds.
So when did you first learn, oh my God, it's the year 2000?
At the homeless shelter. Long story short, I ended up did I already mention we got to the homeless shelter in downtown Cincinnati?
You told me you went there, yes.
Yeah. Well, yeah, eventually I made myself to the homeless shelter in Cincinnati, and, well, every day you get a newspaper. They get a newspaper there, and it's like, wait a minute, this is 2000.
So at this point, you've got to either figure, no, there's only one thing you can figure, and that is that you, in fact, traveled in time. Yeah. Because otherwise, the things I just talked about would have been true. You would have been shaggy, you would have had giant long fingernails, and so you did travel in time. And when did that hit you? That, my God, I really did it.
It took actually, when I seen that, the time travel movies don't really, they don't really depict it accurately, like the reactions of people when they realize they've done that. So, I mean, I was in shock for a while, so.
Well, you know, movies need a little romance and drama and stuff like that, so you have to expect they're going to mess with things. But it dawned on you that, my God, I actually did it. I traveled in time. And then, I guess, so you began to establish yourself? You got ID again? Did you get a job? Did you stay in the area?
Yeah, I got a few, basically got a few temporary jobs. Eventually I got most of my memory back. I mean, even today, there's still holes in it.
Really?
So, long story short, I ended up basically saving up, getting a few temp jobs and saving up my money, and ended up going back, basically catching a Greyhound back there. And
so you take a Greyhound home. I'm sure you want to go back to the warehouse and see what's what, right?
Yep, and go back there, and basically go back there, and it's gone, basically everything. And
you don't mean the warehouse?
Well, no, the warehouse. Keep in mind, basically this was back in 2000, like 15 years ago. So right. I go back there, and the warehouse is there, but it's basically all my stuff inside is gone. So
gone? That's a lot of stuff to be gone.
Yeah, 2 years. This is all. That's plenty of time for. I don't know what happened to it. I don't know, because basically I was going to try to hunt down all my donors, and basically that's another thing too. I couldn't remember the people that donated. So.
And a lot of people did, I guess, donate, huh?
Yeah, like I said, probably 25 or 30 people. So.
All right, so here you are. You're back at the warehouse, and it's empty. All your stuff is gone.
And I'm wondering, okay, what happened to it?
Of course.
It's like.
And then also you had.
And basically I was gone, like trying to fill in the past 2 years of what happened, and with everything, the whole darn planet. So.
Yeah, I have to sit down and read the New York Times or something, I suppose. Anyway, did you contact the owner of the warehouse to try to find out what had occurred, or what next?
Well, that's the thing. I couldn't remember the guy's name.
So, we're not going to reveal where you are now. We're just saying you're in a secreted away location, which happens to be really true. My producer got you to a special place for this interview tonight, right? Don't say where it is.
Yeah, I kind of want to keep that to myself. Like I said, live and learn.
Yes, live and learn, indeed. So what is ahead for Madman now?
Basically, eventually I'm going to try to rebuild that thing and test and see. Basically, I don't know if I want to do that again or not. That kind of, like I said, that kind of messed with my head. So,
if you build again, and I have this really strong feeling that you will, would you build to a even larger scale? Would you, in other words, attempt to prove to the scientific community what you say is true, or what would your objective be if you build again?
Well, that was basically. Keep in mind when I said everything's gone, even my documentation for this thing, I don't know what happened to it. So, which kind of, even the time machine itself, even if I still had all my notes and stuff from it, basically I could say, okay, here, basically I could give it to the world, say, here's what I did, repeat it. So, if you can't repeat it, the whole thing's kind of useless. So.
Well, not really, not useless, but it would be wonderful to be able to document this. There have been some physicists, theoretical physicists, for example, that commented in the article that we have up on the website about you and about everything that occurred, and they didn't feel like you traveled in time, but they didn't know what happened on the other hand either.
Yeah. Well, yeah. They brought up that. Well, if this is true, then why don't they create vortexes with every lightning strike? So the thing is, though.
Yeah, but that's not fair. That's not fair.
Yeah, you can't really stir a lightning strike. It's there and gone so quick. So.
That's right. That's exactly right. But your magnetic fields could essentially stir it, and you were almost soup or fried chicken. I know.
Yeah, well, that's the thing about it. I didn't even have one single RF burn mark or anything on me. So, it messed with the magnetic fields mess with my brain. So, but other than that.
Do you remember enough of your system that if you wanted to rebuild it now, you could?
Yeah, it's not 100%, but I would say probably between 90 and 95%. So the rest I could basically do the trial and error thing and figure it out again. So
do you think
right now keep in mind this thing probably costs several $1 million. So if I actually had to pay cash for everything.
Right.
So
Mike, do you think that time travel in either direction is possible, or only forward?
Well, here's the thing. From my previous experiments of going in reverse, because at first it's like I tried to hold the portal open, so to speak, and basically that way I can walk through and then basically come back to where I started again.
Yeah.
Well, every time I've tried that, I've crashed the power grid. It takes way too much energy. It's basically, I agree with all the other physicists as far as that goes. Basically, backwards time travel. Well, let's put it this way. Basically, time travel does not work the way Hollywood depicts it.
Oh, I've got that.
Yeah, you can basically go backwards in time, but not to any point you pick. Basically, I was like, oh, cool, I want to go see Christ. I want to go see Christ's crucifixion. Well, unless you build a time machine at 4 BC or whenever, actually 33 AD or whatever, unless you actually build the machine at that time and have it powered up at that time, you can't return to that time. So,
okay.
If I build the machine, long story short, if I have the machine powered up tomorrow,
yes,
I can't come back to today. So,
So those 2 years, it's like they just don't exist for you, which means that you did not age during those 2 years.
Yeah, it's long story short, as far as the time travel aspect of it basically works the same way as basically relativity.
All your long stories are, I'm noticing, short. So we've got a good long show, not that long, so you can make long stories medium. That'd be all right. All right, hold tight. Mike Madman Markham is my guest. 18 to 20 years. Hey, that's a 2-year difference between our interviews. 2 years, the man was gone. I'm Art Bell.
Midnight in the Desert spans the world. To call us from outside the U.S. and Canada only, use Skype with a headset mic if on a computer, and call MITD 55. That's MITD 55.
All right, so what we're going to do is open the lines. Well, actually, let me note 2 things. Number one, I am now on Periscope. I promise that. And frequently on Fridays we do a sort of a Periscope session. So hello there if you're watching. Generally seeing the back of my head. Can't be very exciting, but you can see the show kind of in motion from that angle. So I set it up that way rather than facing me and my ugly mug. No point in that. So we have classic stuff here. Mike Madman Markham. You have now heard his story, I think, to date. I'm sure there's much more to say. For example, Mike, here's a question. Somebody wants to know why, for example, weren't the police there or somebody to stop you from jumping through? They had to know that you were building up to it, right?
Well, that's the thing. I kind of after all the publicity, I basically the only people that knew about it is the people that donated. So I never told anybody else. Not the people at work, nobody. So.
Well, that really does make sense to me because somebody surely would have stopped you, right?
I don't know if they would have or not. I mean, technically, it'd be kind of hard to prove it was a suicide attempt. I mean, and when it exactly wasn't. So.
They might have looked at that equipment and figured out it was going to be a suicide, no matter what. Hold on one sec, Mike. All right, so phone lines are open, folks. Here it is. Finally, they're open. You can ask questions if you would like, and I'm sure you have questions. This is a man who's traveled in time. Area code 952-225-5278. Put a 1 in front of that. 1-952-225-5278. If you're calling on Skype, MITD51, or outside North America, MITD55. They probably would have, I think, Madman figured you were going to do yourself in, and somebody would have stopped you, I'm sure.
Well, nobody did.
Nobody did, as it turns out, but
if you check out, there's plenty of YouTube videos where everybody, they actually have suicide videos on YouTube. And,
really?
Yeah, yeah. There's just about everything on YouTube. If you look hard enough, but there's all sorts of weird things on YouTube, including that stuff, and including some guys standing on top of electric trains, basically just reaching up and grabbing the 25,000 volts of power of the train, and when you do that, it zaps you like a bug. So
that's right. All right, somebody wants to know, because there was a rumor, Mike, that you did an experiment with a cat. Is that true or not?
No, I don't know where that came from. Somebody made that up due to lack of information, because basically after the first round of publicity, I more or less made up my mind. It's like, oh God, I can't stand being a celebrity. So
yeah, I know you don't seek out fame. I'm very well aware that you don't seek out fame, Mike, and so it's a honor to have you on the show. It really is.
Well, yeah, no, not everybody. Like every Hollywood actress or actress, whatever. Not all of them basically like the limelight. So I compare myself to Jodie Foster. I don't mind basically every now and then, but as far as people knocking on my door 24/7. It's really, to me, it's disconcerting having somebody I don't know run up to me and ask for my autograph. So
I know the feeling. Go to restaurants and people want to. Anyway, listen, Mike. People want to know if you were to do this again. Let's think about it for a second. You could conceivably hopscotch into the future. Again and again and again, maybe you could figure out a way to do it with less trauma to your own person, and, you would still be a young man in the year 20, whatever you want.
Yeah, like I said, the problem is it's a one-way trip. It's like the same thing as using relativity.
Yes.
So,
well, it is a one-way trip.
That's the advantage of, everybody. It's already been scientifically proven you can use gravity to dilate time. Well, basically, I'm using electromagnetism, which is 10 to the 30th times stronger.
Right.
So
Right.
I don't need basically a black hole to do this. So.
They're getting ready to try to create a black hole at CERN. You have any thoughts on what might happen when they do?
Well, they're going to be basically. I'm with everybody else. Like as far as all the other physicists, as far as that goes, they'll be so small they'll evaporate almost immediately.
I hope you're right. I really hope that's what happens.
Well, I mean, if not, it'll swallow the Earth at nearly the speed of light, and we won't even see it coming. So.
Yeah, it'll be over. Oh, just like that. All right, on Skype, you are on the air with Madman. Hi. I think it's somebody named Torch. You're on the air. Hello.
Hey, how's it going, Art? Welcome back.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask, the key thing that you really need the most is funding, right?
Funding or equipment. So.
Okay, well, if you could travel into the future, or even if you can travel into the past, wouldn't the number one thing would be to find out what the numbers are going to be for tomorrow and come back and play those numbers, and you'd be able to fund yourself with millions of dollars?
Well, I mean, obviously that's the first thing I thought. I actually had a reporter ask me that back in 1995 when it's like, what were you planning to do with this thing?
Right.
When I actually told him I'm going to go into the future, get the lottery numbers, and then come back and give them to myself. I mean, when I told him that, I was actually laughing when I said it. It was a joke. I mean, I didn't think they would take it seriously. They hung on every word I said, so...
Right. That would be the key to do, though, don't you think?
Well, that's the problem. The thing stopping me from doing that, though, is I don't know how to go in reverse. I mean, like I said, I can't go back before I turn this thing on. The best I could do is if I turn it on today, I can go to tomorrow, and then come back to today, but I have to keep the thing on the whole time.
Is there any way you can send, information?
Takes so much energy, I can't do it. It can't be done.
Yeah, he was asking if there's any way you can send back information.
I haven't really looked into that. I mean, I've heard of other people basically like this one guy supposedly made a TV that can see the future or whatever, but I haven't figured out how to do that yet. So
what would really bother me is to lose you. I mean, really lose you. I thought you were lost for 2 years, Mike, and now I have this feeling. I just have this feeling that you're going to rebuild somehow.
Well, that's the eventual goal anyway. So I mean, it may or may not happen. Now there's this. I guess if it happens at some point in the future, I can't really say it didn't happen. But there's this story floating around me on the internet where I ended up back in 1930 crushed in some tube with a cell phone in my hand or something. Well, as far as I know, that didn't happen. But that's not to say that I don't do it at some point in the future. I don't see how, because I don't know how to go back to any arbitrary point in the past. So
I've got to say that even going forward in hops and holding your youth at the same time, if you didn't have to end up with a headache, no ID, and in the middle of a field somewhere, would be pretty cool.
Yeah, well, I mean, the foolish, looking back on it, the foolish thing I done, I mean, basically was I didn't wear a Faraday cage when I dumped into it. I didn't think I needed one.
Well, I guess
I know better now, so.
Yes, you did. All right, let's go to, Kansas City on the phone. Hi, you're on the air.
Hello, Art. How you doing?
I'm doing well, sir. Thank you.
Okay, a couple of things for you. I'm a skeptic. I love your time travel talk. I love hearing it. I love reading it. It's great.
Are you a skeptic of what Mike did?
Well, not necessarily. The proof is in the pudding, naturally, okay? The thing that bothers me on a situation like this, you travel in time, you lose track of 2 years, person can go into a coma, okay? My thing is a two-way travel. You go forward, you come back. You go back, you come forward.
Well, that would be ideal.
It would be ideal, and it would be the real proof, okay? And the other thing, and Mike, this is for you, okay? I have a lot of close family, a lot of close loved ones. Keep track of me. What did your family say or think this time you were gone?
Oh, good question. A really good question. How about it, Mike?
Well, they thought I vaporized myself, so they were freaked out.
Did they submit any reports to the police? Did they, a missing person report or anything?
That's actually one of the first things I did when I was in that homeless shelter. I ended up going to the library and doing a search myself and see if, and nothing turned up. So basically, I don't know if they filed missing persons or not. Basically, they said they did, but I can't find anything. So.
All right. Here is somebody named Clay who is on the wormhole saying, has Madman ever considered creating a Kickstarter page to fund yet another project with the proper funding? He could even keep a video blog to record his results, thus proving the experiment works.
You know what? That's actually, I never actually considered that. I mean, usually with Kickstarter, it's things with at large, there's probably so much skepticism. I don't think I'd get that much anyway. So.
Okay.
So, but
it's not a bad.
It's actually an idea.
It is.
I mean, in one of your original callers from from '95, they asked me if I was going to be publishing. Well, I'm not your typical. Basically, one of your other guests. Most of your other guests already have like a book published or whatever, and then they go on your show to promote it or whatever.
Yes, I know. You don't have a book to sell, right?
Yeah, I don't. It's like I've never. That's my weak thing on the technical side. I'm a math and science guy. As far as basically the English side of it, when I was in college, I barely passed that.
All right. Here's what I recommend, Mike. Seriously, there will be a lot of people who would be willing to ghost author for you or co-author for you. So in other words, you could in detail with drawings that if you can remember. Of the equipment, the warehouse, the whole thing, everything that's happened beginning to end, as you've told it on this story, on this show rather, but in more detail, and write a book. I recommend you do it. Now, I'm not sure how we connect.
I did remember Stephen Hawking's publisher said every formula, including this, is going to cut your cells in half. So,
if we have a publisher who would like to do this, how about I have them contact my producer, you know her, very nice girl, Heather.
Yeah.
Right? And maybe you should make a book deal, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody else is going to write it, I mean, I could write all the techniques, basically the meat and potatoes of it, and they can more or less do the rest. So.
Man, if anything deserves to be published, it's this. And that it would go a long way toward, I think, funding any project you want. It's just an idea. David, you're on with Madman Markham. Hello.
Art, man, looking good. I see you on Periscope.
Oh, hi.
Question for Mark or Mike.
Mike.
So,
go ahead.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's intriguing because you don't really have an angle on this. I mean, you don't have a book deal like you said before. Art kind of found you back in '95. So what about the witnesses? I mean, is there anyone out there that can corroborate your story? I mean, where are they at? Maybe we can find them tonight. I don't know.
Basically, like I said, I can't remember. There was what was her name? Her last name was Sanderson. That's the only one I can remember. So, but originally, there was like 25 or 30 people that basically were there when I was running this thing. So.
All right, just like the police officer who contacted me and actually went on the air. I mean, how often does that ever happen?
Crap. I just said it earlier. Oh, Tom Hampton.
I'm sure he could be found. I'm sure that some other people who were funding you.
He's actually still an officer in Stanbury, as far as I know. So.
Wow.
So yeah, basically, small town people, they more or less grow up and die there. So.
I do understand.
Yeah, I hope you can find, some of the people that were there in the warehouse,
Right. I think it's a wonderful idea, caller. Thank you very, very much. And put it all together, chronicle it in a book as best as you can remember it. I understand that your memory got harmed, certainly, and that's not a surprise. I'm just.
It's like when I was talking to Heather yesterday, I was I was telling her about this experiment where they were basically taking these 8 Tesla magnets, which is a really, really strong magnet, but they actually got it. The tech is mature enough where they actually make that handheld. And they were actually doing showing it off for the Discovery Channel, where they're actually taking that thing, pulsing it into some guy's brain to where, and he's counting from 1 to 10 while this thing's pulsing in his head, and it was actually messing with his speech centers where he couldn't talk, where he couldn't count.
I believe it. I absolutely believe it. So
it's like these guys are PhDs, and it's like, oh my God. You basically know more about this than I do, and you're still doing it.
It's almost like you were in a timeless coma for 2 years. I don't know how else to think about it. I mean, you've got to ask yourself. I certainly ask, where was Madman for 2 years? Where were you? Did you simply jump through that time and land on the field? It seems that way.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I didn't physically age as far as I could tell. I mean, my fingernails were the same length as they were. I didn't have not even 1 day's growth of facial hair. So as far as I could tell, I just skipped over that 2 years. So.
All right, let's stay with the phone and go to next, whatever next is. Hello.
Hey, Art, this is Tom from Florida. How you doing?
I'm doing well, Tom. What's up?
Yeah, I just wanted to, I missed part of the show, unfortunately, and I just wanted to ask Mike, did you have any feedback from the government or anything? Did any government officials get in contact with you? I mean,
that's a very, very good question. A very good question.
I mean, well, that's another thing. I mean, Hollywood, basically, they'd have me, the Men in Black show up and make me disappear. Well, obviously that didn't actually happen. So,
did anybody from the government at all contact you?
No, basically you would think they would. I'm sure they have spy satellites everywhere, so I'm sure they know about it. But no, I didn't hear a peep out of them. Nobody came knocking on my door, offering me money, saying, "Hey, come work for us. We'll give you all the funding you need." I mean, that works. That happens in every Hollywood movie you ever watch, but
not real life.
Reality is a little bit different. So
that's incredible, Mike. You would think that some government agency, DARPA, somebody.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think, Department of Energy or DARPA, really, actually DARPA, because basically they fund all sorts of strange things. So yeah, you'd think they would be coming, like knocking on my door, checking hand, but nope, didn't happen.
If they were to come to you now, what would you cooperate with them or not?
Usually, I mean, the thing with DARPA, I don't have firsthand experience with them, but I'm willing to bet they try to militarize every. I mean, basically, the check isn't free and clear. There's always strings attached.
I hear that.
So.
All right. Very quickly, let's try this. You're on the phone and on the air.
Hi, Art. What a pleasure to be on the phone with you and with Mike. First of all, I want to say that I appreciate your interest in time travel because
never ending.
Because you have such an interest. It allows all of us who also have an interest to enjoy these topics in depth. But my question is this: we know obviously that he ended up in our dimension. In other words, when he went through this so-called time machine, he didn't go into like another dimension or an alternate future. He obviously stayed within our own dimension, our own time, our own space. So that begs the question. The Earth is in a different spot 2 years from now. So if he ended up in the same locale, the same dimension as we're
Well, no, wait a minute. He moved 800 miles, remember?
No. The Earth.
I'm with you. I'm with you. Yeah. So in other words, why didn't he materialize in space? We're at a break, and I have to break. So, Mike, that is kind of a cool question, and one worth considering during the break. I'm Art Bell.
Midnight in the Desert doesn't screen calls. We trust you. But remember, the NSA, well, You know, to call the show, please dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
That's the landline number, and you're welcome to give us a call and ask Madman Markham whatever you like. And otherwise, of course, Skype is active and ready at your beck and call, as it were. Mike, welcome back.
Yep, glad to be here.
Jasmunda from Down Under, I know he's in Australia. He's wondering if you were upset that you missed the Millennium New Year's Eve.
Well, kind of. Technically, the Millennium wasn't told. Depending on who you ask, the Millennium didn't start to 2001 anyway, so. Good
point. It is depending on who you ask, indeed. But, of course, it's just gone, huh?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it was kind of depressing, but at that point, I was more excited than depressed, so. I
completely understand. All right, I believe it's Trey from Atlanta. Hi, Trey.
Hey, Art, I'm sort of reticent to say this, but, I feel like with Madman here, and it is a huge honor to talk to you, do you feel like even if you haven't personally, in perhaps this reality, have hit time travel, do you think an alternate version of you has?
Ooh. That's a pretty cool question.
If you consider like the multiverse theory, I guess if there's infinite versions of me, I guess so. I mean, if you think of it that way.
I mean, it's definitely a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, by definition, basically, with infinite possibilities, everything that could possibly happen has happened, as far as that goes. But, I'm kind of more concerned about me rather than alternate me's, so.
Well, you are now how old, Mike?
According to my birth certificate, 42, but...
really only 40?
Yeah, biologically I'm 40.
So at 40, you're in your prime. There's no question about it. You're in your prime, and...
Yeah, hopefully with luck I'll have another 40, so...
Well, maybe you will. And, again, what are you going to do with it? I mean, somebody who's already done the incredible thing that you've done can't just give up.
Oh, of course. Of course not.
So you're gonna build, aren't you?
Well, if I can, I will.
Hello there. You're on the air with Madman Markham.
Hi. I think the missing equipment in the warehouse part of your story is the weak link, because it's easy to find out who owns a commercial building. We all know all you have to do is go to the local courthouse, records department,
sure,
or a realtor or an attorney, and they will tell you the name of the owner of the warehouse. And you're much too brilliant, and you're not much too practical to have overlooked this because of losing all of your equipment and your notes. What's your explanation for this?
Mm-hmm. And the video. The video, too.
Well, basically, like I said, as far as the video goes, all that disappeared with the equipment. But
right.
Believe it or not, that didn't actually cross my mind. So as far as like looking up the realtor or the building or whatever. So
why not? I mean, I would think you would definitely want to know what happened to your stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, I would, but like I said, basically, you know what? That didn't actually cross my mind. I mean, like I said, at first I couldn't even remember. I didn't even have the brains to remember my own name. So,
I know that the stuff was there. I know
when I actually went back there, I actually stayed there for a week. But yeah, believe it or not, the week I was there, I didn't actually think to go to the courthouse. Do
you mean that you stayed in the warehouse for a week when you went back?
No, I mean, no. I just
in town.
It was, yeah, I mean, it basically made me really depressed being there and seeing it empty. So I got the hell out of there. So.
I totally get that. That would be depressing. It's like, where did everything go? Overseas somewhere. Hi there. You're on the air with Madman.
Hi.
Hi. Where are you?
I am in Japan, and for some reason I'm hearing myself. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Good.
So I was going to say that I feel kind of like I'm time traveling myself because I'm watching you on Periscope, and it's about 15, 20 seconds ahead of the radio that I'm listening to.
It's a type of time travel.
Yeah. But I guess I had two questions.
Sure.
One of them, or a question and a comment. One is that on the DARPA side of things, if everything that we hear is, or even if half of what we hear is true, I would think that they wouldn't really need you, honestly. I feel like, to a certain extent, they'd probably be way beyond what you're doing, and their only interest would be to shut you up, if anything. Yeah. They probably just figured, he'll burn himself up, or do it wrong, or he won't remember, or we've already done that, so we don't care.
Yeah, it's kind of a good point, Mike. If you've done this...
that could be why they haven't knocked on my door. They already know more than I do. So
there you go.
And the question I had was...
they have billions of dollars to do stuff with, so...
I didn't get to hear the whole show yet. I'll go back and listen to it because I'm subscribed. But you talked about the warehouse being empty. But did you have like a house that you were living in the town? Was that still there? Was your personal possessions and stuff still there?
Good question.
Or did that get
well, actually, at the time, the house I had at the time was in St. Joseph, Missouri. That was all long gone too. That basically other people were living there now. Wow.
So your family or anybody keep any of your stuff? I mean, do you have any personal belongings or anything? Because I feel like that would be
I basically had to start over. So I'm sure basically I don't know. Well, what happens to stuff when somebody disappears for 2 years?
You will hear when you listen to the rest of the show about his ID being gone, about it, a lot. Trust me.
I'm more or less. I basically was in the same boat with somebody's house burning down, and with all their possessions inside. In 2000 I had nothing. So
I imagine when you went back to the warehouse, I'm sure it was just a gigantic, depressing moment.
Oh yeah, I mean,
here's what I imagine. I imagine that perhaps either whoever owned the warehouse or perhaps the tenant that came to the warehouse after you disappeared, literally, had everything just dragged away somewhere and probably put in, the junkyard. I hate to say that, but...
Yeah, I mean, those electromagnets were, they probably sold it for scrap and got quite a bit of money from it because there was a lot of copper in that. So...
God knows they rip up copper, from... radio antennas have radials. They rip that up and sell it as copper. It's horrible what's going on. Daniel, hello, Daniel, on Skype. You're on the air with Madman.
Hi, guys.
Hi there.
This is actually Dimitri, and Daniel's my son. He was the one that put the call through, but I just wanted to say that it's a great honor to talk to both Art and Madman Markham.
Thank you.
I've listened to the original broadcast back in the mid-'90s when I was a teenager, and I was fascinated by the story.
Well, in that case, can you verify that what you heard then is basically what you heard now?
Yeah.
Except for the new stuff.
I would say so. And as I said, many years went on since the original broadcast, and this story just stuck with me. It was always in the back of my mind. I would think about it every now and again. I always wondered what happened to Madman, and I tried every now and again to hop online and try to see if there was any new information. Just maybe a couple of months ago, I probably spent a whole day digging online and, came up with little things here and there, and actually found a story about him, appearing 800 miles away, and I thought for some reason that was some bogus story, but now hearing it from, Michael Markham himself, I gotta say, hey, you know what? That really did happen. But what I wanted to ask is, okay, so there was a warehouse where all of this equipment was set up, and, I'm sure all these people were there watching Michael jump in. He disappeared. Obviously, this was there was something to this machine, to all of this machinery. It wasn't just a joke. I mean, guy either teleported someplace, whether he went, forward or backwards in time. It doesn't matter, because either one of those scenarios would still be out of this world, and I just don't see anyone scrapping this stuff, because there is a lot more to it than just,
I don't know,
a bunch of transformers sitting around. And I was going to say, tracking these people down wouldn't be that hard, because obviously at some point, there's someone's name that was attached to the lease or title.
Of course. You know what else? You know what else is also possible, caller, and that is that somebody did know exactly what happened, and somebody came in who knew what they were doing and took it all away.
Right. And then another thing I was going to ask is whatever happened to the videotapes? I mean, I know, obviously, Michael doesn't know how to get a hold of any of these guys, but, you'd think that if something like this happened and someone got it on video, it's bound to make its way to YouTube. I mean, I've checked all over. There's nothing,
the answer to that is all that stuff, the recording of all this was done in the warehouse. So this stuff was in the warehouse, including the camcorder, right, Mike?
Yeah, a camcorder, several hours of footage, and my personal journal, basically where I more or less write down the date and basically the experiments that day I did. So,
including, I would imagine, your ID and anything metal you had that you were carrying.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I usually had that on me until the day I was actually going to jump in because I didn't want that basically erasing. So. Because there's like a magnetic stripe on the back, and if you erase that, well, you can't swear it doesn't work anymore. So,
Right, but these people were at the warehouse when everything went down while the video camera was set up, recording the whole event. And so you'd think that one of those guys would probably grab the camera after the fact, or at least grab the tape, so they would have some kind of proof of, hey, you know what, I've witnessed a guy either that,
sir, or they didn't want any evidence of this.
True. Well, in any case, fascinating story. Loved it. And you know what? I really hope that Mike can go forward with this. And you know what? Maybe put out a shout out, because I know there's a lot of people who listen to the show that would probably like to contribute, just like the folks back in the day did. And I think go forward.
Okay, thank you. I honestly think that one of the better paths now for Mike might be to find a publicist and sit down with a publicist, and even if you have to do regressive therapy, in order to bring back some of the details that got blasted away when you went through, somehow commit all of this to paper and do exactly what everybody else in the world does, write a book.
Yep. I'm actually looking at this one guy suggests. I'm actually looking at the website now. Go to tell him to set up a GoFundMe account.
Yeah, GoFundMe or well, that's crowdfunding, right?
Yeah. Well, one thing I do want to avoid is. Well, I know this one guy, he supposedly had some sort of free energy device, and they ended up sending him to prison for securities fraud. So I definitely don't want to basically end up falling in his shoes.
No, we don't want you back in the pokey again.
Yeah, that's as far as that goes, that's what basically, he more or less said, here's a free, I have an engine that runs on water, and well, I guess he ended up filing on his company on the New York Stock Exchange. And then he couldn't deliver, and, well, basically they more or less sent him to prison for securities fraud. So
there are a few things that we do know for sure. We know you did the experiment. We know you ended up 800 miles away from the point of the experiment. And we know that 2 years disappeared. People are asking questions about the warehouse, but I kind of understand if everything was gone, you'd just kind of, throw up your hands in dismay, and you'd probably be a little disoriented. Hold tight. Madman Markham is my guest. He is not a French fry yet, and he may do it again. Or maybe not. Maybe he'll just write a book.
We walked into the room. There was voodoo in the bags. I was captured by a star.
It's almost repeating itself.
No call screening, no waiting on hold, no requirement to kiss Art's ring. Just good talk. Join Art by calling 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952 Call Art.
Actually, this is a remarkable interview, taking place 18 to 20 years, respectively, after the first interviews with Mike Madman Markham. And it is an incredible story. No question about it. I think it definitely deserves to be in a book with lots and lots of details. And is there anything left, Mike? Are there photographs, any pictures at all of the big equipment that you had set up? Anything?
No, unfortunately. I mean, the drawings, but basically those are redrawn from memory. So.
Right. Oh, that is so sad. So sad. And it seems to be something that happens in time travel stories that we get even from others. It's sad. Jack on Skype, you're on the air with Madman. Hi.
Evening, Art.
Evening.
Mr. Markham, I have a suggestion for you, sir. If you set yourself up a Patreon account and then link that with a YouTube account and start making a weekly video, I can pretty much guarantee that everyone listening tonight and that's been listening to this kind of broadcast for the last 20 or 30 years will subscribe to your YouTube channel. YouTube will start paying you, and then Patreon will start paying you. And that will fund your research. The only thing you got to promise us, though, Guy, is that you're going to keep us updated on your progress.
Do you want to do that kind of thing? It's a good suggestion. Do you want to get on social media? The trouble with it is, Mike, that it does make you, like a celebrity. And
yeah. Well, I mean, sometimes that's unavoidable, as much as I don't like it.
That's right. So. You're absolutely correct. So you consider that?
Well, you believe it or not, I already have like a YouTube account. I mean, I think it's been hacked because there's like stuff posting on it I didn't post. So.
That happens a lot.
Yeah, but
I know 2 years in the bigger scheme of things is short, but I'm wondering, were you jolted by the change in technology? Because we are a fast-moving world. Was there any?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, basically I had to go to the library and catch up on what I missed. So.
Was there anything that surprised you in technological progress?
Well, yeah, I mean, somewhat. I mean, 1998. The main thing I would think, I was using first generation IGBTs in my time machine.
Right.
Well, they had by 2000 they had the second generation ones, so I think they're up to like 6 or 7 now. But
wow.
But yeah, silicon technology was the thing that totally mostly blew my mind. So, they were making a big deal about gigahertz processors. Well, in 1998 they only had 233 megahertz, so that was a big leap.
Yeah, it sure has been. All right, Madman Markham and somebody in Colorado Springs, I think.
Hi, Art. This is Kevin. A couple comments.
Sure.
First, the question from the caller about why you wouldn't have ended up in space.
Yes.
If I jump exactly this moment in time a year forward, would not I end up in exactly the same place I am now? The Earth would be in the same place in space.
Well, if it was exactly a year.
And that's what I.
Oh, I see. I've got you. So you're saying even though it was 2 years. Mike,
keep in mind the sun's not staying put in one spot in space compared to. It depends on what your point of reference is. Even there's it takes like 12,500 years technically to be in the same spot, but you got to remember the whole Milky Way galaxy is also rotating.
Were you gone? It's a good question. Were you gone exactly 2 years? Do you know?
No, it was actually 2 years and 2 months and some odd days. So.
Really?
Yeah, but the thing is, as far as, that question was asked before we went to break.
Right.
But, basically what happened was, the other end of the wormhole, so to speak, I don't know what else to call it.
Yes.
Basically, it more or less rides, it's riding the center of the gravity of the Earth, so I don't have to worry about ending up in space. So.
Wow. Wow, this whole thing is so incredible.
And luckily, I guess, luckily, it's as far as stability goes, it's not dumping me in the middle of something, so that's actually good. That's actually what I was worried about. Okay, are these hamsters? Are they end up in? It's like, are they ended up in the middle of the parking lot or whatever? I mean, literally buried in the asphalt. So
maybe when you die, Madman, you'll walk through the pearlies, and there will be a whole bunch of hamsters and guinea pigs staring at you. Kenny, hello there, Kenny, wherever you are on Skype.
Hey, how's it going?
It's fine.
Hey, yeah, that was going to be my question because you guys went to break, and why didn't he end up in space? And you guys forgot to answer that question. So that was my question. That was going to be reminding you to ask
so
that.
So your whole call is now useless. Or do you have another question?
I have a request. I do definitely have a request.
Okay.
Is there a way that you can come up with a compilation of all the times JC called you and put it on as a tribute? Because that guy was awesome.
I mean, okay. Well, maybe like a thank you, like a memorial, because I think he's, well, I shouldn't say it because JC, I don't know where JC is. He may be.
Yeah, I heard he was. I never listened to the show before yesterday, and I heard he was like some legendary heckler. So.
Legendary heckler is a way to put it, I suppose. Hi there. You're on the air with Madman Markham.
Hi, Art. Thank you for taking my call. I just have a quick question for your guest today. And I guess I'm curious to know about his familiarity with the intergalactic gravitational transportation associated with his time travel. I missed the first half of the call. I'm just curious to know if he used electricity to increase the magnetism and the gravity within his warehouse when he traveled.
Oh, are you a time traveler? Member of our time traveler club is what I mean.
No, I'm not, Art.
Oh, goodness. You need to go back and hear the beginning of this program because we detailed everything, and we can't go through it again.
My fault.
Yeah, if you go to YouTube, even the original 1995 interviews are on there. So
that's right. Of course, the big experiment is not part of that.
The
early stuff.
Yeah, there's quite a bit that happens from 1997 up till
I should say.
Yeah, 2000. So.
I'm sorry, caller. You'll have to find a way to hear the show. That's all I can say. All right, let's see if we can quickly do one before a masked man on Skype. Hello, going once.
Hello.
Yes.
Art.
Yes.
Yeah, I got a question. I'm wondering if he knows whether he is in the same dimension he left in. You know what I mean? Did
yes, I
go
do.
To another Earth with another universe?
It's a good question.
Yeah, like
I'm still here.
Yeah, like alternate reality. So
yeah, it would make sense. Even if all your stuff has vanished.
Well,
none of your stuff.
I mean, the change in
you would really expect none of your stuff.
Wait a minute. One at a time here. Caller, go ahead.
You would really expect none of your stuff to be around. It would be missing. It wouldn't be in the warehouse.
That's a kind of a thought. Mike, what do you think?
That's actually a possibility. I have no way of knowing for certain what the heck happened. But
maybe when you vanished, it did too. I've got a question. Was there anything on the floor? Were there scar marks? Were there drag marks? Anything at all?
No, there was actually a new tenant there. So
yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah. I knew it.
So, I mean, if there was anything, basically with where the main contraption was, I guess you could call it, the main vortex generator or whatever you want to call it, where that was, there was a bunch of pallets stuck there. It's like stacked there. So
a bunch.
If there was skid marks or whatever, they were covered up. So
another tenant. Very quickly, you're on the air with Madman Markham coming up in a break. Hi.
Hello, Art. Welcome back to the airwaves. This is Ryan out in the middle of the Sonoran Desert in Buckeye, Arizona.
Hey there.
Hi. I just wanted to know if there was a missing person report, because if somebody's jumped through something as he describes and there's witnesses, people are going to panic, like the owner of the building, potentially manslaughter, homicide, being complicit in.
Not to mention his family.
Yeah.
Yeah,
My family thought.
Hold on, caller. Hold on. We're getting an answer. Go ahead, Mike.
My family thought I more or less vaporized myself, and as far as everybody, that's why actually when I went back there, that's what I ended up. That was one of the first things I did was do a search on myself and to see if I can find the, like I said, missing persons reports, all that stuff.
Both of you
have the record.
Yeah, both of you hold on. I'll bring you back, caller. Stay right where you are. We're in break. I frankly thought was dead, but he's not. David in Los Angeles writes something that, as I bring back this caller and Mike, I think you all should hear. Art, I'm a real estate broker, and whenever someone just disappears from a property, we call a company to trash everything inside. Most times we have no idea, nor do we care what's going into the dumpster. Then we rent to a new tenant. That's how it works. Caller, you're back on with Madman Mike.
Yes, sir. And I just, it's a very fascinating story. I'm kind of like thinking maybe this was a story that would have been good for truth or trash. It's just there's too many holes in the story.
Like what?
A guy disappears for 2 years, and law enforcement, the media is not alerted. Somebody panicking that witnessed this.
I looked for the guy myself.
Well, and then he appears out of the field, out of the homeless shelter. There's got to be a record of him appearing there. And
I'm
then
sure there is.
Jobs.
Okay, Mike, is there a record of your appearance at the homeless shelter?
Yeah, I'm sure there is. I mean, they had security cameras in there, so...
Well, I
don't know if they still have that footage from this. Keep in mind, this was 15 years ago, so I don't know if they still have the footage or not. But
well, I understand it, but extraordinary claims, you have to have extraordinary evidence. I mean, it's a great story, but there's a lot of holes, especially where you disappear and there's all these witnesses. Nobody goes to the cops. No one goes to the media, and then, like you said, the credit cards.
Actually, hold it. One thing at a time.
Yes,
you're blasting a lot of things. The media did pay attention, and the media did, including me, nationally, went on the air and said, Madman is gone. We can't find him. And other media looked into it as well. Now, as Pallades will tell you, people disappear. It happens. And go ahead.
Gone because of this, him jumping into
through
his time machine, or just disappearing off the grid. It's two different things. I'm not trying to be critical.
No, you can be critical. It's fine. Be critical.
The story is just like, family members would have panicked, okay? If somebody would have said, hey, your son, your daughter, your whatever would have jumped through something like that, and he said they assumed that he vaporized, well, I would think they'd go to the police. And
I would too.
And the guy that owns the building...
Well, all right, that's yet something else. You're jumping ahead. All right, Mike, let me ask you this. Your family, I asked that too. I don't know, and I have no right to pry, but I don't know how close you were to your family. I don't know anything about you with that regard. I mean, so are you surprised they didn't file a police report?
Well, I mean, I was actually kind of, but not really. I mean, I talk to him I don't call him like every day and tell him what I'm doing or anything like that. I mean, usually I call him I'd say maybe every few weeks. So,
let's try this. They knew what you were doing, didn't they?
Yeah, and I figured, well, okay, maybe, they assume, okay, I figured they'd have none of them have a life insurance policy that they tried to collect or anything like that, so...
well, I'll tell you this, if I were writing a policy...
And there was no, I figured maybe if the world assumes I'm dead, maybe there'll be a death certificate of me. No, I guess the world assumed I'm still alive, so, because I can't find a death certificate on me.
Well, after about a year, they can do that. Or maybe it's more than that. I really don't know. But
me neither. So
I was trying to say, if I was asked to write a policy on you, and I was the underwriter, I'd say no chance.
Yeah, I mean, the premiums for that would be insane. So.
Everybody has to remember, everybody knew what Mike was doing. He had been arrested. He had been in jail. He had collected this equipment. Then he had collected donations and money from broadcasting that we did. He had the warehouse. We know about that. And he had the resources to build the stuff he talked about. So we know an awful lot. Granted, there's some we don't know, but we know that much. William on Skype, you're on the air.
Roswell Zarkville.
I beg pardon?
Roswell Zarkville.
Well, Roswell's right back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mike, I've got a question for you.
Okay.
You said when you put your small animals through, they went up either east or west.
Yep.
Was it always the same direction, or was it one or the other?
It was, as far as I could tell, as far as trying to figure out if there was a pattern to it, it was the east or west was random.
So they either went east or west, but never north-south, caller?
That doesn't make sense to me.
Okay.
If he's traveling forward in time, he should always go in the same direction and either wind up above the ground or under the ground.
Well,
my next question is, if you saw them appear, did they appear on the ground or did they appear above the ground and fall to the ground?
Well, I mean, they were appeared above the ground. I mean, they were like basically on the surface of the ground. They weren't under the ground. And they didn't come back dead, so I'm assuming they didn't pop in high enough above the ground to where the fall killed them. So,
were any of them physically affected in any way that you could detect, Mike?
No, I mean they were perfectly fine as far as I could tell. No burn marks. They were. I mean, they even had their same appetite. I mean, as far as you could physically tell, nothing changed. So.
Okay. All right.
Obviously, it did something. It probably did something to the nervous system, but
as you pointed out, they can't talk.
Yeah. So.
Certainly did something to your nervous system. Hi there. You're on the air with Madman Markham.
Oh man, it's such a wonderful broadcast. Thanks for having me on.
Sure.
Mike, this is just a phenomenal story. I've been following it for, 18 years now, 20 years, however long it's been. I have had a lot of thoughts on ways you can do it. I'm kind of surprised that you've used as many animals as you have. The technology has evolved quite a bit now. If you do build again, and if you were to try to put items through, what about using something like GPRS or some sort of a tracker or a beacon and shielding it with like a Mylar bag, having the Mylar bag pop with, say, like a CO2 canister on a timer, and then you could also try to record like a stopwatch or have some other way to really see how much time has passed on one side of the coin.
Well, you can't take anything metallic through. And by the way, caller, real quick, hold on, caller, real quick, how many animals would you put through before you personally jump through?
Well, I would at least put through something with some level of intelligence like a dog. I hate to say that because I'm a dog lover, but something that can sit, shake, something that can, if I could see that it recognizes commands,
yes,
has some level of sentience after it, I might feel comfortable going through.
Okay. Well, I guess Mike may have considered and possibly rejected sending a dog or a cat. There was a rumor about a cat. But yeah, I do understand.
Yeah, the cat never happened. So
a lot of cat lovers out there who who'd be upset.
Yeah, and I didn't want Peta knocking on my door. So
all right, so somebody calling themselves Manila Thrilla, you're on.
Hey Art, it's Mike from Burbank.
Hey Mike,
I spoke to you on Truth or Trash.
Okay.
Hey, so the guy, had money. So did he have the money in the bank? Did he have a lot of interest when he got out? You mean Madman had money? Yeah, what happened to his bank accounts? What happened to the utilities that he was paying? Was he in arrears? Did he take care of that?
After you've been gone 2 years, it's all a good question, really, Mike. Did you have money in the bank? You were not a rich guy.
You know what? I wish I did. Basically, it was like one of those deals where it was like maybe $1 or something. I mostly spent all the money on basically parts for this thing. So
I believe it totally.
So, and as far as the utilities go, usually once you get 30 or 60 days behind, they shut it off. So I'm assuming that's what happened.
They certainly do.
So I mean, basically when I came back, my credits was trashed. So yeah, that's probably what happened.
Okay, caller.
Okay, Art. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate the call. You're on with Madman Markham. Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Hi.
Hey. I'm here, and I'm here looking on the internet, and it says that his stuff melted down.
Now where did you? If I can ask, where did you read that?
It's the infobarrel.com.
I bet there's a million rumors about what happened.
There's about most of those stories. Don't take it word for word, basically what they're doing, since I was more or less kept to myself for the past 15 years. So more or less people guessing what happened. And, well, you tell a story and you pass it to the next guy and it changes a little bit. Well, 15 years for that, it's going to be something totally different. Like, I don't know where that cat story came from, but it didn't come from me. So
anyhow, I know we don't have a lot of time, so I just got a quick question for you here. Okay, now you talk about body mass, right? And maybe you got projected 2 years into the future because your body mass is larger than, like, let's say a smaller animal. If you get what I'm saying, like if you send something through, it appears a minute later.
Yeah.
So if you're larger, you're going to get projected further.
That's actually crossed my mind. I mean, it's kind of counterintuitive. I mean, like if you're taking a rocket to the moon or whatever, I mean, it usually takes more energy to transport more mass. So I think it would be working in reverse, but maybe that's not the case. So, yeah, it's a possibility. So, yeah.
Nobody should imagine that Mike has all the answers. He doesn't, and how could he?
Oh yeah,
he has told he has told you what he knows.
Theory.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that was just a theory on my part. So.
Oh, nothing wrong with it.
Throwing that out there.
No.
Yeah.
No, it's good you did. Thank you.
I mean, yeah.
Hey, thanks a lot, and I'll let you go so you can get in some more callers. Thanks.
All right. Take care. Mike, I don't expect you to have all the answers. You have given us what you can give us about what happened. What happened to the animals, what happened to the inanimate objects, and then what happened to you. That doesn't mean you have all the answers behind, how it happened, why it happened.
I mean, that's why I'm trying to figure out. And most of this stuff at this point is pretty much hands-on trial and error. So, or educated guess, I guess you could say.
You could have tried to cash in on this a long, long time ago. You could have written a book, probably had a movie out of this, no less. So, frankly, I hope you do kind of cash in on it.
I mean, it's kind of at this point, I'm basically at the point where it's kind of a requirement if I want to basically advance the research more or less. So,
and that is really what you want.
The money, I'm doing it for basically the learning, I guess.
Yeah, and that really is what you want, isn't it? You want to continue the research.
Yeah.
That must be you starting your computer up to continue your research.
No, it was an automatic restart of the computer. I happen to be sitting in front of, so.
I understand. All right, let's go to Hartsville, South Carolina. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Hello.
Hi, this is Ness from South Carolina.
You're kind of hard to hear, so get close to the phone or something.
Oh, hi, Art. This is Ness from South Carolina.
Much better, yes.
Taking the call?
Yes.
Hey, Mike, I have a question, maybe somewhat off topic. I was just curious, let's say your creation or experiment would allow you to travel back in time to any period or moment you wanted. I was just wondering what time and why would you visit it, and is there anything you would change about it?
Well, believe it or not, I never really considered it because basically every way I know, it only goes forward. And even when it goes backwards, you can't go back to the day before you turned it on. So I never really thought about it too hard.
Yeah, if you went back to the day before you built it.
Well, here's the thing about going backwards in time. I mean, this is why even theoretical physicists basically say you can't go backwards in time. For one, it violates every conservation law basically there is because, well, you can go back and meet yourself and then do that an infinite number of times. That's a lot of that's a lot of mass energy from nowhere.
Boy, it sure is. Well, it's just been an amazing story with you now, spanning now decades, and I just wonder what the next step is. I like the idea of a book, but in terms of your actual experimentation, on the one hand, you could say, I'm done, I don't want to die. On the other hand, you could say, I'm not done, I'm still in my prime, and if I did a big machine before, I can do a bigger one now or do it better.
Well, I don't know about bigger. I mean, the last one was pretty big, and I did basically, there was like there was like probably 4 or 5 years worth of experimentation I could do with that before I decided to rate. Basically, I want to learn all I can. I mean, it's kind of like building a bigger and bigger particle accelerator. You want to basically milk it for all it's worth before you go build a bigger one. So,
a very fast question, maybe from Connecticut, I think. Hello.
Hi, am I speaking?
You are, but you've got very little time. So if you have a question, fire it out.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, do you really think it's time or probability space? Because I'm pretty sure there's no such thing as the past or future. It's all the now, and you're really just changing probability.
Mike, do you have any comments on that?
Well, I'm kind of like, if you ever read those books by Brian Greene, he has like 4 of them on quantum physics and all that. This is my personal view. My personal view is basically the future is actually every possible future exists simultaneously. We just can't see it. That's how I look at it.
All right. Well, Mike, it's been a pleasure knowing you all these years, decades now, and don't fry yourself alive, but on the other hand, don't give up because we need people like you.
No, I plan to continue my experiments if I can, so.
I'm sure you do. All right, my friend. Good night. Get a good night's rest, and thank you for appearing on Midnight in the Desert.
It was fun, Bart.
Good night. All right, everybody. That's it. Everybody in the world wanted an update on Madman Markham, and now you've got it. He's not going to stop. What's next for Madman? Only time will tell. Good night. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, and good afternoon across the globe, wherever you may be. It's open lines. Tonight, anything goes, and I mean anything, well, no bad language, and only one call per show. Those are the rules. Otherwise, anything goes. Let me repeat that. No bad language and only one call per show. Other than that, there are no rules. Now, I'll get to my level of disappointment here in a minute, I guess. I wanted somebody, and I do want somebody right now. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead and get started on that. I want somebody who believes we are about to be crushed like bugs by Planet X. I am so disappointed. I put up a little Facebook post asking for somebody to call, and a few people called, but none of them were what I would call, I get emails here, folks. You wouldn't believe the emails I get. Art, oh my God, get somebody on about Planet X fast. It's coming. We're going to die. That's what I want. But apparently they only email. They don't call. So I was thinking of setting up a little debate between a couple of you on Planet X and maybe a couple of other subjects, but we will get to that. I'm crushingly disappointed. Well, maybe it's coming, Art. I got calls before the show. It might be coming, Art. They did tell me one interesting thing that I don't know how I missed. Do you know the Vatican's telescope is called Lucifer? I had not heard that. I always heard the mountain it was on. I never heard that the Vatican actually called their telescope Lucifer. Is that true, really? Would they really call it Lucifer? That doesn't seem likely. That seems more likely an internet thing or something. I don't know. So out of money and relegated once again to the back of the pack, former Governor Rick Perry of Texas said, okay, that's enough. I quit. Technically, what they say is I suspend my operations. But that's what it is. He's out. And so Perry is number one to go down, and they're going to be going down like bowling pins here shortly. Let's see. From NASA, we have received new pictures, and Ceres has very, very mysterious bright spots in it. And there's a lot more detail now, and they do look intriguingly a lot more like they're completely inexplicable, a lot more like, frankly, city lights viewed from space. Now, as you may or may not know, Richard C. Hoagland follows my program. He will be examining all these in detail, and I'm sure he's pretty convinced we're looking at L.A. there on Sirius. We've joked about that, but I don't think he's joking about that, so that'll be coming up after my show. My show is going to be, I don't know what it's going to be. It's going to be open lines. Anything paranormal you want to talk about is fair game. But I really am looking for, let me give out a special line. If I can find one of those people who emails me and says stuff like, Planet X is coming, Art, hurry, get somebody on, there's not much time left, it's going to crush us like bugs, then call this number, area code 575-208-7787. And if I sufficiently believe you when you call, I will then put you on hold, and I will get a person who does not believe we're going to be crushed like bugs, and we'll have a little bit of a debate and see how that goes. So again, the Planet X, we're all going to die people, area code 575-208-7787. Have you seen the new Apple stuff? It was all unveiled, and I don't know. They have, the Apple TV, all that stuff. Interesting. I'm always looking for big changes in the basic phone itself, and it seems like to me in the middle models, you don't get that kind of change. Anyway, as I mentioned, open lines, completely open lines, and toward that end, I'll do my usual hated description of how to call the show with Skype, okay? Here it comes. We'll see how quickly I can do it. If you have any kind of smartphone, you can download Skype. It is free. And all you do is put it on your phone, go to your toy store or whatever, get Skype, put it on. Once you've got it, it's so easy. You go to add a contact, not where you dial. I get a lot of people emailing saying, I keep putting it in there and it wants numbers. No, not there. Add a contact, a little plus sign in the upper right-hand corner usually, and you put our initials in. Midnight in the Desert, MITD. That's all you do. MITD 51 covers all of North America, so you put in MITD 51. And if you're outside of North America, you would, we're already getting a candidate here. Outside North America, the rest of the world, it's MITD 55. MITD 55. And after that, you don't have to connect to me. After that, you'll find us in the contact list. You can press call, and you will indeed call us. Let me check out a candidate here for Planet X. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, hello there.
Art?
Yes?
Yes.
Well, I'm so honored to be on your program.
Honored
thank you so much for sticking to it.
You're very welcome.
Well, I just want to say I was turned on to your show in 1995.
That's nice. Are you calling about Planet X?
Of course, yes.
You are.
And I recommend reading Stephen King. He would be a great guest also. And
okay, but I don't have him. I have you. Are you prepared to make an impassioned argument that we're all about to be crushed like bugs?
Yes, and it's an informed argument based on Stephen King. We have insectoid.
Why would you quote Stephen King as the one? I mean, why not Zachariah Sitchin or I don't know any Stephen King is a fiction writer.
Well, yes, we of course we can't talk about truth. You know, I mean
What do you mean we can't talk about truth? All right, no, I disqualify you as a candidate. Can't talk about truth. If you don't think that Planet X is about to crush us, then you're not a good candidate for this debate. Hello there.
Hello.
Hello. Sounds like you're in a vehicle or something.
Well, I am, but I'm not driving. It's okay.
Okay.
So, it's not going to crush us, but it's the mothership coming back to get somebody who's been taking over our whole planet.
It's not going to crush us, but it's the mothership.
Yeah. What it is the two that people have been calling Satan and God for years have actually been doing real sin on us for the past 2,000 years. And all the gods before them were doing it. But these guys were just more successful. They're actually like prospectors or speculators from this Planet X.
Yeah.
They've been around here. They came here. They've been using us. They've been getting people who will believe in them. They wrote this thing called the Bible to try to get people to buy into their story. And now they're at the point where they've got people, like, look at our politics today. They're using that Bible as a reason to be able to totally destroy our own world. They've been taking everything from it. And now that our world is about dead, or close to it, by the time Planet X gets here, it'll be really close to death.
And how soon do you think Planet X how soon do you think Planet X is coming?
I don't have that information, but I know that about the time.
All right. Well, I'm sorry. Listen,
listen,
hon. I appreciate your call, but I'm going to keep looking. You can't imagine what I get in emails, and I want somebody who's going to lay it out here the way they do in emails. Come on, have the guts. If you're going to email me and tell me about how we're all going to die, and it's too soon too, and it's Planet X, then for goodness sakes, call me. Area code 575-208-7787. Then once I get somebody like that, then we'll get somebody on the other side, and we'll have a little bit of a debate. And then maybe if it's a good debate, we'll do another one. If not, we'll just do plain open lines, all right? So we'll figure that out. But if you are a Planet X, we're all going to die person, area code 575-208-7787. That said, we're going to take a break. And when we come back, we're going to mine the phones. That's a good way to put it, isn't it? We're going to mine the phones. Just like Zachariah said, we'd be mining the gold. I'm Art Bell. This is Midnight in the Desert. Periscope later.
Let me play it, let me say it, let me pour in the gold. Let me read it, let me beat it, the shores of Tripoli. Let me say.
The clock strikes 12. And Midnight in the Desert is pounding packets your way on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, please direct your finger digits to dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call Art.
Well, all right. Here's where we are. I don't have a Planet X person, but boy, I have got a person who says that an asteroid is going to hit us on September 23rd. Man, that's really soon. That's really soon. And so I'm looking for somebody to have a little debate with this person. September 23rd. Might as well be Planet X, huh? So let's look around and see what we find. And let's see here. Hello on the phone.
Hello, Art.
Hi, I'm looking for somebody to argue with this gentleman who says we're all dead on the 23rd.
Oh, no, I can't do that.
You can't do that?
No.
All right, well then, thank you very much for the call. We'll keep looking around. Okay. Once again, we're looking for somebody to argue with this gentleman who says we're all dead on the 23rd.
I'll say something.
Hello? No, huh?
Hello?
Hello there.
Oh, hello, Art Bell.
Yes. Would you like to have a conversation with this person who says we're going to die on the 23rd?
No, that's not why I'm calling. I'll hang up and let you know.
No. I'll take your call. I'll hold on to this person. They're on hold, and they will be quiet, right? Caller? Yes?
Yes.
We're actually going to die on the 23rd, is that right?
Yes, Art.
Okay.
From all the research I've done.
All right. Can't beat that. Not that kind of research. All right, so, ma'am, I'll go right ahead.
Well, this is Sharon calling from Winnipeg, Canada, and I can't believe the luck I have in getting through to you, but I just want to take a minute and just comment. You know, when you're talking about how people can use the smartphone to download Skype, right?
Sure.
Okay, well, you know how in today in 2015 the language used now is abbreviated and shortened, and if you allow me, I just want to give you, you know how you introduce yourself and you're saying I'm Art Bell at Midnight in the Desert, right?
Yes, something like that. Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, I was thinking to help me remember, it would go something like this. Yes, I'm Art Bell. This is Midnight in the Desert.
Mm-hmm.
AB at MITD. Rockin' on American Skype Highway, MITD 51. From around the world, rockin' at you live on Skype Highway, MITD 55. Yes, I'm Art Bell, rockin' on and rock steady. So come join me in my own oasis at midnight in the desert. And that's how I'll remember.
Oh, well, that's sweet. Thank you very, very much.
Well, thank you, Art.
All right, take care. All right, let's go to real quick to Florida and say hello. Hello, Florida.
Hello, Art. How are you?
I'm doing well, sir.
Yes, I'd be happy to debate with this gentleman about the 23rd.
All right. What is your first name?
My name is Mike.
Mike. Okay, someone's breathing into the mics, so stop that. I think it's my
Sorry about that.
We're going to die on the 23rd guy. And what is your first name, please?
Ronald.
Ronald?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ronald. Lay out your case. Mike, feel free to interrupt when he starts getting silly. We're going to die on the 23rd. So that's how many days from now? That's not many, huh?
No, not many. In fact, my wife and I have been researching this for many months now, and we are getting out of Los Angeles, California, and heading up towards Mount Shasta on the 13th because we believe the window is going to be, well, it's going to hit on the 23rd, and on about the 25th or 26th, the dust is going to settle, and then things will kind of be back to normal around the 28th. But the asteroid is supposed to hit Puerto Rico on the 23rd.
Mike, you're breathing into the phone there.
I apologize. Sorry about that.
Okay, just don't do that. All right, Ronald, so you're leaving L.A. Not a bad idea anyway. Actually.
Yeah, we went to Northridge, and then now we're going to go to Mount Shasta. We're going to go up, and we're going to work on getting into Telos, actually, through psychic communication that we've been getting.
Really?
So we're going to go up to Mount Shasta and wait it out. Then after that, if Florida's still there, we're headed.
Florida? Can I ask a question just to clarify? This thing that's going to hit us, how can you possibly know where it's going to hit?
That was exactly my question. It was going to come out.
Thank you, Mike.
Well, I've been watching a lot of documentaries and videos on YouTube and reading a lot of different information that say that most of it agrees that the area that it's going to hit is going to be Puerto Rico on the 23rd, and it's supposed to split the United States in half. Some conspiracy theorists think that it might be a Tesla ray that's going to strike instead as part of a government, whatever the global military-industrial complex is doing, but I think it's going to be an asteroid. So does my wife, because one hit Russia in 2014 or 13, or last year, and then one just hit Iran this year.
Yes.
So I think it's pretty much incoming debris as part of a larger 2.5 mile wide asteroid that's going to impact.
Mike?
Okay, well, what official information sources do you have that can actually corroborate this besides the YouTube? Because anything YouTube I normally write off because YouTube has probably told us since 2005
Well, I called the Jet
world's gonna
Propulsion
end every other year.
I called the Jet Propulsion Laboratory out in NASA to ask them about it, and they would not discuss any incoming asteroid, any asteroid theories. So I went to the only source that I know of that someone would take seriously and called them, and I even have a recording of that video.
All right, caller, hold on a moment. What I'm going to do is I'm going to move on to another person to debate you because Mike is heavily breathing into his phone. So let's go overseas to Michelle. Where are you, Michelle?
I'm in Japan.
In Japan. All right. So you're in danger too.
I guess so. I'm always in danger here. In fact, we just had a 5 earthquake in Tokyo Bay this morning.
Do you want to debate this guy who says we're going to die?
I'll give it a try.
All right. Yes. Well, you've heard so far what he's had to say, right?
I have.
All right.
And first of all, I would like to say that I'm not buying it just because that day is my birthday. So there's my little.
That's a little weak, Michelle.
Yeah, that's my woohoo logic. Recently, though, you had someone on. I think it was you or Richard had someone on that was talking about asteroids and how we measure them and the chances of them hitting. And they said that the possibility of us knowing where one's going to hit, even if we knew it was coming, would be virtually impossible until it got within the moon, which at that point it's either going to, it's already too late.
250,000 miles out.
Yeah. So, how could they even pinpoint Puerto Rico unless they're using some sort of, really prophecy or some logic like that?
That's a good question. How about it? Ronald, is it prophecy that's leading you to all this?
Well, honestly, I'm wondering the same thing myself. I'm going only by what I've been finding based on...
Hold on. What is all that noise?
Oh, it's just some stuff that was moving near me. Sorry. Here, I'm away from the noise.
Okay, good.
But consider this quote. The powers that be will teach you how to live in television and hide the truth in movies. So I started doing research in some movies by major producers like Steven Spielberg and J.J. Abrams and started looking at the signs in these movies. And we kept seeing, my wife and I kept seeing 9/23 showing up, like in Doomsday, 2012, Armageddon, Deep Impact, 9/23. And we
There's
even
a reason for that.
9/23.
The reason for that is because it is one of the equinoxes. It shows up in a lot of things just because it is traditionally an important day. It's one of the 4 changes of the seasons.
Yeah, that's also true. And it could also be predictive programming also where our consciousness actually leads to some kind of cataclysmic event.
And
or
that could be
proven on
true
your
too,
show
but
that
again, how does that lead to an asteroid or meteor or whatever?
Based on the research that I've been looking at, is that there's a lot of people out there who really believe that it is an asteroid, especially since there's been 2 asteroid impacts very recently, and that this is just a little bit incoming debris from the larger asteroid. So it's not like we're not being hit.
So let me then go on to this question then, I guess, is what is the damage? I mean, you said something about America being split in half. Is there any casualty estimates here? Are they saying, millions and millions, or everyone on Earth is going to die, or what?
Well, this could be an extinction level event if it kicks up enough dust into the air to cloud out the sun to put us into a mini ice age. It could last up to 2 years where we would have to go underground. The only people that are going to survive would be those in the deep underground military bunkers like at Denver International Airport or Iron Mountain or Mount Weather, places like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that we are, and the government and military has been preparing for it for a while now. In fact, they just reopened NORAD, I think, and there are a lot of, and now Jade Helm is going on in the United States, and that's not due to end until September 15th. So I think
well, what is Jade Helm going to do
also.
about an asteroid? I mean, other than shoot some giant laser at it or something. I mean, the mobilizing, doing drills on EMPs and mobilizing forces and all that stuff isn't going to do doodly squat for an asteroid, is it? So how would that be related?
Well, Jade Helm is a military exercise that's been going on since July 15th out of Northern Command. I don't know if you've ever heard of Northern Command. And Northern Command is
it's civilians. It's managing civilians. It's managing on the ground threats. It's not. I mean, it's you could make the argument that it's revolutionary takeover kind of stuff, but it's not something that's going to affect an asteroid. If an asteroid hits, it doesn't matter what kind of tanks or military or what you've got on the ground. It's gone, right? So how does that affect?
Well, I'm not saying I don't think that they're in place to protect us from the asteroid. I think they're in place to handle the aftermath of the impact.
But if what you're saying is, near extinction level, ice age, and all that kind of stuff, they're not going to do anything. If they're the government and they know this is going to happen, what they're going to do is they're going to get their butt off the planet. They're not going to fool around with Jade Helm.
How are they going to get off the planet?
Well, I mean, if we're going on these conspiracies and all this kind of stuff, that they know that this is asteroids coming and they're doing all this preparing and all this stuff, don't you think that they would, if all this is true, don't you think that they have some sort of method to get off the planet?
Oh, I certainly agree that they're 50 years beyond any of the technology that we know of. I worked in the Department of Defense and the intelligence community for 13 years and held the top secret clearance, and I understand what's really going on behind the scenes. That's why I don't trust our government that they would tell us what's going to happen.
Wouldn't it make sense, instead of spending these vast amount of resources years in advance to do this big military exercise when you know that this asteroid or whatever is coming, wouldn't it make sense to channel all your funds to just getting off? Or getting, even if it's just like a small group, one of those, what was that?
You're looking at
documentary
funding and financing
in the 70s
from a civilian
BBC,
perspective.
the fake one.
Okay, one at a time. Ronald,
Sorry.
What was that?
I told her that she's looking at funding and financing from a civilian perspective. The military government, they write the checks. Money isn't really an issue to them. Don't you know that the IRS just lost $11 trillion that they refuse to take any responsibility for? It's not about money.
But I guess what I'm saying is that I don't see how Jade Helm could be connected to this. Because it seems to me like if this is as big as everyone's saying, you can kiss your butt goodbye. Who cares? There's no need for Jade Helm. If this is what you're saying is going to happen.
Well, let's say Jade Helm is supposed to end on September 15th, and by the way, the Pope is coming to the United States to meet with the United Nations on the 23rd of September. But let's just say the government does tell us, hey, we've spotted an incoming body that's an extinction level event type of an asteroid, and all hell breaks loose. Now they have to, and a lot of people know that there are these deep underground military bunkers and safe places to go underground.
But do you really think they would tell us if they knew it was going to happen, if they knew it was going to hit, and it was game over and there was nothing they could do about it? Do you really think they would even bother telling us?
I think they would be forced to when basically novice astronomers and civilians start coming out saying, hey, we're spotting this in the atmosphere and it's heading.
Well, then where are they? We're 15 days away or less. Where are they then? Where are the amateur astronomers and all that stuff saying it?
There are
other than on YouTube.
Exactly. Where else are we supposed to find them? The news media isn't going to report them because they don't want to stir anything, and the news is controlled by the government corporations. There's 6 major billionaires that control all the news. They're not going to let these amateur astronomers come on and start running those kinds of stories, even if we know and I know and whoever else knows is out there in the streets even picketing and holding up.
Okay, look, you two are great. Can you both hold on through the break here?
Sure.
Okay, then hold on. Be noise-free and... Oh, man, that's just a few days. We have such a short time to live. He's moving. I'm staying. God, I had fun. I'm keeping my mouth shut.
The drums are going tonight, and she hears only whispers of some quiet conversation.
While midnight sweeps across America, you've found an oasis for the mind. To call Midnight in the Desert, please dial 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Oh, baby, we've got a good one going on. We've got Ronald on the phone in Southern California, and Ronald is convinced that we are about to die. In fact, in 12 days, on the 23rd, he says, an asteroid will smash into us, destroying the United States, or cutting it in half, at the very least. And I guess and it's going to hit Puerto Rico, right, Ronald?
Yes, Art.
And this hard evidence comes from YouTube.
Yeah.
And then now we're mixing
actually movies, even TV shows.
No, you're committed. I'm giving it to you, Ronald. Baby, you're committed. Okay. You're picking your stuff up, you're packing it up, and you're leaving.
I've already, yeah, exactly.
So that's how much you believe.
We're leaving.
My
wife and I did our packing list 2 days ago, and we just went shopping yesterday and today. We've got all our supplies, and we're getting our tent ready. We're going to All right. Ronald, hold on. Yeah.
Do you think Michelle is safe over there in Japan?
Oh, Japan.
Yeah.
You know, I think everything's going to get flooded out. It's going to cause the.
Well, Japan is an island, so you know, I guess.
I don't think anybody's safe. Anybody who's above ground, anybody who's less than 1 mile above ground.
And Jade Helm, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Jade Helm going to take control of all of us. All right, Michelle, you're back at it.
Okay. During the break, I did a little bit of research on this because I don't actually know a whole lot about it. And the only thing that I could find that seems to be the source of this is a preacher named Efrain Rodriguez, I think it said, who has started this whole thing, and then a lot of other people kind of jumped on it and tried looking for signs for it. So that means that this is, of course, a biblical prophecy. Now, in my view, of course, biblically, God says in the Bible that he would not destroy the earth by a flood ever again after the first one. And if you look at the way it goes up to the end times, seems to be no mention of any time where humanity is just going to get killed off. It doesn't really say that. My personal
I'm not going by the Bible.
Is, well, okay, I can't stand it. I got to say something. You are in North Hollywood, California, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so everybody, you mentioned movies earlier. In every movie of destruction of every kind, the Hollywood sign goes first.
That's right, and I'm not going to be standing underneath that thing. I'll be way gone before that, yes. That's why I moved to Northridge, Art. I'm on the other side of the Hollywood.
Yeah.
My number's from North Hollywood. That's where I started. Then I lived in the Valley a little bit, and I lived in Hollywood. I lived in East LA, which, if you're a gringo, do not do. And now I'm in Northridge.
Okay. Well, I mean, you're dead anyway, on the 23rd,
well, right? No, I'm going to be safe because I'm going to be underground. My wife and I and our dog and our cat, we are going to be underground. We've been planning for this for some time now. We've been actively receiving communication. We're working on getting in there and being received by the Telosians.
I mean, the ground could close on you. I mean, you're not completely safe just because you're underground.
If we are a mile underground, then you're going to be safe.
You're going to be a mile underground?
Yes, a mile underground.
I'm sorry, I'm turning my pot down.
I do have my prescription, by the way, but I do not smoke.
Oh, I don't even know where to go with that one. Gosh, so I guess my view is there's all this theory about how the universe changes itself based on our observations, and that it's us observing it that seems to keep it going. The consciousness seems to keep it going.
That's the theory of relativity.
Right. Well, my question is,
what I mentioned at the beginning,
if you killed off all the people, if you killed off all the consciousness, would the universe even keep going? How could the universe even sustain that? How could everything just die?
All of the consciousness will not be killed out because, like I said, there's those deep underground military bunkers that are controlled by the global military-industrial complex, and those bunkers are 2.5 miles underneath the earth. They work on a mercury isotope for their nuclear generators, and I know that firsthand from one of the guys who built the Denver International.
Okay, so are you a religious person?
I was raised Catholic, and I would say I have become more of a person who believes this. Photons emitted by the sun carry the intelligence of our consciousness that interacts with our subconscious mind, and our subconscious mind interacting with photons creates an apparent physical reality that is not really physical. I believe that. And we can do anything we want with our subconscious as long as we can control it, but our subconscious is being controlled by the psychological operations program of the global military-industrial complex.
Right. That says a lot. Okay, well, so
it is a lot.
I was raised in a Baptist school for 13 years, and I heard nothing but doomsday prophecies ever since I was a kid, and none of the ones that I heard ever came true. I guess my thought is that even biblically, if you want to go by the Bible on this one, even biblically, this doesn't fall in line with the prophecies of the end times. There's so many other things that would have had to have happened first and would happen after. It doesn't seem to even fit that.
Well,
what would be the
completed document?
I mean, biblically, what would be the point? Why would God need
It's the prophecy of YouTube.
Well, yeah.
What would be the point of allowing this to happen? Is that what you're asking?
For God, yes. If you're saying, if the theory that of the guy who created this is that God is sending this asteroid, why?
Well, that would be if God is sending this asteroid. Have you ever heard of the term Ordo ad Cal?
I know you're saying
Order
if God is sending this asteroid, but the guy who created the theory is saying that God is sending this asteroid. So I'm asking you to respond to that.
Ronald, give us evidence that, I mean, the 23rd, we'd already be able to see it, right?
Well, the best evidence I had of the recent asteroids that struck, one in Russia and one very recently in Iran.
That's not evidence of something coming. That's something already that came.
I do not have firsthand evidence from an astrology point of view where I've looked in a telescope and seen this body moving at me. No,
all right, so, Michelle, I'm sorry, I can't stop myself. Listen to me, Ronald. If you have first-hand evidence of anything, or if you don't have it, I'm sorry to say, if you don't have it, then you should not be packing your car and getting ready to haul your wife. And do you have children?
No.
No. All right. But yourself and your wife off to a place where you think you might survive this thing that's good. How are you going to feel if it doesn't happen?
Actually, I'll feel happy because I have an after plan too, and we'll treat it like a nice 2-week vacation, and maybe we will get into Telos. But at least I know I will give myself the best chance to survive. I'm not tied down to a job. I'm a writer, movie maker. I write books about this kind of thing and make movies about it.
Okay, there we go.
Go ahead.
So you have some skin in the game financially in this.
Yeah.
Hey, I started out as a government intelligence operative and turned into a filmmaker who's trying to get rid of the global military-industrial complex. So this isn't about anything, any kind of an agenda or pre-thoughts that I've had.
Well, it seems like it couldn't be anything but agenda if there's no actual physical evidence for it, anything but just prophecy and some movies online that make money. I can't think of anything else.
Okay, well, is there evidence that it's not going to happen?
Well, no, but that doesn't prove anything. That doesn't
it's already. Well, it has already happened.
Yeah. All right, Ronald.
It's happened. Yeah.
Ronald. Thank you, and Michelle, thank you. I'm not sure where we're going with that. I'm not sure you can make a case, or should even try to make a case that rocks have fallen previously, and therefore it is going to happen. I think he's still going to pack the car up and go. All right, we may do some other debates as the night goes on. I have endless topics that we could debate. But he's ready to move. You got to give it to him. All right, let's, I don't know where to go. Here's somebody called Paranormal Radio calling. So let's see who they are. It's on Skype. Hello.
Holy crap, Art. I just put on my headset. Can you hear me?
I hear you, yes.
Oh, my gosh. That was amazing. I got through. I'm actually ready to take on somebody who believes in Planet X because I'm all set to do it. So hopefully we don't move on to something else. Can we talk about this some more?
I don't know. The Planet X line is ringing, so
answer it.
All right,
well, I'll hang up because I'm calling over there too.
No. Don't.
I mean, I'll hang up on the line because I was calling you on the phone too. So I was.
Well, whoever was calling on the Planet X is going to kill us line is gone.
That was me.
That was so. You believe that Planet X is going to kill us?
No, I believe it's not going to kill us.
Well, then why would you call me on the Planet X is going to kill us line?
Well, I'm calling you on Skype now.
In other words, you were hedging your bets.
I guess I didn't hear you correctly at first, Art. So
I see.
I'm ready. Let's get the other side going.
Well, I mean, what do you think about Ronald? He's packed up, ready to go. 23 days, all over.
I think Ronald's crazy. I think it's a bunch of hype.
Yeah, I think
and I've got many reasons why it's a bunch of hype.
I think he wants to make a movie.
I don't know if you want to hear those reasons.
Well, all right, sure. I'll listen. Bunch of hype. Why?
Well, I mean, where do you want to start?
At the beginning. It's hype. Why?
Well, it's hype because it's just like any other event. Y2K, Sorry, Art, I got to grab something on the other side of the room. Hang tight.
Really? Apparently he had a written outline of something that he's got to go get. It's interesting to me, and of course everybody wraps this into Jade Helm as well.
Well, I will say that, Art, you're going to have a heck of a time staying on the air that night, so you shouldn't plan a guest.
Really?
But let's start with this fact that, there's more than 1,500 of these potentially hazardous asteroids that are already out there.
Yeah.
If you want to talk about the TC4, that's expected to hit us in 2017. It already missed us in 2012.
Wait a minute. Which side of the argument are you on?
I'm against Planet X. Planet X is not going, the asteroid is not going to hit us.
You think Planet X is a hoax?
Well, Planet X might be real, but there's not going to be an asteroid that kills us on the 23rd. That's what I'm saying.
So you're a Planet X believer, but not the asteroid on the 23rd. When is Planet X coming?
Well, I think Planet X, sorry, I was prepared to talk about the asteroid tonight, but
you're getting all mixed up, sir.
But I think Planet X...
You don't know if you're for or against either one.
Okay, let's start with this. The asteroid. The asteroid is not going to hit us. CERN is not going to blow up the planet. Jade Helm is not the rapture. So anybody who has that idea that on the 23rd, that's what's going to happen, I think is crazy.
Crazy. Well, I don't know about crazy, but all right, let me just check quickly on my Planet X line. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, hello. Do you think we're about to get hit by Planet X?
Actually, I don't know. I kind of want to know whether the other person thinks we're going to get hit by Planet X. I'm not really sure on that. I kind of want to know their position.
Okay, see, this is my Planet X line. Only if you believe we're about to be crushed by Planet X should you call that number. Okay? All right, thank you. All right, so that number is 575, area code, that's 575-208-7787. If you think we're about to get crushed by Planet X. I'm almost done with this anyway, because I don't think anybody has any evidence other than YouTube, which, well, YouTube is, you can find anything up there. The one thing I did learn, tonight that I thought was interesting, was that the telescope that they're using, the Catholic Church has put in Arizona, is called Lucifer. Did you know that, caller?
I believe it.
You believe it, but you didn't know it.
Didn't know it.
Now you do.
I always get facts from you, Art.
Uh-huh.
This 92315.
Yes.
Let's be honest. It's the odds of us getting hit by anything, and whether we're talking about an asteroid, whether we're talking about Planet X hitting us, whether we're talking about CERN, which, by the way, if you put 92315 into Google Maps, I've noticed it doesn't take you to CERN anymore.
Where does it take you now?
It doesn't take you anywhere. It says it can't find it.
Uh-huh. Well, if you're a conspiracy person, that's even more suspicious. Why would it change? Hi, on my Planet X line. Are you there?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Planet X line?
Yes, that's right.
Well, I'm here to debate your person that you've got on there right now.
Why, you think we're about to get hit by Planet X?
I know we're in the passing of Planet X right now.
Really?
100%.
All right. First of all, turn off your radio or whatever it is you've got on.
Extinguish your device.
That's very well done. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay?
I'm ready.
So we're in the path of Planet X and we're all going to die.
We're all going to die if we do not take cover or have some kind of protection, especially if there's not some kind of a metal shelter or storm drain that you can get into in a hurry, that's for sure.
So a storm drain would protect you?
For sure, because we're going to get pelted with tons and tons of different asteroids all over the planet.
And how do you expect to lift this manhole cover off of all of this stuff that's going to fall onto it? I'm curious of that.
Oh, how am I going to lift the manhole cover off? I'm going to get in there hopefully before it starts happening.
But eventually you'll need to come out, right? Or you're going to live there forever.
A spot like that. I'm not going to live there forever. I'm just going to have myself set up so that I can get to a spot like that if I need to, if this were to happen.
What if there should be flooding? What if this is a weather cataclysmic event?
That's exactly why I've purchased property on the side of a mountain that's way above sea level.
What does that have to do with the manhole cover?
Yeah, so manhole or mountain? What are we talking about?
On the mountain, there's also areas around me that have storm drains and manholes that I know the location
Really?
of. So that
What kind
way,
of
if
mountains
that's
are
the
you
case-
familiar with?
What kind of mountains am I familiar with?
Most mountains I know are
in
like
Columbia.
dirt and rock, not sewers and metal. Could be
Well,
wrong on that one, but I'm pretty sure I'm right.
The town that I bought the property in, they have a brand new sewage treatment system that they just put in. So there's manholes and storm drains all over the place, as well as there's cave systems that I can hide in as well.
But again, flooding.
So I think I'm better set up than somebody who doesn't think that this isn't going to happen, because there's much more
What's
evidence.
this person's name?
Yeah, good question. Your name?
My name's Cody.
Cody.
Cody, you haven't addressed my question. If there's flooding underground, how do you expect to survive that?
If there's flooding underground, as I've told you, I've got multiple options for survival. So if there's a flood, I've got the mountain. If there's asteroids that start pelting us, I've got a cave that I can
How do
go
you get out of a manhole when there's debris on top of it and
I
get
don't need to
yourself
go
to a
into-
mountain?
I don't need to go into a manhole. A manhole would be a good suggestion for somebody who's in a city who doesn't have the means to get to a cave or something on a mountain that could protect them, namely a
But
cave.
it still doesn't explain a cataclysmic weather event wiping you out.
How does it not explain a cataclysmic weather event wiping you out?
Well, it's science.
There's so much evidence to show that we're on the cusp of something like that happening right now. To say that that's not going to happen. and
What?
everybody
Okay, well, I can't
that
stand
way
it. What is the evidence? The evidence.
What is the evidence?
Yes.
There's tons of.
Just give me some of it.
You've given me evidence yesterday on your talk show through telling me about these Inuits that are living up in the north who have noticed for the last 3 years that the sun has changed positions. We've got the Vatican. Okay, the Pope and Obama are claiming that climate change is what's causing all these events to happen on the planet. I'm not going to trust Obama, who's standing there looking like it's a PR campaign on a glacier, telling me that global warming is being caused by humanity, when the Vatican has a telescope in Arizona
named Lucifer.
That they had to fight very hard, named Lucifer, to build, that they've had for over 10, 20 years now. It's the biggest infrared telescope in the world. What are they looking for? Why are they telling us that's our fault and it's global warming? They know something bigger is going on.
Do you honestly think it's good advice to tell people to go into a manhole when there could be when there could be tsunamis coming over and the manhole would fill up real quick, right?
Personally, it is good advice from evidence that I've heard from people back
let's
in the
have you do that. Let's have you test that out, and then I'll fill it full of water and to see how long you last. We could do that right now.
You can laugh at it all you want. I'm just saying that
I am.
There was people who in the 1950s, guys who came out trying to expose Planet X, who talked about how when Planet X was going to pass,
but it never gets here.
And I think it's backed up through holy text, religious books that have said that these cataclysms are going to happen.
All right, you guys, listen. I've got to break and I've got to go, and I've got to think about manholes and stuff like that. I appreciate your calls. We'll continue with open lines.
I can see for my door with temptation eyes. You gotta love me, gotta love me. You're mine.
Remember, when calling Midnight in the Desert, let the phone ring until answered. These calls are unscreened for your listening pleasure. Call 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
They are unscreened for your listening pleasure. Still thinking of Ronald stuffing the car full of stuff, headed up north. And then the other thing that I'm thinking about is a manhole cover. We don't even have any of those around here. So I guess that's it. I am going to change my line around now. That special line is now going to be a line for an atheist, and a rabid atheist. So I'm gonna clear that line right now. It's busy. I'm sorry. I'm clearing the line. I want a rabid atheist. We'll have a debate about that. It's area code 575-208-7787. Otherwise, we're going to go through open lines and just talk to random people as we go. Hello there. You're on the air.
Art, this is Kevin, Colorado Springs.
Hey, Kevin.
I've got the absolute killer reason why this asteroid is not going to happen. Ronald himself said it. The Pope is coming to America on that same day. Why would the Pope fly to America on the day an asteroid is incoming?
Oh, I've got the answer to that.
What's that?
Well, because he thinks it's going to hit Italy.
Oh, that sounds about as good as Ronald's reasoning and the manhole cover
Well,
guy.
you know, I watch YouTube.
That's a...
I mean, that would be the reason why the Pope would clear out of Italy, right? I mean, you got to give me that.
Yeah, but then there are so many other places to go that would be more well protected than New York City in the middle of a disaster.
This is true. I saw ex-mayor Giuliani was interviewed a number of times on CNN today, and he now states that New York is much safer than a lot of other places in the country, cities.
Well, that may be true, but we've seen what happens when the lights go out in New York, and it's not pretty. I'm here in Colorado Springs where NORAD is, and I would much rather be here in Colorado Springs.
Well, you're like at
when
ground.
the lights go out.
Yeah, you're at like ground zero then, right?
Yeah, so when the lights do go out,
You need like 2 manhole covers.
Probably more like 20.
All right, thank you. You can't imagine. The reason I did this is, again, because my email is just absolutely peppered with people who say, Art, it's coming, Planet X is bearing down on us, we're all gonna die. And I thought we could get these people on the air, but they don't come on. I admit we did get Ronald, and he's probably in motion by now. On my special line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello. My name is Ian Joyce.
We don't take last names on the air, so just Ian?
That's fine.
Okay,
Yeah.
that'll have to do. What's on your mind, Ian?
Oh, it was just, the whole entire brewery.
I'm sorry?
X thing. It's the whole entire Planet X thing. It was just, it's stupid. I mean, because what is Planet X?
Okay, well, all right, but see, this is now my atheist line, Ian, so you'll have to call it. I know it's stupid. It seems stupid to me too, but one day, it may not be. One day, one of these things may happen. Of course, none of these people would be around to say, I told you so, or anything like that. No, unless they had the right manhole cover, I guess. Hello there, you're on the air.
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine, yes. Where are you?
Okay. I'm in Baton Rouge.
Excellent. Welcome to the program.
Okay, hey, is this open lines or do I have to discuss Planet X?
No, it's open lines now.
Okay, I have a request for you, Mr. Bell.
Sure.
Okay, I used Ouija boards in the past. I know you had a story that you don't want to discuss your experience with a Ouija board.
No, I won't
correct?
talk about it, right?
You don't want to, right?
No, I won't.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Okay. Could you record that story in detail, and then upon your passing, you release it publicly on your website?
No.
You don't want to? Okay, I respect that. Hey, I want to say thank you for all the years of great radio, and I appreciate it.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Have a good night.
Thank you for calling, and take care. No. What happened with the Ouija board was not good. I'll go that far. I'll just say not good. Okay? And I'm going to leave it at that now, and probably forever. Hello on Skype.
Art.
It just says disconnected 76.
Right.
Are you disconnected?
It feels that way sometimes.
I understand. All right, so what's up?
Well, since it's open lines, I first of all just wanted to, of course, like everybody else, welcome you back to the radio.
Thank you.
But what I was really wondering is, over the years, we've heard so many stories on your show about alien encounters, and of course, you're seeing the object above you.
Yes.
I was curious have you ever been shown anything or been told a story that you felt that you could say was 100% there has to be, this story is true?
Yeah, the one I told you about the craft I saw. I mean, honestly, what else, otherwise it's stories on the phone, right? Whether it's from guests or callers or it's any secondhand knowledge, is exactly that, secondhand or third-hand knowledge. When you see something and experience it yourself, then 100%.
Well, I can relate to that a bit because my wife and I recently moved up into we're in Minneapolis, and we moved up into a high-rise apartment, and so we can see miles and miles out at this point.
Like the song I play. And
there you go.
But you don't have a manhole cover up that high, do you?
No, I don't. But I have a garbage chute. I guess that would probably be just as safe as that could. And it occurs to me that I think that there could be a lot more of these sightings if people would just look up.
It's true. I've said that for years and years, that if people would go outside and actually look up, I mean, you miss so much by not looking up. So occasionally, at least, folks, look up at the stars. Spend a moment looking at stuff. You'll see a lot.
Yeah. We'll sit out on the balcony here, and I can't say that it's a nightly occurrence by any or anything like that, but I have multiple pictures and videos of just odd, strange things going on in the sky, and the only reason that I'm seeing it is because we are just basically just sitting here scanning the sky at night, when we're out smoking a cigarette on the patio.
Mm-hmm. Well, again, circling back, thank you very much for the call. Circling back to what you said, the only thing that I can say 100% is what happened to me. What I saw, what I experienced, that I can guarantee you. But, you can't really take that to the bank any further than I can take one to the bank that is said to me. I sort of judge them by the way they're told and how people, I don't know, the emotion in their voices or the expression on their faces when they tell a story like that. And I can assign a certain percentage of belief to it. But the only thing that you can say you absolutely believe in is something you experience yourself. Let me go to my special line. I think it's Denver. Hello.
Hello, Art. You wanted a rabid atheist, correct?
Oh, yes, I did. Is that you?
Well, that is me. They call me Devil Britson on Twitter, but it's only because I lived in Iowa, and growing up and not believing in God in Iowa, everybody just assumed you're some sort of Satan worshiper.
Okay, so I don't think you're a Satan worshiper, but you would say you would say conclusively there is no God.
I honestly I have to go ahead and say that because
okay, all right, hold on then. All right, now I want somebody to debate that. I doubt that's going to be hard to find, but I want a good, lively debate. So we've got ourselves. In fact, let me lock that in right now. No, maybe not yet. We'll hold on to it. He's an absolute atheist. Anybody want to try and argue with an atheist? It's not easy. Let's sort of check the lines as we go. Atheist, just hang in there. We'll find somebody for you, I guarantee. Hello there, you're on the air.
Hey, Art, it's Johnny from PA. I don't particularly want to argue with the atheist, not because I couldn't.
No, it's fine.
I think
It's
kind of
fine. I'll let him languish there until I find the right person. No problem. What's up?
Well, I'd like to talk a little bit more about the 923 thing.
Okay.
Are you familiar with the name Jonathan Cahn?
No.
Okay, Jonathan Cahn is an author. He's a Messianic Jew out of New York, and he is a very, very intelligent man. He's written two books, one called The Harbinger, which talks about the relationship between Isaiah 9:10 and what happened on 9/11/2001.
Okay.
The second book is called The Shemitah. And we are in a year where the Shemitah becomes very, very important.
Okay.
The Shemitah is a rest year. Every 7 years, the land's allowed to rest. That's get wiped clean.
Okay, now let's bring this back to the 23rd.
Yeah, 23rd of this year is Yom Kippur. This whole thing, I've watched a lot of these YouTube videos on the woman named Siervana makes some, Lynn Liaz, and the other woman's name is Renee M. There is a ton of pop culture references to this 9/23 date. They're very strange references. One is Back to the Future. If you've seen the 9/11 relationship.
Okay, so you believe we're going to get smashed on the 23rd, yes?
Well, Jonathan Kahn is talking about a massive.
I am asking what you believe.
I don't know. I see a lot of things coming. I see the financial collapse as a possibility. There is some talk about a meteor strike, but because the meteor strike thing comes from people, the government building these the DUMBs, they keep underground military bases, and the elite right now disappearing. Like they're all just headed for the hills. A lot of this stuff comes from Alex Jones.
I haven't seen from Alex Jones. I haven't seen any of the elite disappear, save Rick Perry, who just bailed out today. I mean, the rest of them are prepared to go on CNN here in a few days, right? Have a big debate. So they're still there.
Yeah, the whole thing seems to kick off really on the 13th. It's 13th is the beginning of Rosh Hashanah. It's Rosh Hashanah, and it's also a partial solar eclipse, and then it goes to like the 28th. But the real person who kicked all this off was Jonathan Kahn, and he would be a great guest for you. I mean, he's just his stuff is very prophetic in nature.
Mm-hmm.
He's basically saying we are under judgment, and that's where I think Ron. He's worried about like one video that says we're going to get it by a meteor.
Wait a minute. This would be God's judgment?
This is God's judgment on the United States for the sin that we've committed, the multiple sins that we've committed. Yeah.
Which one?
Well, one is just turning away from God. I think it starts with, no prayer in schools, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And Jonathan makes the argument much better than I could, but what he says is that,
how about marrying people of the same sex? That's probably right in there.
Well, where he goes with that is that when you take something holy and you desecrate it, what's going to happen is they're going to take something good and they're going to make it evil.
Okay, but why would people of the same sex who get married be desecrating anything because they're actually in love? They want to be married.
Well, I have kind of mixed feelings about it because constitutionally I don't see a problem with it, but from a biblical perspective, it's totally not what God taught. I mean, it's not. Okay. Marriage is supposed to be between a man and a woman. And
okay, so you think we've turned away from all of that, and that is sin, and we are about to be judged somewhere between now and, the 28th?
The 13th to the 28th are the dates that have people interested. The 23rd being the one that people think that the elite are putting into movies and TV shows, The Simpsons, like all kinds of little references here and there. The 9/23, there are them.
How does Jade Helm fit into this?
I think Jade Helm ends, on the 15th, which is part of Rosh Hashanah.
Well, I mean, if you want to really believe that it ends on that date.
Yeah, Jade Helm is preparation for martial law somewhere. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be in the United States. Right now, we've been occupying Iraq and Afghanistan. Well, not Iraq so much anymore, but Afghanistan for 10 years now? 14 years
we've
now.
been fighting. Better said, we have been fighting there. I don't think we're occupying just yet because we don't have control.
I don't know if we. I think we do a lot of house-to-house stuff. We do a lot of interacting with the population, and I think that's what Jade Helm is. It's training for that kind of. That's what our armed forces has been doing.
So you think we're all going to be put in internment camps?
Well, they exist.
Let's talk about it. FEMA camps, right?
Yeah, they definitely exist. I don't know. I don't see anybody. I don't see them, loading the trains up yet. But
where are the FEMA camps?
I don't know. You'd have to do the research on it. but
YouTube.
That's another Alex Jones thing. There's a lot of Alex Jones references if you need a camps.
All right. I appreciate your call, sir, and I take note, and I'll try to look for a manhole cover. But we don't have many of those here in Jade Helm. All right. So I'm still searching for somebody who wants to debate my atheist, but we're in open lines. And so you're on the air.
Hi, Art. I'm just don't have the heart to try to debate an atheist. That's just kind of pointless in my book. What I would like to talk about is some methods to get to Mars very quickly. And I did call at the end of the show last night and talk for a minute with
Man, what a show that was, huh?
Oh, it was great, and I love the idea of making some kind of warp drive. But just on a very simple standpoint of a way to do a trip to Mars in a few days to a week, if we went and froze a perfect ice log in Antarctica and airlifted it to the Cape or to Wallops Island, which may be the preferred place to launch to Mars, and had a rocket that just had this frozen icicle in the center of the core, and around that a low-energy nuclear reaction which wouldn't involve any radiation, which would use plasma and polariton physics, the new physics of generating energy not over unity, but within the confines of the laws of thermodynamics, and suddenly flash heated that icicle to an infrared very high temperature, and just use, instead of hydrogen and oxygen, which could explode, it's ice. It's the same thing as the exhaust product, but it's pretty much perfectly safe. Now, that could get you to Mars in a matter of, in a throttable. You can restart it and make mid-orbit corrections, do orbital insertions in Mars with the ice still staying frozen in space. So it's a very practical idea. Now, once you get to Mars, you could have the extra ice that's left over in orbit, in low Mars orbit, use that to power shuttle vehicles to take you down to Mars. When you got to Mars,
so it's like an ice mobile
to breathe.
Mm-hmm. It's
like the ice rocket, basically the steam pump rocket.
Steam pump rocket, an ice mobile. Okay, all right. So we got to break it off there. We've got to break from the high desert. You're listening to Midnight in the Desert. If you have any comments, and I can see you do because the lines are burning up, we're in open lines. Feel free. Remember my atheist, by the way.
Some velvet morning when I'm straight, I'm gonna open up your...
Absolutely. Say again, y'all. Look out. What is it good for? Absolutely. Listen to me. I despise.
Want to take a ride? From the high desert and the great American Southwest, this is Midnight in the Desert, exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, dial 1-952-CALL ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
That's it, all right. And let me quickly check in and just be sure my atheist is okay. You hanging in there?
Oh, yes, of course, Art. I mean,
nobody is.
A couple of times I wanted to yell into my phone, but I realized I wasn't on, so what was the point?
Oh, yeah, that's true. All right, so your first name is?
My first name is Matt.
Matt. Okay, Matt. I'm putting you back on hold. I mean, I can't do this until I get somebody ready for you.
Don't worry
okay?
about it. Just find me somebody.
Yeah, I'll find you somebody. All right, Matt. Hold tight. There we go. Okay. Let us continue with open lines with, I don't know, Lawrence on Skype, I guess. Hi, Lawrence.
Hi, am I there?
No, you're here.
Oh, great. Well, I had a couple things I thought people would be interested in.
Okay.
I'm getting an echo. Hang on just for a second. I got to check something. It'll take 1 second here. Hang on, Art.
All right.
Oh, boy. I'm using a smartphone to do both things, and the smartphone's smarter than me.
Well, you've got what, the show running? Is that what it is?
When I was a child and up to my 30s, I had lots of deja vu.
Mm-hmm.
And now I still have them, but less. And in one case, I got into an argument with someone, and when it happened in real life, in the deja vu, I had an argument.
Yeah.
In real life, I simply didn't say the words that caused the argument. So, my theory is that, maybe there's this big plan but you have the choice to change things in that plan. It doesn't have to be a certain way. You don't have to kill your wife. You don't have to hurt anybody. Or you could, like, so land speed record. So I just think that the future is not set. It might be an outline, but not set.
I don't think it's set either.
And the other thing that I wanted to tell you about is in 1963, when I was a young kid, I was an amateur astronomer. And I'd go out almost every night and just, look at the moon, look at the stars, whatever.
You haven't seen this thing coming in to squish us on the 23rd, have you?
No. No, this is my long gone memory.
Uh-huh.
I saw, I lived in eastern Ohio in a little town called Lisbon. It's about 40 miles west of Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
South of Youngstown. You might know where it is. County seat. I saw 2 nights in a row, 2 zigzagging lights above my home.
Can't beat that.
We're talking, I'm sure it was our stuff playing, tactics. They were probably up there trying to figure out, when you zip around like that, there's going to be different tactics, right? That's what they need 2 of them.
Was it at high speed?
Oh my God. I mean, I couldn't make out the vehicles. It was twilight. And so my theory there is that they're so far up is that the sun was still shining on them, illuminating them to me, so I could see them, and they're just zigzaggy. Airplanes don't fly in zigzags.
My question again.
It just doesn't do that.
My question again is, was it at high speed?
Well, I'm thinking really high speed because they're like that at that distance and at those angles, they must have been going 10 miles at a shot.
Okay. All right, I've got it. Well, what I would say is, if that's what you had, you would have somebody inside that was jelly. Now, if they were a human, they would be just, jelly. You can't make sharp turns going really fast without turning biological mass, as we understand it, pretty much into, jelly is a rough term, but you get the idea, right? Let's go here and see what we've got. Hello, on the phone. Hello. Yes, hello.
Hello, Art.
Right. Turn off your device, please.
Okay, yeah.
My goodness, guy.
I'm totally sorry.
Yes,
okay.
It's all right.
There you go. Sorry. Hey, Art, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
This is Nathan from Asheville.
Yes, Nathan.
I guess I'm the son of a Quaker clerk. I grew up I would have some questions for your atheist. I'm not necessarily sure I could debate with him, but tonight's been quite an interesting show with, you got a bunch of people on here stating their best evidence is YouTube and stuff. It's really, I haven't really heard
Well, when it actually comes right down to it, Nathan, that's about all they've got is YouTube. Now, now they might say they have their own inner feeling.
Gut feeling.
Gut feeling. I mean, look at Ronald. So much gut feeling that he's packing up the car, taking the wife, running.
Right. Running for who knows where.
Up north.
Well, I kind of tend to think sometimes the benefit of all this apocalyptic obsession may make people actually live like a more focused life. If they think that maybe they only have a week to live, maybe they'll actually get up and do something.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I kind of think that's the only positive.
Oh, you know what? I'm so out of time. Hold on. I'll bring you back.
Midnight in the Desert doesn't screen calls. We trust you, but remember, the NSA, well, to call the show, please dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
We are up on Periscope. I have been assured by endless number of people on the wormhole that we are indeed up on Periscope. So, if you enjoy looking at the back of a talk show host's head, this is your big opportunity. I'm Art Bell 51, by the way. You need that if you're going to look at Periscope to get involved with Periscope. And boy, you can really get involved. You've got to get on Twitter. And so I'm Art Bell 31. Art Bell 51. Good Lord, what am I saying? 31. Art Bell 51 on Twitter. And I'm sorry we got cut off. I realized I was right up against a break. A lot of times I'm having so much fun with open lines, I blow breaks. So that was close. Hello.
Hey, Art.
Hey. You're back
Thanks
back
for
on
having
the
me
air.
on the air again.
You're very welcome.
It's great to hear your voice. I'm sorry. I get so stoked that you answer the phone. I kind of like draw a blank. And
Well, as anybody looking at Periscope can see, I'm the only one here. Some guy earlier sent me an email saying he wanted to pay me to come and be an intern. I don't know what he would do.
Wow, yeah. Maybe feed the cats.
Maybe. Anyway,
yeah.
what's up?
Well, Art, I mean, I think one thing I think is interesting is your last caller. When it got down to it, it seemed like he was convinced there was some kind of retribution from God coming down on us.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Which, I mean, I'm surprised he also started off by saying he didn't want to talk to the atheist, but you would think that he was so convinced that we were about to, all be destroyed, then the atheist would cut at the core of those beliefs.
I know. Well, he said he was trying to say something, but I've got him on hold waiting for, whoever is going to challenge him.
Right.
I'm sure he was screaming at the phone.
Right. in pure atheist fury. But, Art, I guess what I want to say again is thanks for having me on. But, what's going on right now is scary enough, the refugee crisis, which, some think is due to, the climate change out there in Syria and the severe droughts they've been having.
Yeah, there's a change in climate, all right. There's a lot of black guys cutting off heads. That'll get you rolling.
Right. I mean, that kind of stuff is terrifying enough, and we have enough to be. I also was interested to hear what the whole Planet X thing is about, because I've heard it mentioned, and to be honest, I haven't given it too much serious
it's Planet X coming and coming and coming. For all my adult years, I've been hearing about it, but Planet X looming out there never, ever gets us.
So, yeah, I'd love to hear somebody say, convince me how it's a serious threat to our existence.
Let us say that somebody convinced you, sir, that on September 23rd, just a very few days from now, the world is going to end. How would you behave between now and then?
Between now and then, I would just love my family and try to get us safe. I'm up in the mountains now, and I'm just a working class dude with,
There you go. I think that's what most people would do. Some would loot, rape, and pillage and kill, but others.
That's terrifying, yeah.
That's right.
But,
you could defend against those people, right?
I would hope so. I do my damn best, and I got a crew of people ready to help me out if need be,
I think you're safe.
Yeah, I'm really hoping it doesn't come to that, obviously.
Me too.
But I think the physical evidence around us that is verifiable is pretty scary enough.
It is, and all these camps they're talking about and everything. I have decided already, by the way, that I'm going to turn myself into Jade Helm. I'm going to be a trustee, and I'm going to be bossing the rest of you around. Remember, I've got my poor atheist in Denver, just languishing on the phone, waiting for one godlike person to come forward and challenge him. We'll see. Let's go here on the phone. Say hi, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. How you doing?
I'm doing fine.
Great. I am a religious studies teacher, and I've dabbled in philosophy, and other things. I would have to know what kind of, what he knows, like where he's coming from in terms of his...
Well, come on, he's an atheist. You don't have to ask where he's coming from. He doesn't believe in God.
No, I just mean what has he studied, or what has he delved into?
You don't have to study anything to not believe in God.
I understand. If you're going to have some sort of a debate, I just want to know kind of where he's coming from and what he's studied or what he knows. That's all.
I see.
Or is he just going to come from just right off the cuff, but I have no problem talking to him if you'd like to do that. He's been waiting a long time. So.
He has. But he's an atheist, so who cares? Let him wait.
No, I have no problem No, I have no problem talking to him. I'd love to talk to him about it.
I don't know. I'm waiting for JC Jr. to call in or something.
Yeah, JC. No, he's my son. No,
I hate to say this, but I think JC may have passed on. They're making all kinds of excuses for him. I'm connected to him actually on Facebook, and I keep hearing from Petunia or whatever her name is that he's off and they're searching for him. But I think he's
we've got the Sunday school teacher, and that's not me.
I understand, and he may make it in. He's actually he kind of sounds like JC, doesn't he?
He does.
You can hear it. When he grows up, he could be a JC. All right, thank you. I'm going to keep looking. I want somebody, really ready to go at an atheist. I mean, this guy sounds like good stuff. All right, let's go. Goodness, we have such a choice. Let's go overseas. Michael, hello.
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 Hello. Can you hear me?
I hear you.
All right. I can't be described as a rabid atheist, but I can certainly be described as a confused one.
You're a confused atheist?
Well, yes and no.
Well, now, what is your confusion?
Well, I watch these born-again Christians getting more and more anally retentive as the world gets more and more confused.
Actually, that's what I need as a born-again Christian. Where are you?
Well, I'm in England. In North Tyneside.
You're not born again, huh?
Well, no, but having said that, there's obvious evidence of these Satanists getting more and more, or growing more and more with their influence.
Yes, it was Father Malachi Martin who said that he believed that the influence of Satan is up 800%. In New York. Yeah.
And then there is these these New Age people that are getting weird. The more exposure they get. Now I'm confused because I don't know where to stand. I was brought up as a Catholic and left it at 15 years old when I discovered I was being conditioned, not educated. But over the years, I've learned that there is a spiritual dimension behind us all. Now, what I'd like to say to your guy, he's a rabid atheist, and none of us, anybody over 20 years old, can't turn around and say, "Excuse me, but there isn't something bigger than all of us out there." I'm an atheist because I can't hang me.
No, wait a minute. Earlier, you said you were confused. Now
he doesn't want to go anywhere, and I can't see that. Any human being with an ounce of sense has got to have been able to share that commonality that is there for all of us, and it's a big thing that comes
But the question is that commonality God, or is it just, living here on Earth? I think that's a fair question to ask. All right, let's continue, see where we go. Actually, we've got somebody else overseas, so let's try that. Looks like Stephen. Hello, Stephen.
Hello?
Yes, hello, Stephen.
Yeah, I'm turning off my...
That's good.
...device.
Thank you.
Okay, Art, hi. Wow, great. I'm calling you from Mexico City.
Mexico City, really?
Yeah, I'm a New Yorker, though.
Okay.
And I think it's germane to this topic because I decided to take 1 month and stay where it's almost 9,000 feet above sea level.
And you're doing that because you think this month is...
Something, yeah.
Something.
Yeah, something. And, yeah.
So
yeah,
you're
definitely.
10,000 feet up above Mexico City?
I'm sorry?
You're like on a mountain 10,000 feet above Mexico City?
Well, no, Mexico City is between 8,000 and 9,000. It's almost 3,000 meters.
All right, so you're on a hill.
No, Mexico City is that.
I got that. You're on a hill in Mexico City.
Yeah. So, I think if something does slam, the probability that it will hit waters is great, only because of surface area. And tsunamis are a problem.
They are.
So logic would have it that one should stay away from the coastline where I live.
The truth of the matter is, you moved this month down to Mexico City to avoid what you think is going to be a global, catastrophe?
Yeah, well, I have a house in Mexico City. I mean, it's not that I moved, but I have a house.
Okay.
In Mexico City for business, and I decided just to do an extended stay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm shocked, I guess. I'm running into more and more people like yourself that are actually have made physical moves, easy or hard, because they, think something awful is happening.
And this is from the basis of pure rationality. I mean, I'm not a kook.
No, you don't sound like it.
That wonderful line from Goodfellas, why take a chance?
Well, sure.
Better say. Now, one other thing, Art, I'm sorry. I mean, it's just such a privilege to have you. I called you once before in 1998.
Yes.
And I had the great privilege of calling the night that the last interview with Father Malachi.
Yes.
And I spoke to him that night, and it somewhat changed my life. I was young then, and very stupid and new agey, and pretty deluded, and that one conversation put me on track, and I'll forever owe him that. May he rest in peace. But one thing, Art, just irks me. You and he alluded toward the end of the interview that you guys had some kind of a private talk.
That is correct.
About things coming in to our solar system.
No, not exactly.
Yeah, you remember. You know what
I remember, but it's not as you remember, not about things coming into our solar system, although we did speak of that many times. No. Father Martin confided in me about things involving the third secret. And I don't discuss those because they were given to me in confidence. And what he said to the public, I think, was sufficient. And that was, whatever you think it is going to be much worse than that. The worst thing you can imagine that could happen to the planet, it's going to be worse than that. And he gave me some knowledge that goes beyond that, which I'm not going to discuss because it was given to me in confidence. So there you have it. Manila Thrilla, hi.
Let's call me His Holy Eminence Jr. tonight.
Oh, His Holy Eminence Jr., really?
Yes, because I am just dying to debate this so-called atheist.
So-called. All right. Boy, you're going to get your wish. All right, here
Thank
he comes.
you, Art. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Nathan, I believe it is my...
no,
I'm
Matt.
Matt, I'm sorry.
Hi, Nathan. How you doing tonight?
No, yeah. Matt.
Nathan, it doesn't really matter.
Go on. Who do you want to start first? I think as an atheist, I should be on the defense side first, right? You should take the offensive kind of argument.
I feel on the defense.
I don't care. You guys go at it the way you want to go.
Well, where do you want to take this? Do you want to take it from an intellectual level or
go for it, Nathan?
Nathan, stop it.
Matt. His name is Matt.
Oh,
exactly.
Matt.
Where do you want to take this? Do you want to take it to a level that we can say that the same story of Jesus Christ was told by Horus, Mithra, Krishna, and a lot of other pagan gods? And maybe that's all based on ancient Egyptian allegory, where you can actually talk about constellations in the sky, or what else do you want to talk about? What part of what foolish religion are you a part of, Mike?
What did you call me?
Matt. Come on.
Matt, whatever.
That's right.
Whatever's your name. Manila Thrilla and Vanilla?
Come on now. There is no need for personal stuff here. You know his name is Matt.
No, there is, Art. There is. This is serious. This is
serious. I know it's serious.
This man is taking the concept of our great Lord frivolously, and he's going to pay for it dearly.
But go on. I want to know what religion are you a part of? Or are you
what religion
one of
are
these
you
new
not
wave
a part
kind of people?
What religion are you not a part of?
All of them. I'm an atheist. I'm a part of society that actually has a collective brain in this whole ordeal. I'm
okay,
a
I have a
rational
question for you.
person.
Okay, so you don't believe in the devil or God?
No, that's ridiculous.
What is your Twitter name, Matt?
Well, I mean,
what is your Twitter name, sir?
What difference does it make?
I believe this man is an agent of the dark side.
Well, he may be.
I even said that my name on Twitter was Devil Britson because
So if you don't believe
I
in
grew
it,
up
why
in
don't you just
Iowa
call yourself
and
Jesus?
they don't have a lot of atheists there.
Call yourself Jesus.
Well, what's the
If it doesn't
point?
matter, call yourself Jesus.
Why do I want to be Jesus?
Why do you want to be the devil?
Has a way better story and way better soundtrack.
Come on, he can be anybody he wants to be.
And that's
Yeah,
what I'm
come on,
saying.
let's have an
So
actual
why the
debate.
devil?
Let's stop getting into semantics here.
Yeah,
What religion
exactly.
are you a part of?
You are asking me to name my God, but you will not take a stance on your God or lack of God.
I don't
and
have
I
a
would
God.
say,
That's
sir,
the
that
whole
you
point
have
of
a God and
atheism.
it
It's
is the
about
devil.
doubt.
Yeah, I mean, come on, he doesn't have a God. He's an atheist.
Yeah.
By the name Devil? Please.
Yeah, it's a nickname.
Art, you're a believer. Please, Art, do not get on this man's side.
I'm not on anybody's side. I'm waiting for you to take up your side.
I'm waiting to hear what is your
I belong
religion?
to
What
the
is your
Church
belief?
Universal.
Let's have a discussion about
We do
that.
not put a name on our Creator. It is the God of love, the God of light. It is not the God
God
of
of
darkness.
love.
It is not
Hey.
Satan. It is not the devil.
Hey, where was your love that we really needed when John F. Kennedy was assassinated? Where was that? If that can go ahead and move mountains and whatnot.
Sir, being an atheist, you believe in materialism. What
I
if
believe in
death
really
is
any
as
of that.
natural as life?
I never said I was a materialistic person. I'm actually
An
a very
atheist
giving
is a
person. I think
materialist.
you can be a nice person and do good things, and you don't have to go ahead and tout because Jesus told me so. I think that just
You're
is
the
a
person
human trait.
using names and labels, sir.
Well, I just want to know, what is your label? What is your religion you follow? Because this
Church
is
United Universal. Oh.
Okay, well, what do you
of the
essentially
light.
believe in then?
None of the darkness, sir.
None of the darkness. Are you
Yes.
a firm believer in Jesus Christ?
Sir, I do not put labels on my higher power.
So what, are you one of those new wave kooks?
Yes, I'm a new wave kook. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And what are you, sir?
I'm a rationalist, and I don't have...
You're a
Do you believe
rationalist,
in
which is a
astrology?
materialist,
How about
sir.
that?
Do you believe
How about
that there's a
Do you believe
spiritual side to life? Do you believe in ESP? Do you believe in dreams?
No, I
foretelling
believe in
the future? Do you
ESPN
believe in
because
that, or
thing
is
is
it just
24 hours a
darkness?
day. It's more reliable.
Did you
Is
say?
it just darkness, sir?
I think
It's
he just
you're
said he
on
believes.
like a light bulb and you're
I
off
think he
like a
just
light
said
bulb?
he believes in ESPN.
I do. It's 24
ESPN is a
hours, and
TV
it's great. It
station.
gives you all
That's a
kinds of
materialist.
information,
That
more
is-
than what
that-
any
that
kind of
is
book would
proof
give you.
that This man is a materialist.
No, not really. I mean, I can go with or without it. I mean, I
Sir,
didn't
you're
even...
acting as if you're God. Everything I say, you poo-poo.
If
you do
I'm
not
just
believe in
wondering,
God,
like,
please do not act like God.
All
I
right.
think, Thrilla, we're not really getting anywhere because you're not really giving me anything to debate. You're just...
What would you like to do?
I really do agree. All right, gentlemen, hold on. I agree. It's not a good debate. Our atheist is a good debater, and he needs somebody of better quality to debate. This is Midnight in the Desert, and we'll be right back. We'll find somebody eventually. Riders on.
But when you hear the scratch of the guitar scratching, then you know that rhythm carries all the action. Whoa, turn the beat around.
To initiate a dialogue sequence with Art Bell, please coordinate your phalanges and call 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call Art.
That's it, all right. My lonely atheist continues to blink away there. I think he's in Denver, Colorado. And we need I think we need a born-again somebody. Something like that. In the meantime, open lines. Marcy, hello. Marcy on Skype. Yes, hi.
I have a ghost story for you. I don't want to talk to the planet of the atheist guy.
Okay.
This took place, when I was in 6th grade.
All right.
And I spent 1 year at a Catholic convent, a girls' school. And let me set up the room for you first so I don't have to keep going back. The dormitory was for, 20, maybe 30 girls. And I lived at the very last row, and I had a corner bed that you could see out the windows and everything. And it was kind of a long walk through the dorm, and then you passed out to you kept going, and to the left was the shower and wash basins, and then a big hall in front of you. You crossed over that to get to the restrooms. The first stall is one of those big trash chutes, you know what I'm talking about?
Sure.
You dump the trash down and
Yes.
it bangs on down to the basement where the bin is. Okay.
Yes.
And then the stalls are after that. No, I woke up 3 o'clock. Remember, I'm just a little kid. 3 o'clock in the morning, and I have to pee like a racehorse. So I pad on out past the dorm, past the showers, across the hall, into the first stall next to the big bin chute, and sat down to do my business. Well, when I was just about through, I heard this bang, bang, bang on the trash chute, and then I heard the flutter of cardboard and paper coming down, and that startled me for a minute. So I just sat there, and not long after that, a moment or so after that, I heard footsteps coming down from the upper floors, down the steps. And after it came down the steps, I heard it walking down the hall. Step, 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 and it went right past the bathroom, and to the immediate right are the stairs to the ground floor. We were on the second floor. And going down the steps, I heard this bang, bang, bang following each footstep. And I'm frozen. I had to redo my business. Anyway, okay, we're going to skip to the next night. Wake up 3 o'clock in the morning and did the same thing, past the dorm, past the showers on the left, crossed the hall, sat down to do my business. And sure enough, bang, bang, bang on the trash chute, flutter, flutter. And moments later, come the footsteps down the stairs, tap, 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 down the hall, patter, patter, patter. Turns the corner, goes down the last flight of steps, and the bang, bang, bang after the footsteps. Okay?
Okay.
Night 3.
How many nights do we have here?
3. This is the last night.
All right.
It's the best one. And, I went past all the things, sat in the stall, did my business, and sure enough, the chute, bang, 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 and here come the steps, the footsteps down the stairs, and this time I'm going to find out what this is. And as I heard it go around the corner and down the last flight of stairs, I got up and peeked around the corner. There's this fellow dressed in khaki color janitor outfit with a little crushed head on his hat, just walking down the steps. He is holding a push broom by its neck, letting the handle bang on each step as he went down the steps to the bottom floor. Now, I think this ghost had a sense of humor. I talked to the nuns the next day, and I told them my story, and they looked at me and they said, well, you were just dreaming. I said, no. And then I got one of those nun looks, like, no more, not going to ask any more. And I thought, oh, okay. So anyway, that's my little ghost story.
That was it, huh?
That's him.
Can I ask you a question?
Certainly.
Is it true what they say about Catholic girls?
I don't know. I'm not Catholic. What do they say?
I have no idea. I don't know that. I just know they talk a lot about them.
I was in 6th grade.
I understand that. Are you a married lady now?
Oh, yes. I'm married, divorced, and single again.
Okay. All righty. Well, listen, thank you very much for the story, and I'm not sure what to say beyond that. We still have our poor atheist waiting on the line for somebody of godly substance to come along. Let's go to I don't know, Rory. How about Rory? Hello?
Hello, Art?
Yes.
Hey, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing okay. Extinguish device, please.
I'm extinguishing the device as we speak.
Thank you.
Yeah, Art, I called in the other night when Elaine was on.
Ah, yes.
And I was the one who asked about the, she had contacted, any Bigfoot groups in the area.
Right.
And I'm a freelance reporter now, but I used to work for a newspaper in Siskiyou County, California.
Uh-huh.
And a couple hours downriver is a community called Happy Camp. And it's populated mainly by Karuk Indians. And during the fall, they have a Bigfoot festival.
Yes.
And I got to interview some of the tribal elders about involving Bigfoot.
I'm sorry, about what?
About their encounters with Bigfoot.
Yes, and?
One guy was telling me he was like 12 years old. And every spring and summer, he would sleep outside. He would grab his sleeping bag, go out on the yard, and just crash the whole night.
Mm-hmm.
And every now and then, he told me a bear would come in to the yard and go through the garbage bins, and he would just curl up in his sleeping bag and just wait for them to go.
Yes.
So one night, he's sleeping, and then he hears crashing and clanging coming from the garbage pails. And he looks up, and he's told me, he goes, I see this big, hairy shape. And I said, well, what did you do? He goes, well, I thought it was a bear, so I just curled up in a tiny ball and just said, he'll go away. Well, then, after a few minutes, he heard this grunting sound. And he said it wasn't a bear. It sounded more human-like. Probably close enough.
Okay.
And he peeks out from the sleeping bag, and he said, I thought it was a bear again, but it stood up, and he said it looked like it was like one of almost 7 feet tall, covered in hair, and just, dumpster diving, so to speak.
It is a sad state of affairs that one has to imagine Bigfoot resorting to dumpster diving, but okay.
And I said, well, what did you do then? He said, well, that's when I really broke out into a cold sweat and he said, I curled myself up into a tiny little ball and prayed that nothing was going to happen to me.
Mm-hmm.
And he heard it walk away, and he waited like 15 minutes and went running back inside the house. And this was like, at the time when I talked to him, this was like 30 years ago. And he said from that point on, he's never been out camping ever since.
I see. Well, I hate to think that Bigfoot is reduced to that, and if it is, there needs to be some sort of government program to help him out in some way. I mean, Bigfoot, dumpster diving, oh, please. Let's go on the phone to Texas. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, I had a few points I'd like to make to your atheist.
Oh, really? Okay, let's do it. My atheist is right here. He's been waiting patiently, probably pretty nearly ready to give up. It's been so long, so go ahead.
Okay, my name's Don. I'm calling from Amarillo, Texas. And I'm a retired chemist, and I'm probably not the most qualified to speak from a religious point of view, but one second. But I think the best evidence that science has to offer about the creation of the universe is the Big Bang Theory. And I used to be an atheist myself, but then I got to thinking one night, how is it any easier to believe that everything we perceive to come from an infinitesimal point of infinite energy than it is to believe in a supernatural force creating the universe?
You sound out of breath. Are you okay?
Yeah, I just came back in here to the other room, and just give me a second here. But the human mind is really incapable of comprehending either one of those. when you get into quantum mechanics, it's impossible to prove the Big Bang Theory because quantum mechanics breaks down at that level. And you'll never be able to prove either one.
And this should affect my atheist in what way?
Well, he believes in the Big Bang Theory. And I just said, how is that any...
Actually, I don't know that he does.
Supernatural.
We haven't asked him that. Atheist?
Well, that's the only explanation science has to offer for the creation of the universe at this point in time.
Well, Matt, how do you feel about the Big Bang?
Well, Art, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, about the Big Bang Theory is, science is pretty accurate about what they are, but you're talking about this, like, caller is saying that, oh, you don't have all the steps planned out, but that doesn't mean that science doesn't have an actual really good idea about how it is.
Right.
Just because they haven't landed every single rung of the ladder doesn't mean they actually have a ladder. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we can go ahead and, like, talk about this. If you want to talk about, like, proving absolutes in a scientific manner, you really can't. However, I believe my atheism goes like this. I'm a minute-to-minute atheist, like any reasonable atheist should be, because right now, at this very moment, I have no proof that I should believe in some sort of God or some sort of religion because, well, even on a scientific level, there hasn't really been any kind of evidence to state that.
Okay, that's a fair comment. Why should he believe in God, is what he's saying.
Well, why should I believe in the Big Bang Theory? Because it's unprovable also.
Well,
and I can't prove he's wrong. He can't prove I'm wrong.
Right. That's right.
Well, I mean, we're going to get into an obvious stalemate on that because what I'm guessing is going to happen is that if we go through the steps within the Big Bang Theory, you're going to reach a point, like many people who believe in some sort of religion, where at the very last moment they say, well, I got my faith. And my faith is going to be that one thing because faith is nothing more.
Well, all right.
Holding on to something without proof.
Look, all right. I'm going to hold that one right there. It seems to me that we're not having productive arguments because the Big Bang Theory, the Big Bang, we know it occurred, right? We hear the echoes of it. Scientists can find that, so we know it occurred. But scientists have no clue whatsoever what happened with regard to the Big Bang itself as it occurred or just prior to it occurring. We don't know. So, atheist friend, hold it right there. We'll find somebody eventually, I guarantee. Tennessee, maybe. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Timothy. I'm calling from Hendersonville, Tennessee.
Okay.
Now, I wanted to talk to Matt.
Okay. I can arrange it. Matt?
Yes.
Hi, Matt.
Hey.
We know each other from Twitter.
All right.
Really?
Yeah. We talk on the DM Talk hashtag.
Yes, we do. What's your screen name?
Candlelight LM.
Okay.
I just wanted to get your thoughts. So, if you don't believe in God at all, then you believe there's no moral plane that we live on, meaning that there's no consequences for anything we do at all in life.
Well, okay, number one, I never stated that. You don't have to have morals to be anything. Like, I have morals, but it doesn't come from religion. I have morals from being a decent human being. Like, I don't know how this works where some people, and I'm not saying you in particular, but some people will make the comment, well, if you're an atheist, what stops you just from raping, killing, and all that stuff? Because I don't do that because I'm, a Christian or whatever like that. I don't have those thoughts. I'm a very calm individual. I have empathy for other individuals, and there is consequences in what we do. We have laws to justify those things, and I think that inherently from what we see and how we get treated, we realize if you believe in some sort of, I guess, whatever you want to call it, golden rule, or just from life experience, you'll go ahead and realize you shouldn't do some things. You wouldn't want them done to you, would you?
No.
But that doesn't come from, like, religion. That just comes from a person not wanting a certain thing to happen to them in that way.
Mm-hmm.
So to add to that, then you believe life has no meaning, then?
Huh.
No, I never said that either. I mean, I choose to do with my life, which I believe I only have one of them. I don't believe in reincarnation or anything like that. I believe I should make the most of it. And I do that. I do some volunteer work. I mean, I even donated a year of my life to AmeriCorps to go ahead and work with homeless people in North Dakota and help write some of their they had grants there for big oil projects that were happening there to help the homeless people and the Native American people who weren't really getting a fair shake out of life. And I figured that I could at least, as a person, donate a year of my life to that. And I just reached that conclusion just on, myself, because I think that, I got a pretty good fair shake in life, and I want somebody else to maybe have one too.
But if we die and nothing happens, what good did that do?
Well, because I live in the present. I don't live for, tomorrow in some sort of sky fairy. I mean, I live in a sense where I want to go ahead and make the most of this current life that I'm living right now. So I want to go ahead and maybe be able to sleep at night because, hey, an atheist still has a conscience. That doesn't, reflect on any kind of religious belief.
All right, I'm putting you back in the freezer, and we're waiting for a worthy opponent. So I'll take a break. So far, it's atheist 1, other people 0. But, there's still time in the show. A little bit anyway. Isn't somebody going to come along, take this guy out? Rip him to shreds? Because there's a God, right? Am I right?
Well, you done me, and you bet I felt it. I tried to beat you, but you so hot that I melted. I fell right through the crack.
I want to punctuate that a little bit. The Lumen thing. It really works. There's a couple of sponsors on here that I love. Bob Crane. If you have not yet had an opportunity to order some of those earbuds from Bob Crane, do it. And Lumen, it has saved me. My back is awful, but this thing really works. It's the only thing that's ever worked. So next time you hear the Lumen ad, well, I've got the number, 828-863-4834. That's Lumen at 828-863-4834. It really works.
No call screening, no waiting on hold, no requirement to kiss Art's ring, just good talk. Join Art by calling 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call Art.
One would think that we would get a good opponent for our atheist here, but we really haven't yet. And you would think that born-agains would be, all over there, right? And prepared to argue like crazy, but we just haven't had that. Deku Tree, I think it is, on Skype.
Hello, Art.
Hello.
How are you tonight?
I'm fine, sir. Thank you.
So, your guest here is an atheist.
He is, yes.
And I would like to ask him a couple questions.
All right, here he is. All right, Matt?
Yes, Art.
Another chance.
So you're an atheist, but you have morals, right?
Well, I mean, I think that inherently by what we experience in life and how we believe we want to go ahead and be treated, if you want to call that morals, sure, why not? I just call that everyday expectancy and whatnot. But go ahead. What's your question?
Do you believe in the golden rule? That's basically my last question, and then we can get on with this.
Oh, I explained to the last caller that I referenced golden rule, but I think that we really wanted to be treated the way that we want to go ahead and treat others, and I think vice versa. But some people, they are sociopaths. They don't have that sense of empathy or compassion, and they lack that, so you witness that in society. And in reality, you should witness things like that, because sometimes, you know, people don't think like you.
Anyway, asked and answered. Yes, he believes in the golden rule.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, I guess if you want to call it a golden rule.
So I take it you browse a lot of Reddit?
I don't really dig Reddit. I mean, I've checked out a couple when my friends were on, but
what does that have to do with God?
I don't really browse Reddit.
Reddit, okay, hold on. Reddit has a really big atheist community, and you just reminded me of that. A lot of atheists are, you know,
on Reddit, really?
In your face about it, you know.
Oh, well, you know, I mean, if there comes a point in your life when you just get tired of hearing ridiculous stuff, and you get tired of watching people in your own society. Let's even jump in and say even homosexuals, the way they get treated by people who so-called claim to be Christians. And you see the way they get treated, and you think to yourself,
I consider
you know what?
myself an agnostic, or maybe even a little Christian.
Hey,
and
if you want to
I don't hate gay people.
Either side, that's
I know many
fine.
gay people.
I mean, what does all this have to do with Reddit? Is it supposedly a hangout for atheists? Is that it?
Yeah, it's an atheist hangout. It really is.
Well, I mean, there are smart people there, and that is kind of a tech junkie kind of place. I would assume that intellectuals and tech junkies would hang out there, and if they are atheists, well, hey, more power to them.
But back to what I was saying, I consider myself an atheist, or maybe at the very least a Christian.
Huh?
And I don't hate gay people. There's a lot of Christians that don't hate gay people.
You're not making sense, caller.
That makes no sense whatsoever. Like, you just said, hey, I'm part of this part of the spectrum, and then I'm on the complete opposite side.
Right. I am so sad that we cannot find you a worthy opponent. It's not for lack of trying.
Hey, Art, you're trying your hardest, buddy, and I love it. Bring it on. This makes me, 4-0?
You know, something like that.
Yeah.
Pretty sad. AA, how about you? Hello? Going once. Going twice. Gone. Twin Cities on the phone. Hi.
Hello?
Hello.
Did I get through here?
Yes, you're on the air.
Wow, Art, I've been a huge fan of yours since you did a show on Mel's Hole way back when.
Thank you.
Oh, big time. I'm pretty shocked to get on here, but I don't exactly want to be an opponent of what the guest is saying, but I, for one, have a huge, deep belief that there is something else out there based on...
You mean God?
Experiences. Yes, yes, sir.
Right.
Based on experiences that I personally have had within doing psychedelics.
Wait a minute. Okay, so you're saying you believe in God based on the drugs you've done? Or the experience, to be fair, the experience you had while on drugs?
Mushrooms. It's strictly mushrooms.
All right.
I came to an understanding that we are the universe manifested into these beings for this experience. And it is a godly experience. It's, I don't know if you've ever heard of Ken Wilber, but I've done a lot of research when it comes to Ken Wilber, Alan Watts, Ram Dass, a lot of Eastern mythology and Eastern religion. And to me, in the experiences that I've had, I've come to the realization that we are basically the universe woken up to itself and having these conscious experiences.
Okay.
If that makes any sense.
Well, it obviously makes sense to you. And if you base your belief in God in that, I don't think any of us could possibly argue with it. I appreciate your call. I have to pay attention to the breaks, and I've got one right here. And my atheist still languishes. This is midnight.
Let me say. You know these reckless thoughts of mine are following you. I'm falling for you.
From the Kingdom of Nye in the high desert, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Please ring Art's bell at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
Just an easy-going night. Anything you want to talk about, open lines, but we got started in this, and I think it's so interesting, in this debate mode, and Matt has just sort of, well, rotted away on the line there without a good opponent. There are several who have tried, but not very hard. So I don't think anybody's engaged him very well yet, which may mean that we're now a godless country, as many have alleged. Nevertheless, continue to try. Hello there, in Brookhaven, Mississippi, maybe? It should be down in the middle of the Bible Belt somewhere.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Hi, welcome to the show.
Hi, Art. Good to talk to you.
Okay, and Matt is listening to every word you say.
Okay. Well, great. Should I start?
You should.
Okay, Mr. Matt, I come in peace, first of all. I would like to have a civil discussion, debate, if necessary, about whatever you wish to. You can speak about whatever you like.
Well, let's just start off here. Matt believes there is no God.
Okay. Me personally, if I could ask Matt, what do you believe in? Do you believe that there is no God, or do you not know if there is a God?
Well, I think that's a very fair question. I mean, atheism in its sense is the disbelief. You know, it's not necessarily a belief in anything like that. It's just you might have doubt. And in reality, I have doubt with all the other religions. So what, you know, they've offered, and even the people who are like, hey, I'm really spiritual, or they believe in something kooky like astrology, and that to me is just nonsense. Like I said before to the caller, I think 2 callers ago, I said I'm an atheist minute by minute. At this time, right now, there is no proof that's going to sway me into believing in any kind of religion, or that there might be a God, or there is a God.
All right, so no God. Go ahead,
okay, so you believe in no God. Right. Okay. So what do you believe in? Do you believe in any concepts, such anything that you're striving for, so far as you personally achieving a goal, such as bringing more anything into the world, such as more beauty, more truth, more goodness?
Caller, you know, I'm sorry. Listen, I'm not jumping on you, but he has laid this out to other callers.
Okay.
You know,
okay, I'm sorry.
Helping in soup lines and all that kind of stuff. The golden rule, I think we've heard most of it.
Okay. Okay, do you believe in a purely hedonist point of view, to where you just want to achieve pleasure in life?
Well, I mean, pleasure by what?
Such as a service to greater humanity, or a greater goal, such as serving the world, making it a better place. If you listen, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but if you listen to the prior calls of that, I said that I donated a year of my life to AmeriCorps, and I actually worked in providing for people, who did that. If you want to get even deeper in my life, I used to be a union representative in the United Auto Workers, and I actually fought for those who couldn't fight for themselves. So I just think that you would take on these things just as a person that actually has compassion and sympathy, and that doesn't come from religion. That just comes from you would want the same to be done for you. I mean, if you're a person who's not a sociopath or really greedy, I mean, you don't have to necessarily be a sociopath to be a real greedy jerk. Okay. I believe that anyone can be moral. I don't believe that morality is particularly confined to a religious circle or a religious point of view. Anyone can be moral because it comes from their heart. And I believe that's a beautiful thing. If you've served and you've done these things, that's wonderful. So far as a goal now, what keeps you going day to day? Is it something inside so far as serving others, or is your job, or what's your desire, going day to day so far as
that's
not a religion or a God, but
Okay, well, I mean, if you want to get into it, I can blame Art Bell for his intriguing radio over the years that actually got me to get a degree in radio broadcasting. And yes, I do partake in working a steady job and such. And but I mean, it's not like I'm not after a lot of money. If you know anything about radio, you don't make a whole lot of money unless you're the top dog. Like, you know what I mean? You get bounced from place to place. Yeah, I mean, Art can speak on this behalf on that. If you search for radio as trying to make millions, man, you're SOL.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. All right, well, listen, I'm giving up. Thank you both very much, but we're just not going anywhere. I mean, nobody is challenging the man in any direct way. They keep asking him, well, are you a good guy? Well, yeah, I'm a good guy. Are you moral? Yes, I'm moral. Do you help people out? Yes, I do. I serve kitchen, I go and serve people food in a soup kitchen. I do all kinds of things. So, not getting anywhere. Usually when you bring on an atheist, you would think you'd get some driving stuff, but not this time. Overseas, hello.
Hello, this is Jarek calling from Poland.
Poland? Okay.
Yes.
Welcome. Good to have you.
It's nice to speak to you. I have a question to Matt.
Matt's gone.
Oh.
I couldn't find a worthy opponent for Matt. I mean, what would you have asked him?
Yes, I would say this. Take a look at a house, for example. Now, is it possible that the house was designed and made all by itself, even if you waited for like 1 billion years? I guess it's not.
What house?
Any house. Any house. I mean, anything, like a house or a car or something.
Okay, what about them?
Yes, I mean, is it possible that they could be made or by themselves or designed?
No, people had to do it.
Exactly. There must be somebody who designed it, who thought about it, and made it.
True.
Yeah.
Sure.
Now, take a look at a human being.
Yes.
What's more complicated, a car or a human?
A human, by a long shot.
Yes, so is it possible that a human was made all by himself?
Well, I don't think it was General Motors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess there must be a force which designed human being or life in general, I guess.
Well, you've got the best argument so far, frankly.
Thank you.
For intelligent design. And I guess you could well call that God. So I say you've got the best. I'm sorry that I got him off the line, but I mean, you got to admit I tried. I spent like an hour and a half with this guy.
He might be listening, so maybe he'll be thinking about it.
Yes, maybe he will. Anyway, boy, it's nice of you to call all the way from Poland.
Yeah, I'm listening. It's like 6 a.m. when the show starts. I usually get up at 7 and I get most of it.
So in other words, you're sort of drinking coffee and just coming into the world as you hear us.
Yes, it is.
Pretty esoteric stuff for this time of the morning for you. Okay, well, Thank you very, very much.
Art, may I say something more? Just one thing.
Yes.
Yeah, I love your show, but it's very intelligent. You try to get to the point and stuff. But I haven't heard you speaking about true conspiracies. I believe, like 9/11 or Federal Reserve, such serious stuff. I mean, do you talk about such subjects or not?
I don't rule out the possibility that there are conspiracies because, of course, there are. But I also don't look at everything as a conspiracy until it is proven to me that it is one. And I suppose the Federal Reserve is a sort of a conspiracy if you look at how they operate.
Yes.
9/11, I've said this many times, I disagree with these truthers. To me, and this is a good day to be talking about it, what's left of it, a few minutes, I saw those airplanes hit the towers, and that seems like the truth to me.
Yes, they did. But let's take, the tower number 7, which collapsed like free fall speeds all by itself. I mean, there must be some explosives put in there and set off.
Well, there is a big controversy about the man who said, pull it, pull it, and that indicates bring it down. And it may well be that after the nearby explosions, he decided that it was going to come down, or it had to come down, or that ultimately it was going to come down, so he might as well pull it and do it now. I don't know. That is an outstanding question to ask about 9/11. But otherwise, when I look at 9/11, and I know this gets me in a lot of trouble, I saw the planes hit the building. And that's what I think happened. Meaning I think it was an outside job, right? Not an inside job, an outside job. I don't think there were pre-placed explosives. I don't believe any of that stuff. I think these guys were trained to fly the planes, take over the planes, fly the planes, and do the awful thing they did. And I don't really look beyond that. And I know that gets me in a lot of trouble, but Occam's razor, right? Live, somebody or another, 777. Hello. Hello?
Hello there, Mr. Art.
Yes.
All right, thank you for accepting my call. I understand, and by the way, Minnie Roswell's, I understand that Matt the Atheist is gone now, but I have a few things I'd like to ask all the atheists out there.
Yeah, he actually left in sort of abandoned dejection.
This might sound like a joke, but I'm quite serious. I want to know, to all you atheists out there, I want to know from you, how did a banana get made? What's the evolutionary advantage to the shape of a banana being perfectly handheld and so easy to peel?
I don't know. It came from a banana tree, right?
It did, yes. But what about a platypus? I mean, why would a platypus evolve in such a way?
I don't know. There was a discovery the other day. Did you see that? The new bones they have discovered? And they did a workup of what it would have looked like. And frankly, it was very much ape-like as much as it was man-like.
No, so, they're claiming it's supposed to be something like a missing link. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, it does appear to be something like that, yes.
Well, most of the dinosaur fossils they've supposedly found, many of those species actually never existed, and it comes to find out years later that they actually kind of just put them together like a Lego set. So I don't know if I trust many of these people, especially the ones affiliated with the Smithsonian Institute.
I see. You're saying that you think dinosaurs never existed, and that these things that we see put together with millions of bones are big fakes.
No, it could very well be true that something like dinosaurs once existed, but all the crazy concoctions they come up with, I'm not exactly the first one to step in line in the I believe everything they're saying line. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh. But the big bunch of bones that would be a Tyrannosaurus Rex, for example, they're frequently put on display. You just don't believe that. You think it's concocted.
Well, we know, actually, if you look back at the records of archaeologists and paleontologists, that many of the dinosaur species that are still popularly portrayed in, like the Jurassic Park movies, they actually never existed. They were just concocted.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I guess you can believe that, and that supports your belief in God in what way?
It supports my belief that on both sides of the fence, the religious and the atheistic, there are many concoctions, many smoke and mirrors, if you will, and we don't have an accurate depiction of what's actually going on.
I don't see how you can support both concepts. Somebody who absolutely does not believe in God, that there is a God, and somebody who is religious and has faith. How can you do anything that would seem to underline both?
Well, I think it's somehow the truth is in the middle almost always, you see.
Okay, what would that middle be?
Well, could it be possible that we are both our own creator and our creator at the same time? The creation and the creator in one.
Huh. Well, that sounds like a new religion to me.
Maybe so, but one more thing, if I may, before I leave.
You may.
Okay. Have you ever done any study? I know Whitley Strieber has, I do believe, on the topic of archons.
A little bit. I know what archons are, yes.
Now, I would be very interested maybe in the future of you having an archonic guest on. It's a very interesting subject that ties into both of these topics, actually.
Okay. I'll search somebody out, sure. You know, the first 4 days of the week we devote to guests. Some of them, and by the way, this is what I do on my program and what I've always done, and that is sort of go between what some people would call crazy or wild and science, and then something else that's a little crazy and wild, and back and forth. And that's what I have always done in all the years that I've been on the air. Let's go to, I don't know, Danville, Virginia on the phone. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is John in Danville.
Hey, John.
Pleasure to talk with you again. I first heard you in 1997, I think it was, when you did the 50th anniversary of Roswell.
Could be, yes. Mm-hmm.
And I've been addicted ever since.
Well, thank you.
I just want to make a couple comments to Matt, and I'm sorry he's gone.
I am too, but I mean, we tried. You listen.
Well, if he were here, I would like to ask him to hold out his hand and look at that handful of nothing.
Yes.
And explain to me how that handful of nothing is going to create a universe out of itself. Everything around us, the entire universe, it created itself from nothing. Something had to create it. And if he would say, well, it took trillions and trillions of years, then I was going to say, if I fly up in an airplane and at 10,000 feet and throw a deck of cards out, what are the odds against that deck of cards at 10,000 feet landing back on the ground, perfectly stacked, neatly, all suits in order and numerical order? I mean, what, trillions and zillions to one? So
well,
how much more?
Yeah, I do get what you're saying, and you might have been a worthy opponent for Matt. And I'm so sorry, that the show is ending, and there's not much I can do about it. I'm just shocked. I'm shocked that we didn't get a better opposition for Matt, aren't you?
Yes, and to me, science proves God if you got the time to sit down and talk it out.
I got you. All right, science proves God. What a night. What an interesting night. And what do those people say? That we've become a godless nation? At least one not able to reasonably debate that possibility. I might buy that. Just an amazing night. All right. Thank you all very much. It is going to be a beautiful weekend. I'm going to relax. I hope you do too. Stay tuned. Richard Hoagland has some kind of special coming up. He'll be looking at some of the new photography from NASA. And they do say Ceres looks a lot like L.A. down there. Good night, all. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the world's prolific time zones, every single one of them covered by this program, like a blanket. Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. And I am Art Bell. Hi. All right, let me begin with the rules of the show. They're simple. No bad language. And only one call per show. Drama, drama, drama. It looks like this will be the last show tonight for Leo Ashcraft. Now, I wasn't going to talk about this tonight because, but I have no choice because Leo is posting on Facebook and all over about it. I'm getting messages. Let's see, what am I getting? For example, here's one. Email. Please save Dark Matter News. It's a great add-on to your show. Thank you. From Inpu, I guess it is. Anyway, like that. Lots of messages like that. So I have no choice but to do what I always do and come to all of you and talk about what's happened. So here it is. Last night when I went on the air, Some of you may have noticed that I was a little distracted. Well, I was. Leo and Keith were in this giant battle, hanging up on each other, that kind of deal. And I was in the middle of it, trying to arbitrate. And this has been going on for a long time, and I've been in the middle trying to arbitrate. Well, trying to arbitrate just before the show is really a soul-sucking experience. And so if I sounded distracted, that's why. Today got worse. Today, I woke up with a call from Heather Wade, my producer. Boy, what a job she does. And she told me that Amy Martin, who is our news writer, that's right, she writes most of the news, actually, and may soon be doing it, had told her that Leo had received an offer from Coast to Coast. Oh, those people. A big money offer. And he was going to go. And he asked her to go with him. Wanted Amy to go with him. She said, oh, no. No. I am loyal to Art, and that's not going to happen. So finally, late in the day, I sent Leo an email and said, hey, man up and talk to me, because I had left a message. Well, he wasn't there. So he said, okay, you can call me now. So I called him, and he confirmed to me that indeed he had, it was true, he had 2 offers from producers over at Coast. Hadn't accepted yet, but was quitting anyway because he was angry with Keith. He couldn't do it anymore, he said, and just no matter what, couldn't get along with Keith. So that's what he says the reason is. So today has been indeed another day of drama. Basically, he's putting posts up, Leo is now, on his Facebook saying that it's either me or Keith. Me or Keith. Keith and I have been together now for decades. That's not going to change. So whether it's Coast or somebody else, good luck in whatever endeavor comes next for you, Leo. But that's the story. Just, in case people somehow get it wrong or don't know what's going on, they'll be able to refer back to this broadcast, the beginning of this broadcast anyway, and know what's been going on. And indeed, when you start arbitrating like that between 2 people screaming at each other, it's soul-sucking. That's what I call it, soul-sucking. And it's not easy to have happen just before you're going to go on the air. It's one of those things. So tonight will be his last broadcasts. All right, let's look briefly at the news. We're going to do open lines, by the way, tonight. Open lines. Guaranteed. Whatever you want to talk about is fair game. Anything paranormal would be good. Now, I am going to open up a special line. In fact, let me get that out now. In fact, let me mark it down in all of this drama. I didn't even do that. Let's see. Our special line is the Roswell line. That's what it is, by the way. Did you know that? Roswell, New Mexico. That's what you're calling when you call that special line. And it's 575, the area code, 208-7787. And our special line tonight is going to be dedicated to anybody out there who claims they are married to an alien. So it's I'm married to an alien line. Area code 575-208-7787 if you're married to an alien. The way I figure it, with Dr. Jacobs and what he said, and then the follow-up to that, there should be a ton of you out there married to an alien. Right? Anyway, that's coming up in open lines tonight. Briefly looking at other news. The 26-year-old gunman who opened fire at a community college in an English class, killing 9, was an Army boot camp dropout, we now find out, who studied mass shooters before deciding to become one himself. So this is now a study that people do, I guess. How do you become a mass shooter? Well, it's probably, you can Google it, I suppose. Good Lord. Millions of people along the East Coast are breathing a little easier after forecasters now are saying Hurricane Joaquin will probably veer out to sea and not harm them. It's still going to throw plenty of water in a place that has too much water now. I mean, they are a mess. This would add to it. So, God, take it away from the East Coast. Could dump, up to 15 inches of rain in places. So, horrible. Get this. A sagging global economy has finally caught up with the U.S. Nervous employers, it seems, pulled back on hiring in both August and September as China's economy slowed. Global markets sank. The market tanked for a while. Things are not good. So they've caught up to us. From theanomalist.com. The alien hunter shares a bizarre case from India. Case in which a woman claims to have been visited by what she calls the monkey people who left mysterious marks on her body, and also what she says is an implant, get that, right under her skin on the shoulder. Some thinks it looks like a compacted hair follicle. However, alien hunter explains that it is in biologic casing of some sort and will be tested. It was removed surgically, and they're going to figure out what it is. Isn't that weird? So I'm anxious. I want that report. It's been an unusually busy week for UFO traffic in Texas, seems, for some reason, as bright, flickering UFO-type objects were first spotted back in March in Houston. Is that right, Houston? And then the same lights have reappeared in the same area almost every night. This according to an eyewitness who has gathered so much footage, he is now going to produce a documentary on the lights. We'll have to call them the Houston Lights. So, okay, in a moment, when we come back, open lines. And as I mentioned, anything paranormal is fair game. Anything at all, really. Open lines means that. Open lines. So anything you want to talk about. And one special line for any of you who, and there must be many of you out there, according to Dr. Jacobs and according to others that have been on the show lately. It's been sort of a theme, right? We're being invaded. They are here, half human. How many of you think you're married to a half human? So it's the I'm married to an alien line. And one more time, it is area code 575-208-7787. We'll take a break. When we come back, I'll do my hated How You Call on Skype lecture, and we'll get underway with nothing but open lines all night long. I'm Art Bell, and this is Midnight in the Desert, raging in the nighttime.
Lempiras was the name. Wow! She's got it. Yeah, baby, she's got it.
Take a walk on the wild side of midnight. From the Kingdom of Nye, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Please call the show at 1-952-225-5278.
Love.
1-952. Call Art.
Love. Absolutely love Girl Harmony, and I actually like this song better than the original. Anyway. All right, so we're about to get underway with open lines. But first, my ever requested, I know, I just can't do it enough, right? If you want to call the show, we have a national number, of course, right? One national number, actually more than that, but one main national number. How about that? Area code 952-225-5278. Once again, 1, then 952-225-5278. If you would like to call and sound like you're right here in the studio, we have Skype availability. Actually, 2 of them. One for North America, one for the rest of the world. If you're in North America, America or Canada, Simply go and download Skype to your, I don't care, anything. I guess to your iPad or your iPhone or your Android, whatever. Download Skype. And once you've done it, it's ever so easy. Become familiar a little bit with Skype. And then put in, if you're in North America, you go to the little plus sign. You'll find it. It's not where you dial. It's a little plus sign. Add a contact. And add MITD 51. As in midnight in the desert, right? MITD 51. Then we'll be in your contacts. And when you want to call us, you just go to the contacts, go to MITD, and boom, call us. And boy, does it sound good, usually. I mean, you got to be close to the mic or using an iPhone or an Android or something. And then if you're outside of North America, you can put in MITD 55. Anywhere in the rest of the world, MITD 55. After you hit that little plus sign. All right, now that we've got all of that out of the way, let's rock, shall we? Let's go to the phones first. And you're on Midnight on the air. Hi.
That's okay.
Hello. Hello. Going once, going twice, gone. Hi, you're on the air.
Art?
Yes.
Art, I am right now, this is like a dream come true. I can't believe I'm actually talking to the Art Bell. I can die a happy man. I don't want to die anytime soon, but I can die a happy man. Holy moly.
Hopefully there's more in your life to make you happy than a short conversation with me. My goodness, guy.
I am so flabbergasted right now. I've been listening to you since I was like 15, so this is actually like, you're like my Johnny Carson.
And you're like 60 now, right?
Oh, of course. Oh, you know it. I've had two things that have been bothering me since you have left the place that will not be named. John Teeter and Bob Lazar.
Yes.
Any updates on either John Teeter or Bob Lazar?
Well, one at a time. John Teeter has not been heard from by anybody. Number two, it is a popular misconception that I spoke with John. I did not. I think that was on the other show. And if he would like to talk to me, he's more than welcome to. In the meantime, we are pursuing other time travelers, and we've got some pretty good ones on the hook, so hang in there. It'll be coming up. Now, it was John Teeter and what else?
Bob Lazar.
Bob Lazar. Bob is a good friend. Has been for a long time. I'm sure he would come on the air if I requested him to, but here's the thing about Bob. His story never changes. And that is to his credit. So if I were to have him back now, I mean, he came on and did a long show with me, in which he went through every detail of what he did at Area 51 S4, and that's it. I mean, yes, we could have him back, but it would be a kind of a replay of what we've already done. So his story doesn't change.
Hey, Art, one last thing before I bounce from your lovely show. If one day your archives could be opened up, I know many millions of us would be absolutely dancing the streets for joy.
Okay,
we love you.
Okay,
we love you.
Thank you very much. That's an impossibility. The archives are owned by what is now called iHeartRadio. And that's the old archives. Now, we have begun to build very substantial archives, I might add, on this program. So if you are a time traveler, you've already got hours and hours and hours and hours of archives, and we continue to build new ones every night. Let's go to Skype. And Stephen, hello.
Hello, Art. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing fine, actually.
Excellent. And speaking of the archives, I wanted to do a quick plug for being a time traveler. It was about last week. In the past 2 weeks, I've been extremely busy, and I fell behind on some of the shows. I couldn't get the chance to listen, and so I went to the archives. I loaded them up on a multimedia, like a little MP3 player, and then I played it in my car on a long trip. And let me tell you, it sounded absolutely amazing, and like the speaker system in my car, and it sounded like the whole radio experience.
I know. The audio that we're able to produce when everything is right is astronomically good, and that translates, of course, to the archives. Hope you caught up on some good shows. What'd you hear?
I did. What was the one? The last about the nuclear. I didn't get a chance to listen to the nuclear.
Well, that'll cheer you right up.
That was a very interesting show, to say the least. And I actually had one quick question to you, because I know a lot of people want to talk to you, but I had an interesting question for you that I don't think I've ever heard you mention. And the question is, now that you're back on the air, and I kind of want to ask you, how does it make you feel? Kind of talk about your legacy. Like, how does it make you feel to know that so many people are impacted by your voice alone, and just how does that feel? Like, what have you ever described that before?
No, I haven't, but I'll try, Stephen. Thank you. Yeah, I guess I'm at the age where people begin talking about legacies, right? You're a legend and all this stuff. I hate it. I hate that stuff. I really do. I am still creating, so I guess that would be my answer. My legacy is not to be written yet because I am still creating, and I guess I'll be doing that all my life. So I speak not of my legacy at this point, nor the legendary stuff. I appreciate it all. It's very nice, but I am still creating. Let's go back to the phones and say, hello there, you are on the air.
Hi, Art. This is Plaston Flerica. I'm listening on shortwave, WPWW, on 5085 kilohertz. Great signal comes most of the nights, but, it is nice to get on the computer a couple nights, and when I did that, the sound quality was audio stereo, very nice, and I wish I could do it all the time, but I just don't have internet connection, where I spend a lot of my time on the Continental Divide doing astronomy, and because of the dark skies and the proximity to the VLA, we don't have very good internet connectivity there. But I have been exploring this Martian cliff-dwelling creature, which was photographed by photographs.
Yeah, that's a hell of a photograph. Hold on, sir. If you know what, if that's a rock, then I'll eat it. I don't believe it's a rock at all. That's some kind of creature.
I think I knew you'd say that once you studied it. And what we have found, we've been doing exobioanalysis. And, back engineering, in other words, back engineering is analysis. So then we reverse that and say, okay, if we were building a Martian creature, how would we do it? Mm-hmm. And do forward engineering. And what has come from that exercise is we now know how to build a Martian spacesuit that can take in carbon dioxide, turn it into oxygen for breathing, and just use very simple inputs like water and sunlight.
Well, that's lovely, but I'm not ready to book a ticket.
No, but by looking at the physiology of how this Martian creature works.
Oh, by the way, let me add one more thing. How to build a Martian alien or a Martian creature, I guess would be home world to the Martian, right? So it seems to me from almost all the pictures I've looked at of Mars, and I've looked at thousands, the best way to build a Martian creature would be with rocks.
Well, there's plenty of that available, but there's also carbon dioxide, and carbon dioxide can be turned into oxygen just the way it's been done on Earth with diatoms. We've got, I think I sent you some links to pictures of diatoms on Mars as well as of the creature itself. And the diatoms is what generated the oxygen on Earth. We used to have an atmosphere that was rich in carbon dioxide just like Mars, and a lot of nitrogen and carbon dioxide, nothing to breathe.
All right, well, listen to me. If you're really serious about this, in my opinion, sir, what you should do is immediately get hold of NASA because you'll make a lot of money. I don't know if NASA's figured it out or if this is new technology, sounds new. And so if you really can do that, then by all means, my goodness. Yes. Definitely. Let's go to Oklahoma City. Hello there.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Oh, hi, Art. Yeah, this is Mike. We're just south of Oklahoma City there.
Yes, sir.
Hey, enjoy your show, man. I'm sure glad you got back on, et cetera, get all that out of the way. I've had some very close encounters with UFO craft and the beings.
Okay, well, you know what, sir? You're on my I'm married to an alien line, is what you're on.
Oh, I have this down as your Roswell line. You said 575-208-7787.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Isn't that your Roswell?
It is, but that's my I'm married to an alien line. Didn't you hear me at the beginning?
Wouldn't you know it?
So, are you married to an alien?
No, sir.
All right. Well, I'm sorry. I've got to enforce the rules or it doesn't work. Thank you for the call. I apologize. But really the rules is the rules. Sorry about that. Let's go to Mike on Skype. Hello, Mike.
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine.
Hello. I want to tell you about something that happened to me. I used to grow tobacco down near Port Burwell, on the shore of Lake Erie, about a mile from Lake Erie.
Yes, sir.
And there's a small graveyard there.
Yes.
And everyone wonders where a lot about, and they see things. And the people that work at the nursery say they see a hearse go down the road and then disappears in front of their eyes while they're driving down that road.
So you mean like ghostly things?
Yeah, and the horse-drawn, those horses. You know, yeah. This is crazy.
That's more like some kind of a time slip or something, huh?
Yeah, well, yeah. And all over my farm, people are seeing shadow people and stuff from that time. When we were hoeing tobacco one time, we were hoeing tobacco down the field, and then all of a sudden we see these people going into that graveyard and putting flowers on the graves.
Is the graveyard on your farm?
Yes. It's on our property.
Well, see, there's your first problem. Probably it's not good to have a graveyard on your farm.
Well, it's not our choice, Art.
Well, I understand.
I think it's called the Berean. I could look it up for you. It's Wolfman here, so I can get back to you on that and give you the details.
Okay. I'm just saying, you know. Graveyard.
Anyways, one time I was walking down that road at night because it spooks everyone out, right? So
yes.
Wow. Okay, this is the thing that I want you to hear, Art.
Okay, go.
I saw, okay, this is strange. I'm going to go right into it.
Please.
Fireflies follow me around.
That's bad.
They give me power.
You got to really hurry, sir. We've got news coming.
Okay, anyways, the fireflies were in the trees. They're following me. I went to the fireflies. All of a sudden, this thing comes out. I said, "Show yourself." I knew there was something there, and a firefly comes out in front of my face and then blows up into a 2-foot sphere of light.
Holy mackerel!
And I don't understand what that is. I'd like to.
You can't. What did I say about bad language?
I'm sorry, Art.
So a firefly.
It scared the crap out of me.
Okay, I'll let that go. So a firefly blew up into something 2 feet wide. Is that right?
Yes, 2 feet wide in front of my face, and I could feel the sentience coming off of it.
Yes. Well, next time you're going to want to swat it faster.
Well, I had a staff with me that I carry because of wolves and creatures, because it's way out, it's in the boonies, right?
But you can't even fly with the staff.
But the staff didn't make me feel comfortable. I ran as fast as I could.
See, I would have done the same thing, sir. Okay, thank you very much for the call. We're up against the news here. It is open lines tonight. Anything, obviously, as you can tell already, anything you want to talk about is fair game. From the high desert, this is Midnight in the Desert, raging in the nighttime.
Let me sing it, let me sing it, let me go it. Before the morning comes, the story's told. You take me down, you take my self-control. Another night, another day goes by.
Midnight in the Desert doesn't screen calls. We trust you. But remember, the NSA, well, To call the show, please dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
Well, all right. We're in open lines. Anything you want to talk about is absolutely fair game. However, we do have a special line. It's called the I'm Married to an Alien line. That's right. I'm Married to an Alien line, and I think it should be full. It is full. We'll go to one in a moment. And it is full because if Professor Jacobs and others are right, there's lots and lots of hybrids out there, half us, half them. And there is nothing closer than a marriage. Husband and wife, they know every little mood of the other. So if you have detected that your other, as it were, is no longer fully human, then I want to hear from you. And let us go there to I'm Married to an Alien line, way back in the Midwest. Hi, you're on the air.
Hi, Art.
Yes.
Art, it's an honor and a privilege. I've been listening to you for years, and just glad to hear you back.
Well, thank you. Good to be back. And you are obviously, because of this line, you're married to an alien, right?
Well, I questioned it for years, what was wrong with her, but after listening to Dr. Jacobs the other night, now I know.
All right. What are what are the signs? I mean, hopefully she's not there listening, right?
No, she's not.
Okay, good. I don't want to hear a sudden shot in the background or a scream and then know you're gone. So you think she's an alien? Why? I mean, what are the signs that she displays?
There's absolutely I've never met anyone like her that has no emotion, no compassion, it's just a stone cold, constant, serious demeanor about her.
Really? That cold?
Absolutely. I mean, she has tried to destroy me more than once.
Oh my God! But I mean, just stony cold. I can't believe it. That's horrible. Hold on a second. Let me get in the mood for this.
You're as cold as ice. You're willing to sacrifice our love.
Does that about wrap it up?
That's the theme song right there.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, that's horrible. I mean, she probably wasn't that way in the beginning, or you wouldn't have married her, right?
That's correct. And as soon as, I'm sure you've heard those stories before, as soon as you say I do, then all of a sudden everything changes. And honestly, for years, I couldn't believe anyone could be like this. But
I mean, she obviously has to respond when you speak, but it's kind of like a cold. I mean, how would you describe her voice when she talks to you? It's sort of a.
Oh, it's monotone. It's the eyes. I mean, people that.
I will do as you ask, honey.
No, it wasn't that either. You will do as I ask, honey.
You will do as I ask. And has it been ongoing that way for how long now?
Oh, over 15 years.
And if you disobey?
There's been some
awful things?
Horrible things.
We don't even want to talk about them here on the air, right?
Exactly, because I will not fight back, so.
So these are like scars that will be with you forever.
Oh, I'm afraid so.
So now Dr. Jacobs, sir, says that these are not friendly aliens, and I guess you're ready to confirm that fact.
Absolutely, I agree 100%. My mother thinks that she's a vampire, but after listening to Dr. Jacobs, I think she's an alien.
So not only your wife. Oh, God, this is unbelievable. All right, well, I wish Leo luck earlier. I really wish you luck, sir.
Well, I appreciate it, Art, because
you need it.
I'm trying to distance myself, but I hope I can do it, fully get away 100%.
Awful. All right, sir, thank you for the call, and good luck.
Thank you, Art. I appreciate talking to you so much.
Yeah, take care. That's a sad story. That's a really sad story. I'm not sure I can go on picturing him night after night after. Cody, hello there. You're on the air on Skype.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
So actually, I guess I could consider myself one of the younger viewers of the show. I've been listening to you only for like a couple of years.
I suppose you could stare at the computer, as you listen. So you're a listener, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I've just actually the way I heard of you, I actually had to go through the old archives of your old Ghost to Coast shows, and that's how I discovered you.
That's right.
And I just thought you were so much better than, I guess, the older show, as you would put it. So, I want to talk about my dad.
Before you do, would you like to express any, sympathy, compassion for the last caller? I'm broken up about that.
Not much. I really have no say in that kind of thing.
All right. Anyway.
But my story kind of revolves around my dad. See, he's an electrician.
Yes.
And so, but in the past, he's had his own little experiences with the paranormal and stuff like that, Ouija boards. He's had just little small trinkets of events that he couldn't explain, and he's told me all about them. But the one that always sticks with me is when he went to go work at someone's house, and 'cause he's an electrician, as I said, and the people at the house seemed to be normal people, but he kind of picked up of, kind of weird stuff.
Yeah, sure.
He saw, books about a lot of books on Hitler in, some of the rooms, and a lot of weird bird masks, and he had to get to this one room to work on their fuse box, and they're we have to clear a bit of stuff out, so can you come the next day? And he's like, okay. So he comes the next day, and then he opens the room, and what do you know, on the ground is a giant pentagram. So, yeah, so he's thinking, I just better finish my job and get the heck out of here.
I'm trying to sit here and imagine what was in the room that they cleared out. Good God.
Yeah, and then he had part of his job, he had to fish the wires through the attic. So he was going through the attic, and then as he was clearing the insulation, he found this little leather box, and it had this red wax stamp right in the middle with this symbol. He didn't know what it was, so he actually kind of just sat there for quite a bit of time just staring at this box, and he was like, should I open this, or?
Probably not.
Yeah, he decided, he was like, knowing my luck, I'll probably release hell on the world.
Yes.
So he just kind of put it back underneath, finished his job and got out. And, a couple months later passed, and then my grandfather came and he handed him the newspaper. It turned out that house got raided by the police.
Oh?
Yeah, and, well, no, that's about it. It's just he didn't know what else happened. He
didn't know what they were raided for?
I guess just satanic ritual activity.
That's not illegal. Remember, we live in the home of the brave.
Well, no, I'm in
the
Canada,
free.
So.
You're allowed to do that stuff. Where do you live?
Canada.
Where?
Canada. Toronto.
Oh, Canada.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe So in Canada,
I don't know if they did any more illegal activity or not, but
wow.
I guess he never really heard about anything else. He never heard about any of if that box was ever found. But I always kind of just wondered what was in that box. So.
Scary stuff, eh?
Yeah, and before I just hang up, because it is a pleasure to talk with you, I think I have a recommendation for a future guest.
Okay.
Because you're into the whole Ouija board stuff, and
No,
there's this guy on
No, I'm not.
Yeah, I know, but I know there's this guy on YouTube. His page is called Live Sci-Fi, and all he does is just sit around playing with Ouija boards, and he records he also has a recording device, and he records what he hears, and he actually picks up some pretty scary stuff, so that's...
Well, bully for him, but my estimation is one day they'll be picking him up in little pieces somewhere.
I just think that's the type of guy you should get in contact with for a future show.
Well, I'll think about it. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
You have a good night. So the little box virtually said everything but Pandora on it. Oh, God. Don't forget, folks, if you think you're married to an alien, and he or she is not within earshot, difficult at this time of night, I'm sure, call I'm Married to an Alien line at area code 575-208-7787. The last story was gripping and scary beyond all belief. Remember, she told him, essentially, she is in charge. You will do as I say from this moment on. Right after the vows. Hello there in Washington, I think. You're on the air.
Hello, Art. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. Where, in fact, are you, actually?
I'm in Washington, D.C. Art, I have to tell you, I've been followed by the presence or the spirit of my grandfather for a long time.
How do you know it's your grandfather?
And the things that I've talked to my mother and my aunt about their life,
yes,
but only he would know. And I know it's my grandfather because my grandfather used to build houses, and he built the church back home in North Carolina. And I'm building in my mother and my aunt's house right now. And
are you able to see him?
I can feel his presence. And Art, it's incredible because he tells me things to do. Like, I started my own publishing business with my fiance. And could I mention the name of it, Art?
No, I'd rather you don't. I know you want the plug, but I'm sorry, but really not.
Don't need to plug, Art. We're pretty good as we are right now.
Anyway, so you okay.
And he's told me things to do, and it's been, working consecutively. I mean, from the business to working with my mom and aunt. I know it's my grandfather. I can feel his presence, and sometimes I can even smell his tobacco.
Oh. Okay. Well, listen, what can I tell you, my friend? But hang in there, and hopefully your granddad's a good guy. It'll be good advice, and you'll rise to the top.
Thank you, Art. Hey, right. Art, welcome back.
Thank you. Very nice. I'm married to an alien line, I believe in New Orleans, Louisiana. Hello. Hello there. Are you?
Yes.
Oh, you are there. Okay, good.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was talking to you for a second, but you must not have heard me. I was talking to myself over here.
Yeah, sorry about that. You're in the New Orleans area, right?
Yes.
Married to an alien for real?
Yes, I actually am.
Okay. All right, let's go through this. I mean, when did you realize that your wife was, well, one of them?
Okay, well, you see, here's the thing. You don't really, okay, it's not like I married a gray alien from the sky that she crash landed and it was like E.T.
I know. I know. Listen,
yeah.
According to Dr. Jacobs, they look absolutely normal.
Well, here's the thing. This is more normal, not the whole marrying part. I mean, well, that's normal too, but there's a lot. I'd say about 3% of the population, more or less, is tears or aliens. It's been going on forever, Art. And the fact of the matter is that I ended up marrying one, and I found out after the fact. I mean,
in other words, you think she was converted after you married her?
Well, here's the thing. She's nice. I'm not going to say my wife's name, Cynthia.
No, don't.
Sorry.
Well, you just said it.
Gosh. Okay. Anyway.
Do you want to terminate this call before you get in trouble?
No.
All right. Then tell me about her.
Okay. Here's the thing. She is a person. She acts like a person. She's a hard-working woman. She has a great job. She is a person. Fact of the matter is the type of alien she is. Her species sends their kind. I'm trying to say the right nomenclature. Down to Earth, and basically in human form, but spiritually, and it's not like appearance-wise. But spiritually, the soul, the brain, the inner workings, the inner tubing, if you will, that's all alien.
The inner tubing? That is what you said. You don't have to get any more graphic than that.
Yeah.
The energy.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
I'm trying to speak radio lingo.
I'm starting to get scared. Inner. Yikes.
Yes, but this.
Don't give me any more on that. That's enough.
Okay. They're not here to invade the planet. They're not here. It was basically originally to save their species. You've heard about the alien abductions where, people were abducted and guys, their seed was taken from them and stuff like that, and it was to help save the species. Well, this was the same. This was another route to help save the species. The only difference is it started out as an experiment, and then, of course, once you have people here, once you have the aliens here, they begin to breed, they begin to populate, the bloodline goes down. I mean, Art, you might have alien blood in your veins for all we know. And I know my son does, and my son looks just like me and not like her.
Well, you would have to say your son certainly has alien blood in his veins, right?
She is half alien. Her mother is a human being. Her mother was actually born in Oahu, Hawaii. Her father
sounds like the president's story.
Yeah. Her father is just like her.
Yes.
She, alien on the inside, human on the outside.
Right.
But her uncle and I believe her grandmother, who I haven't met, is actually from another dimension. I can't even pronounce the name.
Okay, how does this, if you don't mind, how does this manifest in your wife? What is it you notice about your wife that makes you even believe this?
She bleeds green.
She does what?
She bleeds green.
She bleeds green?
Yeah, oh yeah. Yes.
Like light green, dark green, shocking green?
Or like, it's like the baby food green color, you know what I'm saying?
God, Gerber green.
Yeah, you don't want to, so that's why I tell her not to pick roses with thorns and stuff. You don't want the green blood coming from the fingers and stuff.
Oh.
Yeah. I asked her, and I joke around all the time. I asked her,
well, that's no joke. That's no joke.
I joke around and ask her if she could take me back to her home planet. It's no joke. It ends up in fights all the time. And
sure it does.
And I mean, I don't even know if she has a birth control. I mean, even by saying this right now,
maybe she doesn't even need it. Well, she does. I mean, you've got a son, right? It is by her.
I know. I mean, if Trump becomes president, here's I'm actually not actually married to an illegal alien from outer space. Who knows what he's going to do?
Well, I'll tell you this: you'll have to fill out one hell of a lot of paperwork.
Well, look, here's the thing.
It's hard enough getting my bride here from the Philippines. You try it from another planet or galaxy, and any idea where she's from, by the way?
It's a star system, way out. You know God, what's that one star called? The big red one.
Mars.
Canis Majoris.
Oh, that's a star. I'm sorry. It's so even past Alpha Centauri, way out there.
Yeah.
All right. So I've got to leave the line, but bleed green, my God. This is Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell. Can you imagine that? Gerber green. From the high desert, it just keeps coming.
It's night, my body's weak. I'm on the run, no time to sleep. I've got to ride like I'm so excited, and I just can't hide it. I'm about to lose control, and I think I like it.
Remember, when calling Midnight in the Desert, let the phone ring until answered. These calls are unscreened for your listening pleasure. Call 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Open lines, anything goes, anything at all. But we do have a special line, and it's called I'm Married to an Alien line. So if you're married to an alien, for real, the number is area code 575-208-7787. Only if you're married to an alien, okay? So if you look in your loved one's eyes and you see Gerber green, or whatever, Oh, look at this. I'm sorry about that. When we go into open lines, we get so many calls that Skype throws up its hands and quits. It just did that. So, everybody, please be patient with Skype. I'll bring it back up. I can do that when it just quits. So, keep trying. As with the phones, if Skype doesn't answer, try and try again. It will eventually, as I'm about to prove now, and go outside the country to Mark. Hello, Mark.
Yeah, hi, Art. Good morning.
Good morning.
Or good evening to you. I have a true story. Now, I'm not claiming causality here, but this was very strange.
All right.
In May of this year, May 2nd, actually, I was on a flight from Frankfurt to Sevilla, Spain.
Right.
On Lufthansa flight number 1140.
Wow. Right.
Sitting on the window near the wing. And I decided I was going to try and do an experiment. And I'm not claiming causality, but I looked out the window after about an hour into the flight, and I looked up and I concentrated, and I said, if there are aliens out there, please give me a sign.
And you wanted this sign while you were in the middle of probably at 30,000 feet?
Yes, and we were just about to go over the Pyrenees, and I concentrated for about 15 to 20 minutes. And I was sitting next to the left wing. And about 20 minutes after I was really seriously concentrating on this,
yes,
the engines cut back substantially, almost to a glide, and the pilot came on the microphone on the intercom system and announced that there is in German, he said, there's a kleine Riss, a small crack in the cockpit windshield.
Whoa!
This is true. Now, I'm not claiming causality, but this is very strange that this happened within 15 to 20 minutes of me really concentrating and looking out the window. And we made a pretty much a glide emergency landing in Madrid.
Oh, my God. What a story.
True story.
Well, you better time your wishes and your intent throwing better.
Well, let me tell you, when we got off the plane, the cockpit door was open, and the pilot did a wonderful job, but he understated what really happened. The windshield did not blow out, but it was completely shattered. It was still in the window. It was still in the window frame, but it was completely shattered. It was not a small crack, as he had told us.
Well, they always underplay that stuff, Mark, of course.
So I don't know if I should take responsibility for that, but that really happened.
Well, it sounds like you are taking responsibility. See you later, Mark.
Bye, Howard.
Bye. I think he's in Germany. I hope I got that right. Anyway. Can you imagine? You certainly would imagine that you did it. I am married to an alien. Oh, he gave up? Well, maybe not. Maybe I punched the wrong line. Hi there.
Hey.
I'm married to an alien, right? That's you.
Well, I was about 13 years ago.
Uh-huh. So,
I came to my senses.
Yes.
And got the hell out of that deal.
Did you, when you filed for divorce, I'm assuming you filed?
No, she did. She couldn't stand me either.
Oh.
But here's the deal. They took us to the home planet.
What do you mean they?
The aliens, her home planet, the alien masters took us to the home planet.
Holy smokes.
And, well, what they were doing was doing research on the mating and reproductive habits of the human species. And
they wanted to observe you in marital bliss?
But basically, procreation.
That's horrible. Absolutely horrible.
They gave a demonstration with two of their aliens, two of their creatures. They wrapped their tentacles
like
together.
Alien, don't tell me, sir. Alien porn, so to speak.
Well,
probably to get you in the mood. I'm sure it would ruin the whole experience. I mean, tentacles?
The weird thing is, it only lasted about 8 seconds. They shuddered and vibrated a little bit.
Yeah.
And then the female alien's back opened up, and a baby popped out, a baby alien.
That quick?
And then they said, well...
Wait a minute,
yes,
that fast?
Yes. And they said, well, how do you mate on Earth? So we, hesitantly did it. And they got kind of a...
Look, I don't even know how to ask this, but I've got to ask. When requested to do such a thing, after being taken to another planet with a bunch of aliens standing around, probably rooting you on, or whatever the alien equivalent of a root is, how could you do that? I mean...
Well, obviously, we did it for science. We did it...
Oh, really? Yeah, but not our science. It's their science.
Oh, yeah. But the thing is, they got a puzzled look on their little alien faces, and they said, well, where's the baby? And we explained to them that on Earth
9
it
months.
takes 9 months. 9 months.
And so I'm curious, sir, 9 months later, what happened?
Well, we didn't stick around. They apparently weren't very impressed, and they kept wondering why I was kind of hurrying there toward the end. But
So, did you have a child with this alien?
No, it turned out I was shooting intergalactic blanks. But...
Intergalactic blanks. All right, sir. You could not have done a better job. Thank you for that call. Married to an alien. And I'm not going to repeat the rest of it. That was truly uber, wasn't it? Let's give Michael a try on Skype. Hello, Michael.
Hello.
How you doing?
Can you hear me all right?
I hear you fine. Michael, do you have any comment on the concept of intergalactic blanks?
Intergalactic?
Never mind. It was just a joke. What's up?
Well, I'm the guy that sent you the audio on your video on your dream.
You're the one who put that together. Yeah. That is so cool. It is so cool, Michael. And anybody who has not seen it, Keith, back up to the top of the site with it, please. Keith will know what I'm talking about. Put it back up to the top of the site. This is Michael, who put together the animation of my dream of encountering an alien saucer while I was in a bus. It's the doggonest thing you've ever seen. Michael, you're very talented. How do you do that?
Well, I've been doing 3D animation. It's just a hobby for about 3 years, or for about 10 years. And I always listen to your programs, and I heard your story about the dream, and I thought, I'm going to make an animation about that.
Man.
And I sent it to Keith, because I can't, post it. I sent it to Keith, and I said, if you like it, you can post it. And
all right, let me give you full credit. You want to give your last name on the air?
Mike Gingrich.
Michael Gingrich, right? Gingrich, and you deserve the credit because, man, that thing is awesome. So now it's back up at the top of the page, Michael, and everybody can go over to artbell.com right now and take a look.
Well, I really the thing I appreciated is that you liked it and that Keith liked it, and I really appreciate that.
I didn't like it. I loved it, and so did Keith. Keith sent me a text saying, "Oh God, Art, you got to see this right now." And so I took a look, and I just laughed and laughed and laughed. Great job, Michael. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care, buddy. That's Michael Gingrich. Wow, the guy who did that animation. You've got to see that animation. Seriously. It's at artbell.com. By now, I would probably suspect Keith has it to the top of the page. But it was really cool. Really, really cool. Phoenix, Arizona, you're on the air on the phone. Hi.
Hello, Art.
Hello. Yes.
Well, that was pretty quick. This is Ryan out in Sonoran Desert, Buckeye, Arizona again. It's great to hear your voice out here.
If you're complaining, I can put you back on hold.
Oh, no. When I called before, usually there's a wait, so I was just...
Well, the phone lines are full. I just happened to pick that line, so lucky you.
That's fine. How's Asia doing? Is she doing better?
Yes. She went through a week of being at home, missing school. Must be heartbreaking. Missing school.
Yes,
and, that's pretty serious stuff. You know, she had 103.5 temperature, and that scared the you-know-what out of me.
Yeah, I hope she's doing better, and I'm glad that to hear that. I was just going to throw a couple of things at you here, and how about, have you thought about bringing back the honors to the final call, saying goodnight to the world in America? And have you thought about, remember you used to do that years ago, the voice box, when JC would call you, you would have that funny sound.
Yes, I'm the one who put that voice box together and adapted it to broadcast. But JC is missing. JC may have passed into the next life. You know, you got to wonder how he's doing, too. When he got to the gates, I wonder if they recognized him. Oh, you're our guy. You were the one calling Art Bell, right?
Yeah, he used to call you the devil and all this, but he would listen and call you, so that was interesting. So he would call you all these names, but he would still listen. So.
Oh, yes.
And it was funny when one night he called you. This is back in '97. I don't know if you remember it, but he used to tell you that he used to shoot at cats with a pellet gun or something, and with the voice box, you would say something about pellets and praise the Lord.
Yeah. Well, anybody who shoots pellets at cats ought to be horsewhipped. And if you're still alive, JC, and you hear that, there you go. I'm a cat person. Sorry. All right. Well, listen.
Thing, Art. Can I ask you one more thing?
Yes, sure.
Oh, great. This is about rest in peace to Colonel Philip J. Corso.
Yes, indeed.
There's been a lot of people who have come out and disputed some of the things he said.
I know.
And I understand some of it, okay? I read the Day After Roswell book, but I look at his record and how honorable he was, served the country.
I know.
During World War II, highly decorated. And that classic show on July 23rd, 1997 with Colonel Alexander and...
Boy, you're a good record keeper. Here's what I would say. Here's what I would say. I would say that the way he laid it out seemed logical to me. In other words, if you were going to integrate alien technology from a crash, that's how you would do it. You would parcel it out slowly to industry and defense, and that's how you do it. So it made sense to me.
And wash your hands from it and let the companies take credit for.
You've got it.
The thing that was about that show, which was crucial, is that Alexander backed up what he was saying, where he was at, his record, his.
That's right.
And this is my point of all this. The very end of the show, I'm amazed that people haven't picked this up. But at the end of the show, you asked Colonel Corso, why are you coming forward now, Colonel? And he told you something that was very telling to me that stuck with me all these years. He said he's doing it, that he did it for the grandkids, for his boys, that he wanted to have a record for them. So I don't think somebody who is at the end of their life, because he died the following year, sadly, and he said that he wanted a record for his grandkids. I just can't see someone like that disrespect his family, dishonor his grandkids. And I just wanted to put that out there. Is, to me, that what really convinced me that he was telling the truth.
Good for you.
And
I thought he was telling the truth too, sir. Thank you for the call. I thought Colonel Corso absolutely was telling the truth. And when you spend hours interviewing somebody like this, I'm not saying that you have an absolute truth detector, but my BS detector is pretty darn good. And Corso came across as absolutely the real thing to me. So, I'm not sure what to say, except I think he was the real deal. And beyond my thinking he was the real deal, the way he laid it out, as I just mentioned, made sense to me. If you were going to release new technology that had come into your hands as a result of a crash at Roswell, that's exactly how you would do it without creating, all kinds of very serious suspicion. Don't you think? I do. Let's go to Daniel on Skype. Daniel, hello.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
Roswell's.
Thank you.
Hey, I wanted to know if it was possible. I know you've been bringing a lot of the good things from the past shows back again, and I'd like to know if we could possibly do a mass concentration experiment for some positive results to happen. And also, I have another comment. I have a question about what happened between you and Jimmy Church. He's claiming now that your famous phone call was a fake by a person who called in and is claiming that he did it as a hoax.
I have no idea. Jimmy Church is, let's see, one thing at a time here. He's a guy who claimed that he had this deep association with me, sir, that I called him all the time. I listened to his show constantly, and he was filling in for me and all this kind of stuff. And it was all baloney. I had talked to him one time in my life, and one time only on the phone in a group call. That was it. But the way he sounded and the postings he was making, it was like he was part of my genetic family or something.
Yeah.
Honest with you. So, people do that. I guess they try and attach themselves to other people.
He seems to have went the George way.
Well, anyway, sir, have a good night.
Thank you.
You bet. Take care. That was a strange deal indeed. All right, to the phones, and whoever this is in Florida. Hello.
Hey, Art. How are you tonight, sir?
Well, just fine, actually.
Good. More and more I'm starting to think that a lot of these mass shootings that have been occurring tragically,
yes,
I'm starting to think that the government has a connection to it when it comes to, their experiments with mind control and things. I know that might sound a little strange, but I got this strange feeling when
Sounds a little conspiratorial, to be honest, but you know what? You can't rule it out. It's so weird that you really can't, at this point, rule anything out.
Well, why I'm saying that is because of, them trying to get gun control, and I really think they're trying to get rid of the Second Amendment. I got that strange feeling whenever...
I know, every single time, sir, it happens, we have the same arguments about gun control, right? Every time.
It's happening more and more.
Yeah.
And when I watched Obama talking the other day about it, I just got the strange feeling. He was pushing it. He was just...
Yeah, I know. I know. And here's what I have to say about it, okay? And I think I said this on Facebook. We don't need gun control. We need mental health. What happened? Ronald Reagan was a president that I very much admired. But he did something during his tenure that I did not admire that much. He basically opened the doors of the mental asylums across America, and out they went. Now, I think we have a mental health problem, not a gun problem. Guns are just things. People are the ones who decide to use them, and a decision to use one randomly, as in going into a school and shooting up a bunch of people so if that quote was accurate, you can be in the news, that's crazy, isn't it? C-R-A-Z-Y, crazy. So that's just my opinion. I understand there are many, but that's mine. And we don't need gun control. We need control of people. Anyway, we have open lines tonight. Anything you want to talk about? I've got a special line. And if you think you're married to an alien, that's right. It's called I'm Married to an Alien line. If you're married to an alien, call me at area code 575-208-7787. Let me give that one more time, because it's not a normal number we give out. Area code 575-208-7787. That said, no, wait a minute. There we go. We've got one. Are you married to an alien? Hello? Going once, going twice. He hung up. See, she was probably lurking in the background. Let's go to the state of Virginia. You're on the air. Hello.
Hi, this is John in Danville, Virginia.
Yes, John.
Did you get the sheet music poster that I sent you for Somewhere in Time?
I did not.
Okay, been looking for a large brown vanilla envelope. The wife and I were out digging in an abandoned thrift store. It's about a 3-foot by 2-foot poster somewhere in time with sheet music on the back.
Wow. I will look for it.
All right, one more quick point. I have a possibility to interview for a 911 dispatch position in a couple weeks. Any advice?
Sure. My advice is, before you do it, think very, very hard, because it's a very, very hard job. I'm not saying don't do it. It's a great public service. Here's what I'm saying. I worked as a 911 dispatcher in Monterey County for a year. And for about half that time, you're in training, so they spend a very great deal of money training you. But it's a tough job. It's a really tough job. And it's such a hard job that you've got to decide what kind of person you are. Now, if you're the kind of person who can just like erase work when you're done and go home and live your life, then fine. The job is for you. If you cannot do that, then don't do it. Because you've got lives in your hand every day. People live and die by your decisions. And even if you make the right decisions, having people live and die while, on your watch is going to get to you. So think very hard before you begin training, because it's a lot of training and a lot of work, and, it will, it'll drain your soul if you're not careful. Let's go to Aaron on Skype. Hello, Aaron.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
I want to talk about Mel's Hole. I was wondering if you've had any contact with him after the 2002.
No. The last word I had that was that Mel was ill, and he went to Australia, and that is the last word.
So, based on, everything you've had private conversations with him and stuff, is there anything you have that you could pursue to advance the story, or?
Well, there are some recent photographs of what is said to be Mel's Hole. Now, I don't know if it's true up near Ellensburg. I don't know if it's true or not. But I do have somebody looking into Mel's Hole. I don't want to go too far into it, but the answer to your question is yes, I'm pursuing info.
Yeah, actually, I sent you an email a couple months ago, with a picture that I took from the street in Ellensburg.
Yes.
It was actually, you posted it on the website. It got like 6,000 views.
Uh-huh.
So,
was that, in your opinion, Mel's Hole?
I don't know. It's really strange on Google Earth. It's like this area is like all like plowed in a circular pattern, and there's like a hole like in the middle. And measuring it on Google Earth, it's about 9 feet in diameter, like Mel said. I went out there and just took a picture from the road. I didn't want to trespass on.
All right. Well, look, keep me informed, and if you do any investigation, please contact me right away. That's all I can say. And I do know a little more, but I don't want to talk out of school here. Outside the country, Jaffe, I believe it is. Hello.
No.
No?
Oh, are we live, Art?
Well, yeah, sure. When I say you're on the air, when I say something like you're on the air, that has meaning.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I'm a newbie to Skype, and what I was kind of struggling with was getting to exchange contact information. So,
but you don't have to. See, you don't. Okay, listen. You don't have to exchange contact information. All you've got to do is put in add, and then. By the way, where are you?
I am in South Korea.
South Korea, okay. So you just add MITD55, and voila, we appear in your contacts. Yeah. Then after that, when you hit it, here you are.
Do you know what's really funny is I was just testing, actually. I was just testing to see what was wrong, because I tried like 3 times. This is the 3rd time now I try to get you for us to exchange contact information.
Yeah.
And it just out of the blue I called, and then I tried to disconnect because it's like, holy camole,
Yes.
This is not good. I want to get out of here. So you got me now. I'm
all right.
Kinda,
cool. What part of South Korea?
It's a couple hours south of Seoul. Okay. I've been here since 2002.
All right.
And, it's a fascinating experience, that's for darn sure.
Are you there in the military or as a civilian?
I've been working here since 2002 as a professional elf. That's
seriously?
Yeah. I'm a big guy and everything, but I've managed to make a fair deal of money that way.
Wow.
All not even just Christmas either, but all times of the year.
So you work in Korea as a professional elf?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Hey, this is career night.
Some people back sometimes, but kind of catches them off guard. But that's the deal.
I think it's wonderful. How do the South Koreans like you?
It's problematic. So, it's a mixed bag, really. Me personally, or just foreigners in general?
Well, both.
Well, I'm married to a Korean lady, and it's been that way for a few years now. So
Koreans have some of the most beautiful women in the world.
They do. There's no doubt about it. Yeah. You won't hear any argument from me. As far as that goes. But let me tell you, I'll let you in on something here, Art, before you let me go. Professional elf, English language facilitator, trademark it, baby. It's a joke.
I got it.
Pulling your leg.
Yeah, I got it. All right, thanks. I got to go. Take care. Professional elf. Huh. Yes. He wouldn't argue with that, would he? No, it don't. This is Midnight in the Desert. We'll be right back.
Want to take a ride? From the high desert and the great American Southwest, this is Midnight in the Desert, exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, dial 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Everything is jammed. About the only one who could get through would be somebody outside the country, and that's by using Skype. It's a free call. Put in MITD 55. And join us. Be glad to have you. Also, we have a very special line tonight. I'm married to an alien line. If you think you're married to an alien, and there must be many of you, and I understand your reluctance to talk about it. In fact, you better be sure that you're alone when you talk about it. And you better be sure that your alien mate is not listening. Because, well, you know why. So if you're married to an alien, area code 575-208-7787. 575-208-7787. With that in mind, to that very line, and you are on the air, are you truly married to an alien? Hello? Hello? It says you're on the air.
Me?
You.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we talked earlier.
You've got to be there when I say hello.
Was yes. Her grandfather was a foundling, which, like I was telling you, I'm not necessarily sure what the parameters of an alien is.
Well, look, you don't call up a radio program that's looking for people who are married to an alien if you're not sure you're married to an alien.
Well, all chicks are aliens. I didn't say that out loud, did
I? So anyway, are you? Yes.
I don't even
Go ahead.
know where to begin.
I would begin at the beginning, and as I mentioned before I picked up the line, I'd make doggone sure that she wasn't listening to you.
I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah, she's in there watching Blue Bloods.
She's watching Blue Bloods, huh?
Oh yeah. No. Everybody worships this person.
By the way, have you, sir, have you seen her bleed?
No, not necessarily. No.
Okay.
And her skin is smooth, like no mold, none of that nonsense.
So, what about her eyes?
Dark.
Dark, huh? Foreboding?
Black, almost like black. Yeah.
Black eyes. Really? Don't you sometimes go to bed and look over and go, ooh?
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly, huh?
Yeah, when she whopping me with a pillow or adjusting herself or getting too hot. I've been touched by a hand that was about 200 degrees at night.
Really?
But yeah.
At 200 degrees, you would be scorched.
Yeah, I might have exaggerated that one, but okay.
So she's hot stuff.
Yeah.
All right, listen, I'm going to terminate this.
Thank you.
I don't want
one
you to...
One question for you before we go.
Yes.
If you don't mind.
Yes.
I'm sorry for wasting everybody's time, but what happened to Ted Rice?
Who's Ted Rice?
The Cosmic Connector.
Who's
Remember him?
No.
You don't remember?
No.
He was one of your...
One of my what?
Sort of your competition, but not really. He had a television show about...
Oh, I never saw it.
Years ago. You never met the man?
No.
That's crazy.
Never even heard of him. But
Billy Goodman, but other than that, thank you.
Okay,
thank you
you're very welcome. Sorry, I just don't remember him. Unless that was a pseudonym. I think I might have heard Billy Goodman at the end. If I did, yes, indeed, Billy Goodman was a competitor of mine and a friend too. Billy and I stayed in touch years and years and years later. I think I heard him say Billy Goodman at the end, that was his radio name. If it was, yes, I know Billy. Knew Billy, I'm sorry, he's passed away now, but he did a show very much like this one in Las Vegas. At the time I did it, I think he's still on the line. Is that who you're talking about?
Yes.
Billy Goodman?
Yes.
Oh, heck yeah, sure, of course.
With Gloria Euphoria?
Absolutely. Was a great guy. He and I had a lot of fun together, so, yeah.
Well,
I'm sorry he passed away.
Again.
Yeah, sorry he passed away, and he's very much missed. But he picked up on the same kind of stuff that I was doing back then. And that's a lot of years ago in Las Vegas. That brings back memories indeed. Let's go to, I think it is Krista. Is that correct on Skype?
We're through.
Krista?
Hi.
Hello there.
Hi. This is it's Stan and Krista from Esperance, Washington.
Welcome to the program.
Hi. Thank you, Roswell's, and this is Stan J on Bell Gap. My wife has a story about the a ghost that she encountered that she's going to tell you about.
All right. So you made the call and then she gets to do the talk.
I'm coaching her through it. I've been listening to you for years, and she's a newbie.
Well, I grew up listening to you, actually.
Really?
Yes, I grew up through my grandparents. My grandparents listened to you, and I
I so love hearing that stuff.
Like nightmares. I would wake up and you were playing on the radio. So
they'd leave the radio on and you would come on and the kids would all hear the scary stories and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, go ahead.
No, so I when I was in junior high, we went to we went to
whisper it.
Charleston?
We went to you
know what, you're really nervous, aren't you?
Yeah. I am.
All right, just relax. Take a nice deep breath. When you were in junior high, you went to, it sounded like Charleston, is that right?
It was in the South. We'll
Charleston is a beautiful city. All the old buildings. It's gorgeous.
So we went to Charleston.
Okay.
We went on this ghost tour, and it was my very first experience
with a ghost.
With anything ghost related.
Okay.
And
anyway, as she was walking along during the ghost tour, she felt something tap her on the back.
Okay.
And as she turned around, I'm trying to help her along. She's very nervous.
There was nothing there, but there was a candle that appeared to be lit that nobody else saw. There absolutely nobody else saw.
Okay.
So it was basically a ghost candle.
And supposedly, in this specific house, that was what happened. People would see this specific candle being lit. But
okay. You said you were on a tour, right?
Yeah.
So there were others there.
There were other people. It was a group of other middle school students, and
everybody with you did not see the candle that you saw. Is that correct?
There was one other person that I talked to after the fact that saw this candle being lit.
Uh-huh.
But nobody else actually saw the candle lit.
So she had somebody, a witness to this. It wasn't just her.
Well, I wonder why just two when there's so many. Why only two would see it, especially when it was, like the legend of the place, right?
Yeah.
We were also, so the girl that actually experienced this, she actually also felt a tug.
A tug?
She was the only other person that I spoke to in my specific group that felt a tug on her shoulder.
Wow.
Were you guys in the very back or something?
We were.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, there you go.
All right. Now I've got a question for you too. All right. You're in the same room?
Yes.
So as you look at each other, really examine each other, is there anything somewhat alien about the other?
I don't know.
This is not a joke.
My wife might have a more interesting answer to that question than I would.
All right.
He definitely.
No, spill it. Go ahead. Let it out.
He definitely has he's definitely much more open to the prospect of aliens and ghosts.
Well, that doesn't.
I try mind control art and it doesn't work. That's the only problem. I think I can debunk that.
Well, when she tries it on you, does it work?
Yes.
Yeah.
See, there you have it. All right. Yet another happy couple, human and hybrid. You two have a wonderful night, and thank you for the call.
You too, Art. Thank you.
Yeah. I love it. Let's go to the phones. You're on the air. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Hey.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay. Yes, I'm hoping that you'll have David Jacobs back on again.
Depend on it.
Yes.
Actually, the truth is, I'll tell you what, it's going to be a while, but he's already scheduled. There's no way I could not bring Dr. Jacobs back. What he said was too mind-blowing, frankly, to not get a follow-up.
Well, see, I wanted to say something about what he mentioned about people having telepathy.
Sure.
I had some UFO experiences, and I met this very strange man after I had them. Well, not only could that person call me on the phone and tell me what I was thinking, I also watched them walk out of their own body into someone else's. And that I wondered if he could tell us whether or not anyone else had ever mentioned that.
Well, it's something that you wouldn't keep quiet about, I would think. Somebody walking out of a body into another. Yikes. So yes, number one, he's scheduled. Number two, yes, you can ask him that. That show really was, for me, a mind blower in every way. In fact, if you are a time traveler and you can go back and listen to the Dr. Jacobs show, do it. That's one show you don't want to miss. Trust me on this. If you're a time traveler, do it. Barbara, on Skype, you're on the air.
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
Hey, Art, I'm sorry you're having trouble there.
Oh,
And,
that's all right.
I hope things work out nicely.
I do, too.
That's really my hope. But anyway, I wanted to tell you this story. It's kind of a strange one, and I know people may have trouble with it, but it is a true story.
Okay.
A few years ago, my sister passed away. She was very ill, and she was in the hospital.
Right.
And we were called in. She was in ICU. We called in by the nurse. Things did not, were going badly.
Right.
And my mom and my niece, her daughter, and I went in. My nephew, her son, was on his way. We all gathered around the bed. She was hooked up to a lot of tubes, her blood pressure, her heart monitor. And they had her bed cranked up in a sitting position because she had trouble breathing, and she was on an oxygen mask, which she had been on for days. She could not breathe without the oxygen.
Got it.
At one point, I saw her blood pressure fall very, very low. She began to flatline, and the nurse said to me, she's passing.
Uh-huh.
I looked at my sister. My mother was, very close to my sister and crying. I told my sister, I looked at her, and she had been awake for all of this and was still there with us. I looked at her and I said, please don't leave us. Come back as a ghost.
Oh,
now, I hope that's not sound like a terrible thing, but I didn't want to lose my sister.
I understand.
My sister actually was a little surprised and looked up at me. And she passed.
Wow.
My mom was crying terribly hard, and my niece was crying, and I was crying.
Of course.
And after a little while of us all just standing there crying, the nurse said, I have another room you can all gather in. Let's go to the other room.
Right.
We all began to walk out slowly. I was the last. They were pulling the tubes. She had no blood pressure. She had a flat line, no heart rate, was not breathing. They took the mask off my sister. She had not been off this mask in a week. She was totally gone. I turned and looked at her as we left the room, and I saw her speaking. I saw her mouth forming words. I just stood there. I told my mother, I said, do you see that? She's talking. My mother didn't seem to acknowledge it. She was just too upset. I couldn't hear her, but I could plainly see her mouth forming words, not slowly, fast.
You are talking about the body of your sister, or the physical body of your sister, not a ghostly figure, but...
That's right, the physical body.
You do understand that it is possible that muscles and nerves...
Yes, but I saw words being formed.
Wow.
I saw her, she was not spasming.
God.
I do know about that.
Okay.
And I didn't know what to think. I still have never heard of a story like this.
Nor have I.
I am a nurse.
Yeah, this is absolutely a new one on me.
Yes, and that's why I wanted to tell you this, because I have never heard of this before.
And you could not make out any of the words?
I was very far across the room, and to this day I regret so much that I did not walk over, but I was just so stunned. I just looked at her, and nobody else saw this. I could see that her lips were actually, she was speaking. I could see her forming words with her lips. I could not she was speaking very fast.
Well,
that's what happened.
Yeah, that's an amazing, amazing story, and maybe you can be comforted in the fact that she tried.
Well, that's the only thing I can think of, and I I will always regret that I did not understand what she was trying to say, except that maybe she was trying to tell me I'm not gone. And I wanted to tell the story because I know we are all wondering, what's next?
You bet.
And I'm telling the truth, and believe me, I am as sane as, can be.
I believe you, and that's a
and I
heck
saw
of a
that.
story.
Well, anyway, Art, it is nice to have you back. I've never gotten to tell you that. So
Thank you.
It's wonderful.
Thank you so much, and thank you for that story. Here's what I would say. We explore all the time, what might be coming next. It is possible that she did form words, and that it was done essentially from the other side, the physical manipulation. It's also possible that we don't understand all we think we do about the process of dying. And I know scientifically they say, look, flatlined, not breathing, no heartbeat, no mental activity, dead, right? But I don't think we understand it all, and I don't think it is nearly as instantaneous as we believe it to be. But these are, all things we mortal humans can only wonder about, short of absolute science that tells us what death is conclusively. We don't know. There may be a kind of consciousness that we don't understand that continues. Anyway, I'm sure she certainly loves you. So that's what I'd take away from that, is comfort that she was trying to do what you asked her to do. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, this is Midnight in the Desert, raging through it.
Who loves you, pretty baby? Who's gonna love you, mama? Who loves you, pretty baby?
Take a walk on the wild side of midnight. From the Kingdom of Nye, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Please call the show at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
That's it, all right. The only place we've got any kind of opening at all is the international line. And, no, we don't take video, by the way. The international line, MITD55 on Skype, and that's a free call from anywhere in the world. Let's go to the phones and say, hey there in Florida, you're on the air.
Yes, Mr. Bell?
Hi.
Hey, my name's Ryan. I'm calling from Pensacola. I just had a quick question for you.
Sure.
When you had your Dark Matter show, you had some EVP, like a team who did EVPs on there.
Yes.
I was wondering if you planned on having them back on.
Well, we've already had them back on. And they're going to be on again, I believe, toward Halloween. So if you are a time traveler and you can listen to older shows, you want to go back and listen to the GIS show. We did that some time ago.
Okay, and is that the name of the group?
Yes, it is. The Ghost Investigators Society.
Okay, great. Yeah, that was just a really spooky show, and I was a trucker when I was listening to it. It really helped me pass the miles.
I often wondered, sir, if you were out in the middle of essentially nowhere in a truck and you were hearing these voices like that, how it would affect you. It must have been weird.
Well, I'd probably pull over and get some sleep if I started hearing voices like that.
All right. Well, listen, thank you. We're going to have them back around Halloween, we believe. So there you go.
Okay. Well, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. On Skype, I think it's Misty.
Hi, Art.
More than
How are
Misty.
you?
Misty and her husband.
No, just me.
Just you.
Hello.
I could sworn I heard a man's voice.
Oh, well, no, no, I'm not married and live alone.
Okay, in that case, I would look around very carefully right now and make sure that there's nobody there.
Okay, you're scaring me now.
Go right ahead.
So I wanted to to tell someone, or a lot of people, I guess, that would believe a story. I've told this story before, but always to like family members that are non-believers.
Okay.
But when I was 13, I started having memories of an abduction experience
really?
that happened to me and my family. And when I was about 4 or 5, the memories were traumatic and came back over about a 2-week period of time. And when I talked to my parents about the particular situation that I remembered, they validated that these folks were at our house that got abducted with us, and they validated some things, but they didn't remember the spaceship or any of that. And let me tell you this story really quick. I woke up to a bunch of commotion in the house. There was a younger couple that had been, my father was in the military, and this couple's were in the military as well, and they'd been playing cards when I got sent to bed that night. And so I woke up to a bunch of commotion, my dad hollering, just yelling and screaming coming out of the living room. And I come out of the hallway and I look, and my dad looks at me directly in my face, and I could tell that he forgot about me. The front door is open, everybody's leaving and scrambling, and he's like yelling at me, get out, get in the car. And we go out, and my dad has a Malibu, which he confirmed that for me later because I didn't know that at the time. But we got in the car, and he used to race stock cars also as a side thing that he liked to do.
All right.
So we all jump in the car. The younger couple was in the back seat, and I'm in the back seat with him, and my dad tries to start the car, and it won't go anywhere. And they all know what's going on, and the only thing I really know at that time is that I wanted to take something from my bedroom or from the house with me, even though I didn't have it. I had wanted to, because I wanted to prove that this time that it really happened. So I think that it happened before. But I don't remember it before. I just know at the time I knew it had happened before. And the car wouldn't start, and the guy in the back seat says, let's get in my car, Ray, you drive. And so my father and we all scramble, and they have a little Volkswagen, and we scramble in, and I'm in the back seat again, and I'm sitting in this younger couple's lap pretty much, and Dad tries to start the car, and the car won't start.
Right.
And then everybody but me, just all the yelling and everything just stops. Everybody just turns off. And my dad gets out of the car, and then my mother gets out of the car, and then the couple that I'm on their lap, they're just like leaving me and bouncing me out, off onto the seat as they get out of the car. And I see my mother walking around the car, and I just really wanted to go with her. So I get out of the car and I start to try to follow her, and she's not there. And I look and I see my father's feet lift up off the ground, and he just starts floating into the air. And I look up, and my mother is very close to this huge spaceship that I can't see the sky. It's like above our house. And
so you're saying they were in the middle of being abducted?
Yes, and I was still on the ground, and I could see all of them going up into this ship. And I didn't know what it was. I didn't know it was a ship. I mean, it was just little, I didn't understand. Sure, I wasn't afraid. I did want to go with my mother, and I was having some anxiety about that.
Of course.
And then all of a sudden I felt these, like long fingers go around my waist from behind and lift me up off the ground. And I turned to try to see what was behind me, and all I saw was like, if you could imagine what a astronaut's helmet would look like, only it was like reflecting. That's all I saw was like that mask.
Gotcha.
And it was reflecting. I could see it reflecting light.
All right, we don't have a lot of time, so what happened?
It touched me with something cold on the back of my neck. And that was it. The next thing I remember, I woke up in my bed, and I was just beating the heck out of my neck trying to wipe this cold thing off.
And your parents were back?
Everybody was there. Yeah, everybody was there, including the couple that were asleep in the living room on the couch, which was like, that wouldn't have never have happened, but they were there. And my parents remembered that they were there the next morning as well.
And nobody remembered any of this experience except you.
They remembered that my dad had some car trouble, and that the couple that was there had car trouble, and they said that's why they spent the night.
Wow. You know, if I were you, I would go and get myself hypnotized, I think, and try and find out if that's the truth. I mean, it's possible that as a youngster you form some kind of memory that wasn't real. I'm not saying it's a false story. I'm saying that it may or may not be a real memory, but if it were me and I had a memory like that, I'd sure as heck want to know if it was real. So there is that. You might think about it. Sharky, outside the country somewhere. Hello.
Oh, hey, Art.
Hey, where are you?
I'm actually in Canada, Ontario, to be specific.
Oh, you're on the wrong line.
Yeah, my bad.
Okay, Sharky, I'm sorry. Gotta go. Try us on the North American line. That's for people outside of North America, which is MITD 55. If you're outside of North America, MITD 55. If you're married to an alien, we've had some pretty good ones tonight. If you're married to an alien, then you can call I'm married to an alien line, and that number is area code 575-208-7787. I know I don't give that out enough. I'm sorry. When we have a special line, area code 575-208-7787. Hey, you know what? I also should open the first-time caller line. If you have never called the show, wherever you are, it's area code 775-285-5800. That's for first-time callers. 775-285-5800. Okay, let's go to, how about here? I think we're going to California somewhere. Hi.
Hi. Yes, this is John, Apple Valley, California.
Yo.
Hey, so I wanted to share I guess you would say a time-traveling out-of-body experience, kind of going with your show the other night.
Okay.
All right. I was 18 at the time, living probably 18 or 20, and living at home. And now let me preface by saying out-of-body experiences aren't something that fits my religious beliefs. It's not something I would want. So I went to sleep this particular night, and when I woke up, I realized that it was daylight, and my bedroom was reverting back to when I was a little boy.
Oh.
And I could feel myself reverting back to a child.
Really?
And before I knew it, I was 9 again, sitting on the floor playing with my toys, and I could hear my mother calling me.
Wow.
And I realized at this moment that I was out of my body, and it freaked me out.
And you realized that you were back in time?
That's what it felt. It felt as though I was back in time to when I was 9 years old.
Were you physically identical?
I don't know. It felt as though like I regressed into myself back then.
Right.
If that makes sense.
It does. It does.
And then, so I realized I was having this experience, and it frightened me, and I willed myself back into my body, and it took a lot of effort, and finally, like with a slam, boom, I was in my body, and I had been underwater for 5 minutes. I came up gasping for air, and my heart was racing.
Right.
And so it took me a while to go back to sleep, as you can imagine.
I can.
And I'd had this exact same experience happen 3 times in a row that same night.
Wow. And never since?
No, never since. So that night I remembered the movie, that Christopher Reeve movie, Somewhere in Time.
Ah, yes.
So I turned on the radio to tether myself to the here and now. And it worked, and I went to sleep and didn't have any other experiences.
I thought you were going to say you got my show and totally lost it.
No.
All right, well, that's an amazing story, and maybe, who knows, maybe 3 times in one night, maybe you were back. I think it happens.
It sure felt real.
Well, what do we know about time, right? We think it's linear and just progresses, and you can never move within or beyond the present march of time, but maybe you can. Thank you very much for the call.
Thank you.
Good one. On our first-time caller line, you are on the air. Hello.
Hi. Good evening. Good morning.
Yes, whatever.
Yes. Thanks for taking my call. The reason I'm calling, I'm a long-time listener of you, and I appreciate your radio shows. The reason I'm calling is because when I was a very little girl, into my teens and even as an adult, I've had night terrors. Night terrors that my siblings I'd wake up and they were in my room. What are you doing? And they'd say I'd be screaming and throwing stuff, and I wouldn't remember anything.
Oh, night terrors are terrible.
They are. They're horrible. My husband sleeps with one eye open, believe me. He's still not used to them. Anyhow, one in particular, I hadn't been 7 or 8 years old, second grade, and something was in my bed with me. The only way I could explain it is it was slimy and had a form. It was at the end of my bed where my feet would go, and every time my feet would touch it, I would start hollering, and finally my dad came, and he took whatever was inside my bed and threw it away in my trash can. And to this day, I have no idea what it was.
Okay, so this was not part of a night terror. This was the real McCoy.
Yes. Oh, yeah. I remember everything. My dad said he just kind of winks at me. He's like, "Oh, Sylvia, it was just a nightmare." And I'm like, "No, it really happened. You were there." He doesn't seem to remember it, but there was some sort of grayish, jellyish type matter. To this day, I have no idea what it was.
Not something you want to feel with your feet.
No, it was pretty disgusting.
Well, listen, what took you so long to call?
Well, I get scared calling radio shows. People, really, I don't know. I don't know.
We're easy. We're really easy.
Well, I'm a big fan of you. I really am. I'm a huge fan of you.
Well, thank you. And thanks for the first time call, really.
All right. Have a good evening.
You take care. Going straight to the alien. I'm married to an alien line. You're on the air.
Oh, hey, Art. How you doing?
I'm okay.
This is Mark from Van Nuys, and I'm really scared calling in because I just found this out recently, and I'm afraid to actually ask her about it,
Well, I understand the trepidation. Let's try this, so we're sure. What has led you to believe that she, is one of them?
Well, I would have a lot of dreams, like UFO related dreams and whatnot, but I could never put my finger on it.
Yeah, but that's you. That's you, not her.
Well, I'll tell you what happened recently. Recently, I would get up the night to use the bathroom, I would look over, and she's shape-shifting on me while she's in bed.
Oh, that's a big tip right there.
Yeah.
And what was she shape-shifting into, if I can ask?
Well, she'd be in a regular form, and like a reptilian type skin. And it's happened like 3 times now.
That's a real mood crusher. I mean, when you look over have you had the guts yet to even talk to her about it?
No, that's what I was just saying. I'm really afraid.
I would be very careful about bringing this up.
Oh, honey, no, I'm talking to Ron.
Oh, God. You heard that, I take it. Well, I picture reptilian-created pieces of whoever we were just talking to all over the room right now. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Connor in Oklahoma.
What do you think? I don't know. Maybe you weren't listening, Connor. What do you think happened to that last caller?
Oh, that's easy, Artie. He was got. I mean, she got him.
Gutted him.
Oh yeah.
Eviscerated him.
Yeah, he's a goner, that's for sure.
All right. Well, I want these people who are calling this line to be really, really careful because of what you just heard. All right. Anyway, what's up?
Scary stuff. Willard, I was going to call about some stuff that happened to me. I believe as a small child, I had a series of encounters with, I guess, what most people would consider a demon.
Really? A demon?
Yeah, I'd say so.
This is the first time you've ever called this program?
It is.
It is. What kind of demon?
Well, I guess I should have just kind of started. I mean, I must have been I have very distinct memories of being a young child, maybe 4, and remember my parents putting me down to go to bed.
Right.
They would leave the room.
Sure.
And then after a couple minutes or so, I would hear a voice start talking to me, usually from behind my bed or from another part of the room. And it's hard to remember distinct things that it would say, but it was very demented and kind of, I don't know, it liked making me upset.
Probably not hard to do with a 4-year-old. I'm sure you were totally freaking out.
Oh, yeah, totally. And so, and you know, excuse me, I'm a little nervous.
It's all right. Take a deep breath. Try to remember.
So, yeah, I had these distinct memories, though. They would put me to bed. I'd hear this voice. I'd cry. It'd go away. They'd come back in the room. They'd check things out. They'd leave because there wouldn't be anything there, and they wouldn't hear anything. And then a couple minutes later, it'd start talking to me again. And the only thing that I remember, the only sentence I really distinctly remember is one time it asked me if I wanted to die.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
And how does a 4-year-old answer that question?
Yeah, exactly. I think I can't remember what I said to that.
Well, if your parents had you trained as a polite youngster, you would have said, no, thank you.
Right. I'm not sure. I would have been pretty freaked out, but no, otherwise, I did. It's hard to tell if these were, I would hear it, and I have waking memories of that have never gone away from me. I just never forgot them.
And you never will forget them. Thank you. It's horrible. Horrible, horrible, horrible. All right. So all the lines are filling and full. Let me go to Skype and say hi, Tom.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
Roswell's,
Thank you.
long-time listener.
Thank you.
Having a panic attack.
Right now?
Oh, the anxiety in the gut of just getting on the air is just incredible.
Well, you'll get over it.
I'm trying to breathe deep.
Yeah, deep breath.
But those questions that you have, those ones that sort of burn into your soul?
Yes.
I've got a bunch of those too, just like yours.
Sure.
That after-death stuff. What happens to people when they die?
It's the biggest question for all of mankind. There's no question about it. And I try to do shows that attempt to answer that question. It's not answered yet for me, not absolutely. There are some people, I really envy them who have faith. They have such absolute faith that, there will be paradise or heaven or whatever waiting for them. And I envy that.
I have had a number of experiences actually talking to the dead. Then
you know more than I do.
In my imagination.
Yeah, you know more than I do. If you've talked to the dead, you're ahead of me.
And it's really pretty easy. I'm like 73. I'm about your age, and I have outlived just all but a very small handful of my friends.
Well, I'm 70, so you're 3 years older.
Right. Yeah, let's not stretch it.
Yes. I'll be there soon enough. Or not.
So back in 99, I'm standing in front of the library waiting for it to open, and my mother pops in, sort of in your mind's eye, in your imagination, and starts talking to me. Well, I thought, I'm just imagining this. And she's saying, I just left the body, and they won't let me pass over because I've got too many unresolved conflicts.
Really?
So she stayed with me like that for about 6 years. And I just kind of, discounted it as imagination. But 5 days later, after I had the first vision, I get a postcard in the mail from my brother who is, misplaced my phone number and couldn't call me when she died.
Right.
So he sends me a postcard and telling me that the time that she passed. And sure enough, it was exactly the time I was standing in front of the library.
Wow.
And she was really good at conflict. Oh man, she was had that destructive streak. She'd go after people that she thought were doing wrong things, and she just created so much conflict for herself. So, that was her sin. She was like begging forgiveness. I said, Ma, don't beg forgiveness from me. I know you did the best you could.
And I take it she finally did, after 6 years, pass on?
Well, she kind of faded away. She just gradually faded away. And I don't see her anymore. That was back in 99, so I don't see her anymore.
Pretty amazing story anyway.
I have had a number of people appear in my imagination just like that. I used to rent rooms, being in here in Honolulu, you can hardly afford an apartment alone. So, you rent out the bedrooms to whoever will rent them. And at the early 80s, I was renting to college students.
Yes.
And this one lad stayed the usual year like they do. And I kept seeing him in my imagination standing right there at the corner of the hallway, kind of on the other side of my computer desk, looking at me. This occurred so many times. Finally, I just talked to him and I said, Johnny, are you out of the body? And he said, yeah. Yeah, I died of AIDS in 87.
Oh my God.
And I said to him, well, what are you doing here looking at me? Aren't you supposed to go somewhere? And he said, well, I don't know. I always thought about you because you're the only man that ever loved me. You washed my clothes for nothing. You cooked for me for nothing while I was going to school. You treated me better than anybody else I ever knew. You treated me better than my father. And that's kind of like I just feel like I'm attracted to you. And when I'm with you, your heart energy seems to dispel the negative stuff that's on this side that's trying to get after me.
Yeah, I think most of the negative stuff is on this side. Thank you very much for the call. At least I certainly hope it's that way, don't you? That the negative stuff is on this side, and it's not so negative over there. Not a lot of time. First time caller line. You are on the air. Hello.
Hello, Bell.
Yes, sir.
This is Steve from Syracuse. I love listening. You know what I thought? I haven't written it, but I was going to write Art Bell, Mr. Freedom of Speech Incarnate.
I hope so.
You would have no screeners, and I'm so happy to have you on the line. I got good news.
Yes, sir.
Okay, the good news is I have a calling very much like St. Thomas Aquinas had or like Jesus had, where you're trying to care about the whole world and make it better. I could go into detail. I was born, I was born on 6 days after D-Day. I'm right, another Gemini, but I'm a Gemini monkey. And you are living up to what I call a 33 birth pass, because you're the best listener in the world, except for a psychologist, second opinion I have. But the good news is, I love your sense of humor and your care for people, and you're such. Okay, let me talk. I'm an autistic.
I see. Okay.
I was born. I was a twin, born 6 days after D-Day. I think that's important. I think the whole world was praying like mad for that D-Day invasion. And I was born 6 days after D-Day, and what I wanted to be when I was about 2.5, 3 years old, my mother was reading the Pied Piper of Hammond. You know that story?
I do.
Bet you do.
I do.
Well, I identified with him. I was all excited, and then her response was, "He's evil." Well, boy, did that pop my balloons. I was guilt-ridden and self-doubting.
Ah, you're not evil.
Until I was 12.
Okay, well, listen, you're not evil. I understand you are autistic, and you're definitely not evil. So I've got
pathetic autistic savant.
Right.
Pathetic autistic savant. Remember that.
Well, savant means genius in one category.
I know it. That's what I think about. I'm
listen,
a genius
I've got a
about
break.
Understanding the problems of the world to make it better.
Okay, I hope you do, but I gotta go. Sorry, we've got a break, and I have to abide by these times. This is Midnight in the Desert.
Remember, when calling Midnight in the Desert, let the phone ring until answered. These calls are unscreened for your listening pleasure. Call 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
You know, I just took a photograph of what the studio looks like. We're in a 7-minute break, right? And the North American screen is going berserk with Skype. I mean, there are calls behind calls behind calls. And the international's going, first-time caller is going, the I'm married to an alien line is going, and right now overseas is where we're going. Hi, Ryan.
Hey, how you doing, Art?
I'm doing okay. Where are you?
I didn't know this was overseas. I'm actually in Pittsburgh.
Oh, Ryan. You're on the wrong line. Thank you, and have a good night. Sorry, those are the rules. And actually, I passed up other overseas callers because I had Ryan holding. So to whoever was trying to get in, give it another try, those folks, and I'll get you on. You know, as we're making rules, once again, in the Skype world, to get hold of this show, MITD51 for North America, and MITD55 for the rest of the world. Those rules are really important. Let us go to Jesse. Hi, Jesse.
Hi. Oh my gosh. I've been listening to you for so long.
Really?
I'm calling in because I have a story about getting kicked out of the astral plane.
Really? Were you out of body at the time?
Yes, I was. When I was in high school, my last 2 years of high school, I really started getting into doing like astral projection.
I mean, I can understand getting kicked out of high school. I can understand getting kicked out of a lot of things, but the astral plane, my goodness, what did you do?
Well, I went to this place and I always just called it the cathedral because it was a cathedral.
Right.
And, I went in and I found this office at one point and there was a big, like, black window behind this desk.
Yes.
And if you sat in the chair and you turned around, you could see stuff. Like stuff that you would have no idea knowing.
In other words, you're saying like you were in a different place?
I'm sorry?
It's like you were in a different place?
It's like you were, it's almost like a scrying kind of glass or something.
Yes.
Because you could ask to see something and you'd see it.
Okay. Got it.
And then you could verify it once you were back in your body.
All right. So pray tell, what did you do to get booted from the plane?
I'm not really sure, but I went into that office at one point and there was a man in like a charcoal gray suit with just brilliant blue eyes and white hair, and he turned around and said, "You're not allowed to be here anymore." And he like snapped his fingers and I haven't been able to get back.
Well, I guess that's kind of sad. I guess you feel like you did something wrong, but I'm sure you did not. Maybe you just had a real
really
grouch.
Surprising, I guess, because I had been there so many times And it was just, I don't know, it was unexpected.
And so you've never been able to get back?
Correct.
Okay. Well, listen, thank you very much for the story. I'm sorry to hear that. Can you imagine being able to get away to the astral plane, virtually at will, as she described, and then, I don't know, suddenly not being able to? Bummer. Outside the country somewhere, Peter.
G'day, Art. Peter in Bendigo.
Yes, sir.
This is a story that I experienced I had about 17 years ago. I was at my ex's place.
Yes.
And I was trying to get to sleep. It was a very hot night. I had a fan at the end of the bed, and it was making this usual noise that they do. And but I could hear a whispering noise also, and I was really annoyed because I was trying to sleep. I had to get to work early the next day, and I could hear this whispering noise, and I intently listened to it more and more. And then I could understand it was actually something speaking to me. Mm-hmm. And I heard something say, Peter, get up, or get out, or something like that. And I think it was get up. And so I went out to the hallway. I was really frightened at that point. I thought there was some sort of warning. And so I went out to the hallway to check on the kids. Mm-hmm. And I looked in one of the rooms, and I saw that my stepdaughter seemed to be sleeping okay. So she was okay. So I went and checked on my son. He was fine. So then I checked the house, and I checked the doors to make sure everything was closed.
Sure.
And I still felt a sense of danger, so I went back to my stepdaughter's room, and I just checked on her a bit further to see if she really was okay. And I noticed that she wasn't actually sleeping on her back. She was on her chest was slipping between the wall and the bed. And she was slipping down between the wall and the bed.
Oh, God.
And she was basically suffocating.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
Yeah, so I pulled her out and put her back on the bed, and she sat up in bed, and she had one eye open and the other one was closed. And she sort of went into some sort of fit and breathed very rapidly. And I asked her if she was okay, and she nodded and said she was okay, and she seemed to roll over and go back to sleep. I pulled the bed out away from the wall so it couldn't happen again.
All right, you saved your life. There's no question about it. And isn't it amazing, this sense of dread, this sense of danger that you felt that wouldn't go away until you got to it?
Yeah, and it wouldn't let me sleep.
Right.
I couldn't sleep before that.
Trust me.
When I went back to bed,
I know.
I was able to sleep. But when I woke up the next day, I told my ex about it, and she said she just stared at the ceiling for hours after that and couldn't get back to sleep herself.
Boy.
Because it frightened her so much. Yeah.
That's a precognitive warning, and they're absolutely real. Thank you so much for that call. You saved a life. He saved a life. And I believe every single word of it. I've had precognitive experiences. One. And I know what it's like. It's not something you can ignore. It's like something that washes over you again and again and again and again, and it will nag at you and won't let you do anything else until you take care of it. It's amazing. Let's go to the first-time caller line. You're on the air. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
This is Eric from Ohio.
Welcome.
Welcome. Yes, and I am a first-time caller.
All right.
Listening to you for a long time. I'm a retired railroader, and you used to be a companion in the middle of the night going to and from work.
All right.
Really enjoy. Hey, the other night you had a gentleman on that was talking about the MIBs, or the Men in Black.
That's correct, yes.
And he made reference several times to John Keel writing about him.
That's right.
And I always loved his books. So, simple question. Did you ever have the opportunity to interview John Keel?
I did not.
Okay. He seemed to have this thing with, well, he also talked about shadow people a lot, too, and tulpas and all that. And I was going to call you in, try to call you then, but the fellow stole my thunder, and he explained it all. So,
well, it was quite a show, and shadow people is quite a topic. And I used to sort of, I'm going to be honest with you, I kind of blew it off in my mind when I began hearing from callers about shadow people. And then suddenly it happened to me. And there's nothing like that to turn you around and make you realize, hey, guy, this is real.
Well, I'm a night owl, and I'll sit at my workbench, and sometimes I'll see stuff out of the corner of my eye, and I figure, 99% of them are just something that I can't explain, but who knows? Maybe.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, when you least expect it, here comes that 1%.
Yes. Well,
thank you. I'm going to have to go because you've got your...
Okay, thank you.
Right, take care. He turned his radio up. I guess he thought I ended the call or something. But no, indeed. Let's go to Richard, somewhere outside the country. Hello.
Hey, it's Richard from Northern Ireland.
From where?
Listen, Northern Ireland.
Northern Ireland. Okay, yes. Yes.
Art, here's the thing. I'm married to a female from Texas, and I think she might be an alien.
You're what? Talking to her on Skype?
No, I'm married to her.
You're married to her. And you think she's alien?
Yeah, she's got her own language, Art. She has her own language, and she has, really, and not only that, Art, my stepkids and my grandchildren are infected as well. They say the same things.
Are you sure it's not American English that you're objecting to? It's really a foreign language?
Oh, I never thought of that. I mean, she says aluminum instead of aluminium.
Richard, you're so out of here. See you later. Yep, see ya. Let's talk to Michelle, also out of the country. Hello.
Hi. This is Michelle in Japan.
Hi, Michelle.
I wanted to tell you, first of all, do you have any plans to do a Antichrist line again sometime soon? Because I used to love when you would do those.
You really like the Antichrist line?
I loved those. They were always so ridiculous, and then you'd always scare the crap out of me every time you'd pull out that Satan voice, because I was never be prepared for it.
Okay, Michelle. Yes, I will do an Antichrist line again.
Okay. Well, I have a quick story for you.
Okay.
I have no idea what this is, but I moved recently, and for the past 3 months or so, I've seen maybe 3 times. I look out my window or out my balcony over at Mount Fuji, and I see what looks like a flare or a firework or something.
Oh.
But it's hovering over the base of Mount Fuji, not near the top.
You know,
at the
Michelle,
base.
I've been hearing this about Fuji in Japan. I really have. I've heard other reports. Have you talked to others?
No, I haven't. I can't figure out what in the world it is. It looks like I said, like a firework or something, but it'll hover for about a minute or so, and then it'll fade away, and then sometimes another one will kind of just appear. It'll come up slowly, and then it'll hover, and then after a minute or two, it's gone.
Weird.
It makes no sense. It doesn't move around like a UFO story. It doesn't disappear like a flare or a firework would.
Huh. How about some pictures?
You know, I tried that, but the problem is that Mount Fuji is just far enough away that you can't see him really hardly in the pictures. It just shows up as a little tiny dot.
Okay, well,
you can
what
see
you
it
would
great
need,
with your eyes.
Right. What you would need would be a camera with a really good zoom lens.
Yeah, and unfortunately I have an iPhone, and that's about it for camera for me.
Gotcha. Well, iPhone doesn't do the trick. They're good cameras, but for anything at a distance, no way.
But I am surprised you said you've heard this before.
I have.
I kind of want to know more about that, because I've been wondering what the heck it could be, and
let me
I've not
see what
heard
I can
anything
find.
else.
Let me see what I can find out, Michelle. But yes, there have been other sightings around Fuji. There's some stories on it, and I'll try and dig them out for you.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
You're very welcome, and have a good night. Going to Skype over here. Brave Hooves, really? That's your name?
Yeah, actually, no, it's Alexander.
I like Brave Hooves.
Anyways. Yeah, it's my YouTube name. Anyways.
Okay.
I got a story for you. I live in Portland, Oregon. I'm not gonna say anything, but I'm the one who does your show at KXL.
Oh, okay. Excellent. Welcome.
Yeah, and I was like, I need to call in. Anyways, I have the story. I went to this with my dad. He does ghost hunting and stuff. we went to go to this insane asylum. It's called Damish Insane Asylum.
All right.
There was this old church, and we went inside of the elevator. When we stepped in there, it was almost like there was something wrong with time. Like we had this really dark feeling in our chest. The people that were with us were one of my really good friends, Shay, and his dad.
Yes.
We all stepped inside of this elevator, and the 10 people that were around us, like the girls screaming, ghosts, they all vanished. Like, it's like somebody pulled a headphone jack right out of your
You're kidding.
sound. Yeah, and I said, where did they go?
Yes.
And I say, I need to get out of this elevator. We walk out of the elevator. I get a call from my phone, and the guy says, we've been gone for 4 hours, and the cops were over there waiting for us.
Wow. So everybody had a little experience with time, and what a strange one, too.
Yeah, it was really interesting. I still can't explain it.
Wow. All right, well, listen, thanks for taking care of us up there at KXL.
Yeah, no problem. You have a good night.
You too. Boy, that's strange. There's something about time. Every now and then there's a slip. Every now and then somebody, the kind of story you just heard, something like that happens. Or, like an earlier caller, every now and then he slips into a state. He was much younger. And then back again. 3 times in one night, right? Time slips. Burlington, something or another, on the first-time caller line. You're on the air.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
It's Sharon calling from Ontario.
Welcome.
And I have a story to tell you.
Okay.
Something that might help you with your thoughts about the afterlife.
Okay.
When I was 12 years old, my father died. And I felt really, really sort of afraid to go and see him in his coffin. I wanted to remember him.
I understand.
As he was
Sure.
alive, right?
Sure.
So my grandfather, we were at my grandparents' house, his father's house, and my grandfather asked me when I was going to see him, and I said, I don't want to go and see him. And he said, why not? I said, well, I just rather remember him the way he was when he was alive.
That's
my grandfather assumed right away I was afraid. So he said, listen, the dead can't hurt you.
Right.
When they die, they're like a dog. It's the end of them. And he was sort of an atheistic person. My grandmother was very religious Catholic, but he was atheist. Anyway, he was Russian as well. And after that, I kept hearing my father's voice call me in my ear, in my left ear.
Really?
And you know when your parent calls you and you want your attention?
Yes.
It was a certain way they would call you.
Yes, you would know. You better pay attention or else trouble comes.
That's right. And my father was always very stickler about calling me in for supper and stuff. So it was like that call. And I would lay down, and as I would be falling off to sleep, I would hear him call me in my left ear. And I was 12 at the time. And the following year, in September, I was going to high school.
Hon, I'm sorry to do this to you, but the show is over. You can probably hear the music in the background. I have to go. I am so sorry.
It's okay. I'll call you again, Art, and I'll tell you the rest of the story.
Please do. You're hereby authorized to use the first-time caller line again for that exact reason, because I had to cut you off. Well, listen, everybody. It has been a good one. I hope everybody lived through it. For now, I'm not going to say goodnight, America. I'm going to say goodnight because obviously we have cultivated people around the world who listen to this program in droves. Good night from the high desert.